He slain a colossal hare with merely one shot. All believed he was of elevated status, such as tier 100. The issue is he is at level 6. To slay a rabbit in a single strike as a combatant, you would require a minimum of level 90. If he were a hitman, approximately 70 would suffice. With a critique and several malfunctioning enhancements, certainly. However, a level 6 accomplished it in a single strike. That no longer qualifies as skill. That is outright disrespectful to the gaming system. The sole young women who observed that desired him in their faction at any expense. This young woman holds the 4th position globally and the chief of the rank 9 association. Upon witnessing that entire spectacle, she is utterly astonished by him. She even desires to enlist him in the organization. However, what remains unknown to everyone is that until this point, this weapon was utterly ineffective. It required nearly a minute merely to initiate. He didn't even fire it. He wielded it like a bat to pummel pathetic rabbits. Before long, he gains access to the close-quarters sniper category. However, are you aware of the reason he's so skilled at firing? He was once the finest marksman within the military's elite units, the type of individual who successfully connects hits even while experiencing latency. It had been years since he failed to make a single attempt, yet all transformed when a container of detonatives opted to engage in a perilous gamble with his limbs. Thus, he never ambulated again. Nonetheless, his mother and his closest companion purchased him a virtual reality video game. This signifies that he is now able to walk once more. Upon his entrance into the realm in the identical manner he arrived in existence, he encountered a non-playable character, accountable for that whole realm. Subsequent to being ridiculed for possessing a diminutive banana, he must select a name and determine the look he desires. Ultimately, he chooses to maintain his true identity and look. Even the non-playable character finds it strange that a human would have no desire to alter anything. Merely having the ability to walk once more already brings him joy. Thus, it is accomplished, and he has been dispatched into the match. A vivid beam of illumination bursts forth, and he seems to be on firm footing. Moment to experiment with concepts. Commencing with his limbs, he delivers an elevated kick and begins sprinting wildly. Abruptly, a gentleman advances towards him, stating he is the individual who assists explorers in acclimating to the central regions. A pedestrian guide and somewhat dubious. Therefore, he is also a non-playable character. He begins to elucidate stamina. Immediately following that, he inquires if the main character notices the young woman situated over yonder, and the directive from the NPC is for him to venture over there and touch her fruits. Excellent. The following instructional guide is on how to end up in prison. Naturally, the protagonist begins assaulting him, declaring that it's an offense. Upon his return to his feet, the man asserts that had he followed through, he would have been expelled from the city. This was the lesson he aimed to impart: trauma-informed education. Yet, what if he had indeed carried out the actions suggested? The individual merely remarks on his quick learning abilities and instructs him to proceed to the subsequent training area while hastily departing. The main character is evaluating his limbs, dashing through the metropolis like a lunatic. He jogs so extensively that he even acquires a professional runner capability. Thus, it will require a greater amount of time for him to become fatigued. He proceeds to a practice area and seizes a blade for a brief training drill. A mentor is shouting that in Middle-earth, as long as you have the desire to survive, the deity of warfare will pave the way. As the main character strikes for the initial occasion, he becomes aware that his body is acting autonomously. Thus, he comprehends that this is a combat support mechanism. Contemplating, that's rather peculiar, he chooses to strike utilizing his own expertise instead. What he did not foresee was that he would utterly annihilate the straw effigy in a single blow. All eyes are fixated on him, astonished that he can achieve such a feat at level 1, and the child ultimately acquires an additional skill. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the crimson-haired individual from earlier. She claims to be delighted to encounter him once more. However, the main character feels it's merely been a single day. A variety of distinct armaments materialize in his vicinity. Now, it's the moment to select a category. He notices a staff that appears quite intriguing and approaches it. Yet prior to his seizing it, he notices a firearm that immediately captures his interest. However, the individual grasping it is that female demon from earlier. He acknowledges it. It resembles an M1 Garand, albeit less sophisticated. Then she rectifies her statement. It's an ancient firearm, reminiscent of those from circa 1700. Excited, he requests to test it. She offers him gunpowder and ammunition. Rearming is exceptionally lifelike. Granule, sphere, accomplishing everything manually is incredibly time-consuming. He grumbles that it's cumbersome and sluggish, yet anyone positioned ground before it is bound to face a barrage of bullets. He discharges. The jolt arcs and the explosion disperses smoke in every direction. He misses from close proximity. She inquires if he overlooked the details. Muskets possess limited precision. Nevertheless, he makes another attempt. He replenishes for approximately a minute, grumbling about the duration it requires and questioning whether anyone would genuinely utilize that item. She believes he's performing quite admirably for someone just starting out. He inquires about additional long-distance armaments. She presents him with bows, each one superior. Leha expresses dissatisfaction with the choices available. A single error and it's game over for you. She clarifies that the burden exists to equilibrate the battle. He inquires about disabling the support system. She merely reiterates the conventional NPC dialogue. He understands. The framework cannot promote that. He must solve it independently. He chooses to experiment independently, enhancing precision and distance while capitalizing on the significant damage. He attempts to log out in order to fine-tune his targeting. However, the system prohibits it. You are unable to depart during the course selection. He insists on leaving. The NPC replies that it can only be done after you choose a class. He becomes aware that they implemented that measure to prevent players from searching for the optimal class. He makes a decision without any alternatives. He relinquishes the musket and proceeds to seize the enchanted staff. The instant he makes contact with it, he is propelled into the air and begins shouting. He awakens in the tangible world with his mother beckoning him. She removes the headset and inquires whether he's feeling unwell. He claims he is well. She claims she switched off the game because she believed he was suffering and wished to rouse him. Leha states that he is alright and requests that she utilize the headset's call button to rouse him next time. She allows him to repose. He recalls his relative mentioning that he could earn profits in the competition with a proficient class. Then it dawns on him. The NPC permits you to log out solely after selecting a class, yet he was compelled to exit. So what occurred to his class? He searches for information and discovers an individual who experienced a similar situation. They received a random class assignment. Additionally, erasing your character would require a span of 3 to 6 months before you could create a new one. He attempts to soothe himself by reminding that he seized the staff prior to the teleportation. Thus, he must be a sorcerer. He re-enters the system. Elite swashbuckler. Thus, he is ensnared with that dreadful armament. Superior to enduring prolonged delays, he embraces it and acquires new abilities. One of these is the bayonet assault, which he considers worthless and expends all his mana in a single strike. Reclining their grumbling, he concludes that he can at least employ the bayonet if he falters. An explorer approaches, yet another guiding non-player character, and presents him with a mission to track down rabbits. No alternative. He departs for the area. He observes fellow participants pursuing alabaster hares. He notices one and positions himself for his initial shot. Inhale, target, discharge. The hare rebounds. The haze obscures his sight, yet there's no chance he overlooked it. Is there? The hare glares at him, irked that he failed miserably. He attempts to reload as the creature approaches him. However, it's too late. Before he can even pour in the powder, he is struck. No moment to replenish ammunition, and he might genuinely perish. Thus, he acts on his instincts, fleeing. Once he gains some separation, he contemplates firing once more, glancing over his shoulder. The hare is hot on his heels, dashing at an extraordinary speed, closes in and delivers another strike, impacting with the force of a gunshot. Other gamers remark that if you're being overwhelmed by rabbits, you ought to simply remove the game. He has already diminished half of his health attempting to react. Weary, he releases the firearm and shouts directly into the rabbit's visage, then wields the firearm like a bludgeon and strikes it, propelling it through the air. The firearm serves purposes beyond merely firing. Nearing the brink of unconsciousness, he supports himself with the musketeer and confronts the rest. He endures numerous blows yet perseveres, battling, striking rather than firing. The other participants are bewildered, a distant range category engaging in close combat. Nonetheless, he ultimately slaughters the rabbit just barely, still in astonishment that he squandered that close-range opportunity. He realizes that if eliminating a rabbit proved to be such a challenge, creatures with greater health points will undoubtedly be more formidable. An additional adventurer dispatches rabbits effortlessly with a blade. Leha senses that the system is unequivocally undermining his class. He resolves that he will not succumb to this foolish mechanism and begins evaluating the authenticity. He returns home and investigates armaments, trajectory, and distance. He understands that with a system, he receives merely one chance every 60 seconds. He resolves that wielding the musketeer as a bludgeon is his most advantageous choice until he attains competence. At that moment, his mother interjects. She inquires if he has experienced less sorrow since the match and remarks that she ought to have acquired it for him earlier. He expresses his gratitude to her, urges her to rest, and assures her that he will not be delayed. He vows he will earn profits in the competition. He is unable to perform tasks outdoors, and perhaps even finance an operation to regain his ability to walk. Returning to the action, explorers are taken aback by the sound of a firearm discharge and inquire whether there are weapons present. Witnessing Lee Ha reload at such a leisurely pace appears almost enchanting. He takes pride in his progress, yet they chuckle at him. Lethargic student ought to resign. It is claimed that he doesn't even pursue game, he merely targets tree stumps. He disregards them and concentrates on precision. He tallies his ammunition and returns to the hares. Concealed in a thicket, he observes his objective. He computes distance, wind speed, and waits. He discharges the weapon. The projectile merely strikes its paw. The hare becomes increasingly irate. Subsequently, it escalates into a full-blown brawl. Lee Ha wields the musketeer as if it were a club, frustrated that he can't make a hit. Amidst the turmoil, he ultimately dispatches yet another hare. He attains accomplishments and his metrics increase, advances, and ultimately finds itself in a lower echelon of hero standings. However, the firearm malfunctions. It was essentially meant to be used once. He becomes increasingly frustrated, recognizes that the grip wouldn't endure many additional strikes regardless, while other participants observe without comprehending the situation. He strikes another rabbit and exclaims that slapping objects is simpler than firing. He advances and receives accolades. His renown for vanquishing creatures by striking them with his firearm begins to circulate. He completes the task and receives a backpack. When the NPC proposes to reiterate it, but he promptly declines. He has had his fill of rabbits. He tallies his funds. Although it's still far from the operation, it's a beginning. Strolling through the city, he encounters Madame Lu, a proprietress of a dining establishment who proposes 7 pennies for every rabbit's meat. She states that she requires a substantial amount of meat for the eatery and inquires if he would like to assist. Lee Hax embarks on a fresh adventure, pursue a Blackford hare. He observes the numeral 1, marking the beginning of a sequence. Madame Lu clarifies its rarity and presents him with a rabbit fur pouch to attract it. If he presents the incorrect meat, she will confront him with a blade. Prior to that, before departing, he purchases ammunition. The vendor requests a substantial amount for gunpowder. There are hardly any musketeers in the vicinity. The course is already lacking, and it has become even pricier. The individual proposes unreliable powder. However, Lee is fearful that he will never achieve a profit, and assaulting the rabbits compromises the quality of the meat. He compensates regardless. He attempts to undertake a mission, but the vendor declines, stating there's nothing for one who weeps over ammunition. He departs grumbling that he ought to have merely chosen to become a wizard. He then comprehends that missions have requirements. The chef only presented one after observing the rabbit meat he had captured. Now, he must determine the needs of each NPC. The abdomen rumbles. There's an appetite mechanism. Falling below 30% incurs drawbacks. He visits the inn to sample the cuisine. He requests bread, yet the store is about to close. The game adheres to actual time. Establishments close their doors after dusk. He rushes to the final location that remains operational. All things are costly. The proprietor clarifies that the rabbits are consuming all the grain. He perceives a potential adventure and attempts to negotiate. He pursued hares for the assistant leader. So, can he obtain sustenance if he resolves the dilemma? She claims he's reminiscent of the 20th explorer to attempt that approach. They multiply far too rapidly, yet she alters her stance when he references Madame Rue's ebony hair. She inquires whether Angus possesses greater strength than the typical individuals and questions his capabilities. A person grappling with such a situation wouldn't be destitute enough to be soliciting for sustenance. Leha displays the foul-smelling bag that Rue presented to him. She trusts him and requests a favor: collect plants in the hare's domain. It's essentially a matter of survival, all for sustenance and a handful of currency. She claims that Angus likely induces heightened aggression among the other rabbits. He is referred to as Angus the Dark. His coat becomes ebony when he becomes irate. Leha claims he is capable of undertaking the quest, but he is famished and could potentially faint. A loaf of bread would be beneficial. Annie inquires whether he intends merely to dine and vanish. He assures her that he will indeed see it through. She delivers the loaf but complicates matters. There is now a deadline. Should he falter, he forfeits his camaraderie with her among the castle NPCs. He concurs and departs. The discussion even imparts a new ability to him: negotiating. He overlooks it. He lacks any notion of how he is meant to complete it in less than 12 hours. The team is seeking participants to pursue black hares. He requests to participate and feels awkward saying musketeer. He refers to himself as a marksman. They nearly dismiss him due to the poor quality of his equipment, but because it's a feeble boss, they permit him to join. Another individual holds a differing opinion. If they perish, they cannot attempt the assignment again. The chief instructs Lee to scram. At least he discovers that it's not the identical mission. Solitary, he tallies his ammunition and prepares himself. He visits additional stores and persuades NPCs to accept various rabbit components as well. Arranging numerous tasks in conjunction, his bargaining intensity increases. With 12 hours remaining, he dedicates 4 to training. Subsequently, he attains level 5 despite feeling drained. The firearm's grip is deteriorated from its utilization as a bludgeon. It might fracture. With his satchel brimming with belongings, he perceives a shriek. He observes from afar that previous cohort in distress. The marksman is already deceased, and everyone is questioning whether this was truly an introductory task. The sorcerer's onslaught, the priest mends, the fighter endeavors to absorb damage. They are rapidly depleting their health points. They are battling a colossal ebony hare. Even a flaming projectile inflicts minimal harm. Liha feels envious. Mages conjure enchantments in an instant, whereas it requires him an eternity merely to fire off a shot. The vessel descends, the team sprints. Beneath the lunar orb, the creature appears colossal. Indeed, it is Angus the Dark. As he contemplates a plan, he observes the athletes sprinting and shouting at one another. Then he becomes aware that it's not merely one. There are 2 enormous hares. He becomes frantic. Beyond level 5, dying causes you to forfeit an entire level, and a single strike from something of that nature would obliterate him, particularly when even the diminutive rabbits were already a nuisance. As he has 5 challenges pertaining to these matters, he resolves to attempt it regardless. Should he falter, he forfeits camaraderie with nearly the entire community. Rise and recall, a firearm is designed to incapacitate an individual with a solitary discharge. As a skilled marksman, he has confidence that, particularly in a realm that mimics authenticity, he allocates all his points to agility. As soon as it surpasses 55, he prepares to fully commit. While the other explorers dash, he attracts the rabbits' focus towards. Grant them an opportunity to flee. His assault is elevated. He merely requires to connect with a single blow. Should he fail, it's the end for all. He burdens the firearm. However, 2 competitors dash directly towards him, with the hare trailing closely behind. He inquires about the reason for their return. The Crimson. The sorcerer with flowing locks shouts at him to hasten and rescue them, or they will be lost. They utter so much nonsense that he genuinely contemplates taking drastic action against them. He inhales deeply, recalls his instruction, anticipates the occasion. The hares reach the sorcerers, who fall to the earth directly in his trajectory. He fires. The projectile zips by the sorcerer's head and strikes a rabbit directly in the forehead. Falls lifeless. The priest continuously flees from the second individual and stumbles. No moments available. Liha seizes the sorcerer and dashes away, or they will follow suit. She is astonished. It was a single attempt. Is he on a superior tier? He merely desired a moment to regain his strength. He was not anticipating the demise of the cleric. He must maintain his separation until he replenishes his ammunition. However, the hare eliminates the priest and pursues them. He believes it's finished and continues to sprint regardless. A girl with azure locks emerges in the distance, performing enchantments. The sorceress instructs them to crouch. Glacial darts propel forth and nearly struck Liha, immobilizing the creature in position. Within the turmoil, she inquires about his identity. She intends to establish a gathering. She wishes to reimburse him for rescuing her existence. He responses. The gathering is established. She conjures a blaze vortex and hurls it towards the icy hare. The creature ultimately perishes. Liha advances and assembles a team. However, he's concerned that the object is scorched, and she seizes the spoils. She clarifies. She landed the final blow, therefore it belongs to her. As he eliminated the initial one alone, he is entitled to retain that one. She beams. Equitable exchange. Following the altercation, the 2 young women begin to trail Liha, which irritates him. The girl with the icy demeanor introduces herself as Ramwian, and he notes that the other is Ramwajung. The pyromancer finds it strange that he is unfamiliar with them. Wajung is renowned in Hong Kong, earning the moniker Snowflake. Liha inquires if they are aware of him. When they decline, he asserts that he is not required to be acquainted with anyone as well. He attempts to bid farewell and depart. Ram indicates that the plant he had been searching for remains present. He's perplexed. They mention the whereabouts were clandestine, and he concerns himself that he may have faltered in the mission. Ram claims he can inform other participants about it. The sorcerer recognizes he is merely apprehensive that they will purloin the artifact. They inquire how he eliminated Angus with a single shot despite it being at full health. Liha claims it was chance. He obtains a multitude of accomplishments enhancing his statistics. He claims he is beginning to comprehend vulnerabilities and critiques. The pair escorts him to an eatery to commemorate the occasion. He inquires about their true identity. A non-playable character allowed Wajung to proceed without any interrogation. The pyromancer presents herself as Ramwian and introduces her sibling, Ramwajung. Liha is skeptical about the entire fire mage concept, considering she essentially fled during the confrontation. She claims she did not choose the course title. Returning to the essence, what's the mystery behind that success? He claims he merely fired. They are skeptical. They inquire about his proficiency. It should be elevated. Wajung states it was an instant elimination. Given his statistics, even a critical hit wouldn't suffice. Only a swift demise effect would account for it. Liha is unsettled by her familiarity with his statistics, abilities, and possessions. Wajung asserts that merely a level 90 could have dispatched that rabbit in a single strike. Not 90 power, tier 90. He recalls an accomplishment, inquiring whether he felt any embarrassment about pursuing game in a novice zone. At this point, he comprehends. He conquers a challenge that only a level 90 individual could tackle, and the game glitched. Although uncertainties remain, Wajung extends an invitation for him to join their guild. Her sibling ranks first in the worldwide standings, and the guild is renowned. Even if he is at a minimal tier and inadequately equipped, he has the potential to develop rapidly. Unexpectedly, Liha declines. He humorously remarks that his mother instructed him to never accept sweets from unknown individuals. Truly, the proposal appears exceptionally enticing. Why would a premier guild choose him over anyone else? Even with Wajung urging, he mentions that he will investigate other factions initially. Wajung embraces it, superior to agreeing to everything. She sends a connection request and he agrees. He then rises, declares he will cover the expenses, and expresses his gratitude for preserving his existence. As her sibling settles the bill, Wajung continues to tease romantically and states they will reconvene. They depart. He attempts to comprehend everything and resolves to gather rewards alongside Annie. He visits a boutique for accessories. The vendors are amazed that he outpaced the rabbit in under a day. He submits another task to the blacksmith and receives currency. He advances in rank once more, enters the boutique and acquires new protective gear. His negotiation ability and his camaraderie in the city increase. At last, he makes his way to the patisserie. Annie welcomes him with enthusiasm and even provides him with complimentary bread. They are no longer unfamiliar to one another. The other competitors consider the abrupt shift to be peculiar, particularly following her remark about his financial status. She inquires about the herbs. He offers them to her. She nearly swoons from joy. He inquires whether they are truly that exceptional. She replies that the aroma is captivating. He notes that they originated from rabbit droppings. He departs, completes the mission, and receives a reward. Yet he remains uncertain whether all that tension was truly worthwhile. At Madame Rue's establishment, she has already caught wind of whispers regarding the altercation. He understands that forming friendships alters the way NPCs interact with him. He distributes the meat and acquires a lunch container, but she requests that he hold on. Subsequently, the second segment emerges. Overcome the avian creature of the luminous peak, the Blade Hawk, the ultimate adversary of the Fortress of Radiance. In order to access it, he must reach level 10. He questions, why is the prize merely sustenance? She responds candidly. Her aim is to market the meat in the metropolis, sway politicians, and generate revenue. He is astonished, deceit in the sport. She even provides him with additional provisions due to the rabbits. Upon inspecting the lunchbox, he understands it provides lasting enhancements and is an uncommon artifact, solely beneath legendary and unparalleled. He could market it and earn a substantial profit. However, the label indicates it cannot be exchanged. That dampens his enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he expresses his gratitude to her. It's uncommon in either case. It's wise to remain modest as life shifts rapidly. Feeling assured when Madame inquires about the eagle, he agrees without hesitation. He departs and verifies his condition. Tier 8, he requires 2 additional tiers, so he sets out to farm. Prior to that, he consumes the meal he received, so impressive that it captures the attention of other players. He commends the GMs for the lifelike texture, prepared to exercise until he discovers he has run out of ammunition. He curses the game masters and proceeds to the store. He believes that establishing a friendship could secure him a reduction in price. Unfortunately, the store owner remains impolite and charges exorbitant prices. He purchases merely 23 bundles to economize. The vendor observes he has money and detects an odd odor. Liha asserts that it's rabbit flesh. The man panics. It's not rabbit, it's a loaf of bread. He recalls Annie's bread infused with that particular herb. The merchant detects the aroma and requests a portion. Liha declines. It was challenging to obtain. A gentleman presents a silver piece. Li Ha requests 5 and nearly jeopardizes the agreement. He triggers haggle and stands firm. The vendor resumes negotiations, proposing additional ammunition and 2 coins. Li Ha remains steadfast at 5, but the individual has a threshold. Following extensive negotiations, they reach an agreement. The loaf in exchange for 70 packages of ammunition. Li Ha additionally requests the contact information for the gunpowder vendor, and the shopkeeper consents. In reality, he rejoices. Conserving on ammunition is already beneficial. He desires to amass wealth swiftly in order to provide for his parents. At present, he unwinds by viewing Middle-earth Diary, reviewing costs and potential missions. The analysts reveal updates and transformations in the top 10 of Middle-earth. They also discuss Ram Poajung's journey across the Castle of Light. She is, after all, quite renowned. We additionally discover that she is the firstborn daughter of the chief executive officer of the Ramlong group. They inquire why she would be in an initial settlement. An individual being questioned mentions that she was in search of a candidate to enlist. No one is aware of their identity, but they must have possessed considerable strength. Li Ha comes to the realization that it was indeed him and experiences a sense of relief that no one witnessed his visage, until the announcer remarks that the athlete utilized a weapon. He becomes immobilized. He was the sole marksman present and tumbles from his seat. To exacerbate the situation, they shared a video of him conversing with the young women, clearly displaying his facial expressions. The remarks indicate he was feigning ignorance merely to capture their interest. He somewhat appreciates that theory until individuals begin inquiring which fool participates in musketeer antics these days. He believes that becoming part of a guild would assist him in advancing his skills, yet it still seems excessively optimistic. He chooses to re-enter the game and grind. In the match, he submits Foxpelt's subpar performance, recompense, and embarks on a new undertaking, pursue canines. He receives a complimentary repair voucher, which is excellent considering his firearm stock is compromised. He proceeds to the meadows where there exists even a caution sign. He perches and anticipates a gathering. In that manner, he would have the opportunity to replenish his ammunition, yet no one appears. He opts to pursue solitary wolves and conserve ammunition until reaching level 10. He slithers through the turf and observes a cluster engaged in a struggle. The tank maintains threat, spellcasters launch assaults, and healers provide support. Envious, he resolves to take action. He discovers a wolf, readies his firearm utilizing a technique he observed on television, and blazes. Immediate strike, the wolf collapses. Another one arrives with crimson eyes. He failed to perceive its origin. His firearm is nearly shattering, thus he must steer clear of being struck. He seizes ammunition. He requires a complete minute to replenish, which is challenging with the wolf so near. Nevertheless, he replenishes as swiftly as he is able and hardly possesses the opportunity to target. An unusual occurrence takes place. The wolf in proximity does not hurry him. He perceives that the creature is shifting, attempting to evade his trajectory. Shifting objectives are challenging. Weaving like that, he'd fail even at close range. He contemplates withdrawing, but he would forfeit the spoils from the initial wolf. Everything or nothing. He advances resolutely. He shouts loudly to capture its focus. It functions. The wolf lunges with rage. That was the strategy. With expected motion, Leiho takes aim and grazes it. That's sufficient. The wolf collapses, oblivious to what has transpired. The cry imitated a gunfire and deceived the creature. He couldn't determine whether the wolf was clever for recognizing the ruse or foolish for being taken in by the ploy. Following the enhancement of his musket proficiency, he inspects the vicinity, appears unobstructed until a massive silhouette materializes behind him. The individual inquires about how he accomplished that. It's yet another participant, a colossal figure accompanying a reptilian humanoid and a raven. Leiho panics, believing they are creatures. The reptile clarifies that they are participants. He's astonished. He had only witnessed competitions of that nature online and begins to depart. The reptile summons him back and he expresses regret. They inquire whether he hunts solo and how he managed to slay the wolves with a single shot. They also extend an invitation for him to attend their gathering. Comparable tears. Although he feels apprehensive, he recognizes that they are relaxed and seek assistance in managing groups of 3 wolves. They observed that his reloading was sluggish and proposed to provide him with assistance. He consents, inquiring whether level 8 poses a problem. It does not. They commence their search. Gradual deterioration, the colossal vehicles, and restorative effects. He presents himself. The reptile is Bayami, a venom sorcerer. The colossal being is Jinggong. Leiho inquires with his classmates and experiences an odd feeling of familiarity. Then he recollects. Jing is the participant who depleted their vitality, selecting a class and inadvertently transforming into a druid. The colossal being acknowledges this, feeling flustered. He even received charitable contributions out of sympathy. Baemi redirects the conversation, mentioning that he hails from Vietnam. Leho appreciates the squad, even though he is essentially the primary source of damage. They opt to pursue it. However, the conflict devolves into chaos. Jing begins shouting at the raven to pounce, resembling a small child engrossed in animated shows. Leho strives to suppress his laughter and becomes distracted. Baemi appears to be gathering energy for a colossal toxic assault, yet he merely utters something pitiful that only infuriates the wolves. Leho struggles to take aim as he chuckles at the squad, yet each miss incurs a complete minute of reloading. He secures his aim and strikes a wolf just as it's on the verge of reaching Jinggongong. Yet another assailant strikes. Jing elevates his arms and brings them low in a powerful strike, letting it fall. Baemi charges forward and plunges his blade to conclude it. The third appears. However, Leho has already replenished and lets it fall with a strike. He's enthusiastic about the collaboration. His firearm proficiency enhances, and he reaches level 9. Baemi commends him. Leho expresses gratitude for their assistance. Baemi claims it was Leho's impairment and Jing's fortitude. The colossal becomes rather uncomfortable. Leho wishes to submit the mission, but Baemi recommends holding off until he reaches 90% of level 9. In that manner, the incentive propels him directly to level 10, enabling them to undertake the Eagle mission collaboratively. He consents. They dedicate days to laboriously honing their skills while other gamers observe their peculiar approach. Jing excels as a guardian, absorbing hits, mending wounds, and announcing each strike. Baemi emerges from behind, spewing venom. Leho emerges from the underbrush and concludes with a shot. Strange yet efficient. The astonishing aspect is Baemi's ability to cast while in motion. Jing likens it to racing while carrying a full glass without sloshing any of its contents. Leho recalls that he has only witnessed that with Pojong among the top 10. How is it? Is Baemi engaging in that at level 9? He doesn't inquire. They relax and assess experience points. Baemi states that the Eagle quest is suggested for levels 12 or 13, but they can continue to grind until Leho reaches level 10. Leho believed it required 5 level 12 participants, whereas Baemi prefers to attempt it with 3 level 10 players. Following numerous battles, as night descends, Leho ultimately accumulates sufficient experience points. Baemi and Jing also attain level 10. They return to the city, submit. The Peltz and Leho have ultimately reached level 10. As he advances in levels, Leho's display shifts to crimson. He fails to comprehend it until he acknowledges that he has fulfilled a hidden mission, achieving total camaraderie with the village. He receives the honorary membership designation, eye-catching effects that captivate onlookers, and additional benefits such as a repair voucher. Mortified by the excessive scrutiny, he dashes away. Beyond the hamlet, he reclines and laments his predicament of being showcased. Baemi elucidates that only novices reside there, and no one has ever achieved a complete 100% reputation. Leho inquires about how he was aware. Baemi downplays it, stating he identified the animation from the internet. Leho feigns an intention to purchase it, yet he harbors doubts. Typically, missions provide merely 60%. Leho recalls all the additional non-playable character tasks he undertook during his pursuits. Baemi and Jing are astonished. They were unaware of that. Baemi remains unable to fathom that Leho eliminated Angus at level 5. Subsequently, Leho heads to the ammunition store. Despite having a good reputation, everything remains costly, prompting him to begin negotiating. The non-playable character attempts to clarify a mission, but he is interrupted. He solely desires the Eagle task. He receives the assignment and discovers that the reward is now esteemed with the realm, considerably more valuable. With all preparations complete, the trio departs. Along the journey, they encounter individuals who have faltered and lost their vehicle. Leho refers to them as campers, despite the fact that he is essentially engaging in the same activity. They overlook them and continue onward. They arrive at the gathering location with participants and exhibitors. Baemi asserts that detrimental factions require quality equipment merely to endure. Leho recollects a formidable team that ultimately faltered and contemplates whether they can genuinely accomplish it. He proposes enlisting additional individuals. However, Baemi claims that no one would participate. Strange competition and merely level 10. He subsequently requests Leho to have faith in him. The strategy is in place. The dungeon gateway activates. Baemi requests protection. Hwayan battles the wolves until her sibling arrives and instructs them to refrain. Hwayan immobilizes everything with frosty vapors. Hwayan grumbles that there are none remaining. Her sibling advises her to conserve mana. Those don't even provide experience points. Hwayan playfully mocks her, prompting you to immobilize everything merely to flaunt your abilities. Hwayan Zhang remarks that it didn't even consume 1% of her magical energy. Hwayan Hwayeon expresses her gratitude when her sibling is transporting, making her tasks simpler. Hwayeon reminds her that she must deliver the final blow to acquire experience points. With time slipping away, she urges her sister to employ a more potent incantation. Given that the adversaries soar, Hwayeon questions the extent, but Hwayeon advises her to have faith in her. She begins reciting in Old Norse. The adversaries encroach, subsequently enveloped by frigid atmosphere, and punctured by frost cycles, they fall yet remain breathing. Hwayeon exits the gathering to allow her sister to accumulate all the experience points. Hwayeon launches more powerful fire projectiles and brings them to an end. Within the subterranean chamber, Ryoha prepares the firearm. Baemi inquires whether Jingong has triumphed with the natural world. He has, although not in warfare, continues to be effective. Ryoha is astonished that Baemi possesses such knowledge. The reptilian figure merely instructs him to trail after them. He will understand shortly. The incursion persists and the strategy commences. Baemi envelopes himself in toxic substance. Ryoha considers that absurd. Baemi instructs Jingong to harmonize with nature and advises him to place his faith in him. Wolves will stay at a distance. They advance into the domain towards the leader, the Bladehawk. A wolf appears. Ryoha aspires to perform. Baemi instructs him to calm down and approaches it directly. The creature refrains from assaulting. The strategy succeeds. The pragmatic AI steers clear of tainted targets. As the reptilian creature withstands toxins, he can merely envelop himself in it. Jing concealment is a tree. Ryoha simply needs to utilize the scent of the toxin. Ryoha is captivated by the oversight until a raven ascends, summoning Jing. The disguise interruptions. The wolves detect the aroma too tardily. Approximately 20 of them encircle them. Jing expresses regret and declares that he will divert their attention while the rest make their escape. He will spend 2 days re-entering the competition. Ryoha declines to part ways with his companion. As the others engage in a composed conversation, he approaches the matter with gravity and begins devising a strategy utilizing the AI. He requests a moment. Jing inquires about the concept. If they delay, the wolves will strike. Ryoha prepares and declares that they are a united front. If they are destined to fall, they will do so battling side by side. Baemi inquires about the strategy. Given that the musket can strike only a single target at once, Ryoha conveys every individual to shield their ears. He unleashes a colossal detonation. The other two nearly lose their hearing and express their grievances. Excellent. Now the wolves are undoubtedly approaching. However, the pack pivots and disregards the ensemble. Ryoha instructs them to flee and promises to clarify afterwards. While they are fleeing, he clarifies that he utilized an alternative method. The wolves track the scent of the firearm residue. Once they misplace them, Baemi understands it was a diversion involving auditory and olfactory stimuli. It succeeded due to the game's authenticity. Even individuals struggle to manage gunpowder at close range. He praises Ryoha's expertise and inquires if he has experienced Middle-earth previously. Ryoha believes it's evident that they are indeed part of the game. However, Baemi shifts the topic. Jing requests that they avert their gaze so he can invoke the crow. They believe it's a hidden talent. He's merely feeling ashamed. They are determined to observe. Left with no alternative, he performs an absurd dance culminating in a dazzling final stance. The other two burst into laughter. He asserts that without the dance, it will not succeed. Invocations arise from the soul. They tease him a little further until the raven appears. They ascend to the summit of the mountain to confront the leader. Distant, they observe the eagle's path, larger than they anticipated. Ryoha humorously suggests that before long, they will be battling a creature the magnitude of a dwelling. The leader is 4 times larger than the other eagles. Baemi elucidates that it commences with a plunge attack. It has the capability to detach limbs. Subsequently, it descends and emits a deafening shriek that astounds. They ought to assault while it remains in the tree. Below 30%, it forfeits its ability to fly. Jing inflicts maximum damage while Baemi diverts the minion's attention. Ryoha requests to take the initial shot. Baemi would prefer to eliminate the lesser birds initially rather than concentrate on the supervisor. Baemi inquires why choose the more hazardous alternative. He may not even succeed from that distance. Ryoha states that at 90 meters he is capable of. If he falters, Baemi begins to summon. He additionally instructs Jing to recline. He plans to utilize his physique as a support. The large individual transforms into a 3-legged support. Dissatisfied with it, Ryoha aspires. The eagle positions itself. As the projectile is sluggish, he anticipates the shot and pulls the trigger. Exact strike. He instructs them to advance as it descends. However, a notification appears. Fresh accomplishment. He vanquished the eagle with 1 precise shot. All individuals progress. progress. Musket Tier 4. Sword adorned with an eagle plume and an enhancement of 1 to every attribute. Jing expresses gratitude for the rewards. Bayemi is astonished. They seize the drops dungeon. Expulsion within half a minute. Additional accomplishments arise. 1. Mocking him for pursuing prey in an entry-level zone. An alternative origin of the term sniper provides the ability compose demeanor and attribute enhancements. Subsequently, he is the second athlete globally to achieve this milestone by being inducted into the Hall of Fame. No sooner has Bayemi instructed them to leave than they venture outside. Beyond the confines of the dungeon, they rejoice. Now they are genuine participants. Upon returning to the city, everyone is discussing the additional incentives. Bayemi merely seeks to understand how he eliminated the leader with a single strike. That wasn't just an arbitrary insect. Even with elevated damage per second, it should have taken some time. Enhancement? No. Critical hit? Perhaps chance. Ryoha claims that if he had mastered the technique to replicate it, he would have already reached level 50. Bayemi appears unconvinced. In truth, Ryoha doesn't comprehend it either. The reptile expresses regret. Jing claims they essentially struck gold as a gathering. Ryoha recalls the marksman's creed. Always keep them unaware of your identity. He opts to maintain a subdued approach and delegates the mission to the deputy captain. He acquires acclaim within the nation, advances his status, and receives a correspondence from the esteemed Brown Musketeer Academy in the capital, renowned as the finest on the continent. The commander states he will acquire significantly more knowledge there regarding the adversary's vulnerabilities. Ryoha finds it strange that the vice captain is aware of his comprehension of monster vulnerabilities until he recalls the accomplishment that disclosed it. Abruptly, the man embraces him firmly, expresses his gratitude, and urges him to aspire to greatness for the realm. Ryoha understands that it's due to his reputation being at its peak, yet it remains exceedingly uncomfortable. Even fellow participants find it peculiar. He inquires of his companions about their destination. Jing Gong is proceeding to the Emerald Forest to hone his skills as a druid. Bimi is making her way to the Tampa jungle. Ryoha is departing for the capital. Ales associations gathered for the time being. They bid farewell, vowing that they will reunite. By himself, he unveils his standing multitude of accomplishments, impressive statistics despite solely concentrating on agility. He is currently at level 12 with available points. He discovers a talent named Serene Heart, which enhances precision if he remains composed for 3 seconds, with a cooldown period of 30 seconds. He expresses dissatisfaction with its brief duration, yet believes it will enhance over time. He proceeds to submit the assignment to Madame Ru. She acknowledges him, approaches far too intimately, and addresses him by his designation. Humorous inquiries about whether the meat is artificial arise. He assures that it is genuine. He presents the eagle meat. She verifies it and prepares the pledged lunchbox, expressing that her spouse was disappointed he hadn't had the opportunity to converse with him sooner. Subsequently, the spouse arrives, imposing and somewhat unsettling, gazing at Ryoha rather than the meat. He expresses his gratitude with an embrace that is both fervent and tight, declaring that only a genuine aficionado of meat could possibly be malevolent. He subsequently inquires whether Ryoha is interested in acquiring culinary skills. Ryoha believes that there isn't a culinary class, yet there are crafting abilities. As he is permitted to possess merely 2, perhaps it's beneficial to acquire knowledge of recipes that provide lasting enhancements. He affirms positively. Chef Geo Mifgar vows to instruct him. A dialogue box appears inquiring if he wishes to train alongside the esteemed chef. He assents with assurance. He prepared meals in the military, so he should manage well. The training commences, and the chef completely annihilates the dishes he prepares. The cook exclaims with the fervor of a reality television presenter, declaring that not a single canine would consume that. Wishing he had never instructed him, he continues to tease him relentlessly. Ryoha refrains from firing at him solely to avoid a ban, so he suppresses his feelings. Following a series of tasks, it's time for yet another assessment. Driven to his limit, Ryoha menaces him. If he fails to grant him a passing grade, he will genuinely pull the trigger. By some stroke of luck, Geo grants his approval and even attributes it to his remarkable educator. Utterly devastated, Ryoha exits the establishment, striving to resist the urge to return and eliminate the chef, yet he does acquire the culinary expertise. Upon exiting, he observes a vigor reduction from his training and encounters Madame Ru, who presents him with the anticipated lunchbox. She requests an additional favor. He expresses discontent regarding yet another mission and states he will not agree until he understands its nature. Irritated, she places another lunchbox on the table, sending provisions and a note to her sibling in the metropolis. Experiencing failure would significantly diminish their camaraderie. Odd for a concluding mission, he inquires whether he will need to battle a creature. She claims claims it is more severe. Individuals, possibly even hired killers. Then she chuckles and remarks that she's jesting. A 30-day time frame. He believes he can arrive in 15 days, and he plans to visit the capital regardless due to the academy. He agrees. Rue remarks that the lunchbox possesses enchanting preservation. However, the flavor won't endure indefinitely, so ensure the delivery is executed flawlessly. He grabs both lunch containers and departs, but initially consumes his to enhance his attributes. He believes he would amass wealth if he were able to create items like that. Subsequently, he examines the details on the alternative one. Extraordinarily generous reward, distinctive item, and transferable. Instantly, he contemplates marketing it. In actuality, he verifies the costs. It would be invaluable, approximately 5% of the expense of the procedure that could restore his ability to walk. However, divesting it would tarnish his standing with the elite. He wavers. They are merely non-playable characters. Coded information. Is it truly valuable? As he contemplates, his mother enters the chamber inquiring if all is well. She inquires why he remains awake and mentions that she has a significant dinner engagement the following day. Consequently, she will return home late, but she will prepare a meal in advance. Moved, Lee Ha resolves to temporarily cease contemplating the lunchbox. He will travel to the capital and devise a solution during his journey. Within the game, he visits the ammunition store. The vendor, oddly amiable, inquires about the herb. Lee Ha responds that he was unable to procure it. He additionally inquires about the vendor they discussed. The individual responds that he is expected to arrive shortly and extends an invitation for tea. As they sip their beverages, Lee Ha inquires about charts. They are priced at 5 gold for a premium item. At this moment, he understands why individuals simply capture screenshots. He declines for the time being. The vendor has arrived. Babu. He and Lee Ha interlock gazes. Lee Ha requests inexpensive ammunition. Babu consents. The store proprietor attempts to expel the child in order to discuss a loan. However, Babu reveals the costs indiscriminately. Projectiles for a single copper and gunpowder for 4. Lee Ha becomes aware that he had previously been taken advantage of and confronts the vendor regarding the 15 he previously utilized for payment. He begins to depart, instructing the individual to seek out the herb independently. The man implores and guarantees any recompense. Lee Ha requests a firearm. Not going to happen. Thus, he selects the costly map instead. The vendor pauses, yet upon learning it pertains to the plant, he consents. Lee Ha emerges victorious, equipped with ammunition. Subsequently, he establishes a bank account to facilitate purchases. He recalls his cousin Kijong and contacts him. He mentions that he has reached level 12 and they will have the opportunity to gather in the capital. Kijong is astonished that the Sword Eagle was defeated so swiftly and vows to greet him appropriately. He inquires whether Lee Ha encountered Kijong. When Lee Ha agrees, Kijong becomes furious. Lee Ha quips, "What? Are you part of her fan club?" No, he aims to bring her down. He claims his faction attempted to encircle her and was swiftly defeated while she maintained a grin. They suffered losses in experience points and currency, and he endured sleepless nights for several days. Now, he seeks retribution. Lee Ha understands his cousin's dilemma, but it extends beyond that. Kijong mentions that her sibling is also undermining the financial stability of rural communities. Those two are so troublesome that the 5 largest factions in the realm united in opposition to them. Lee Ha comes to the conclusion that had he accepted the invitation, his own relative would likely assault him in reality. They conclude the conversation by stating they'll catch up later. He has concluded that many individuals often confuse the game with actual life. Perhaps it's wiser to steer clear of guilds for the time being. He sets that aside and concentrates on arriving at the capital. He unfurls the chart he recently acquired and understands it functions similarly to GPS. He reminisces about the military. A marksman equipped with a blueprint consistently possesses the upper hand. He inspects his belongings sufficiently and continues onward. 3 hours later, he's already distant due to his athletic prowess. A notice cautions regarding surprise attacks in the vicinity. Upon entering the woodland, he perceives a struggle occurring in the vicinity. A courageous knight confronts a colossal grizzly bear as his companions offer their backing. There are serpents present as well. The warrior employs a pair of shields, embodying absolute protection. Additional participants rush in. Some retreat while others seek plunder. A strike is beginning to take shape, enlisting anyone capable of significant damage. Lee Ha observes and concludes that you would require approximately 20 individuals for a superior of that caliber, and he offers little assistance as ranged attacks are ineffective against the bear. The association is named Kim Blossom Leaf. He finds the name peculiar and retreats, concealing himself behind a boulder. The captain coordinates activities. Caregivers attend to the wounded. Damage per second roles remain near the defenders. Rather impressive arrangement for a group of unknown individuals. A marksman attracts attention. The Ursid bellows. The influence extends to Li Ha from a considerable distance. Everyone becomes immobilized for nearly 2 minutes. The beast charges forward to obliterate them. Even from afar, Li Ha is unable to budge, and he is awestruck by the magnitude surpassing that of an elephant. He attempts to respond, alarmed, fearing he might be observed, and the sensation of being unable to shift his legs prompts him to contemplate reality. He contemplates whether the team can endure for an extended period. The chief instructs the medicators to eliminate the influence as the bear approaches. Subsequently, the leader advances and with both defenses obstructs. The creatures strike. The commander glances over and notices Li Ha with the firearm. He states that he would have extended an invitation to him for the gathering had he been aware, and the sorcerer verifies that it was a critical hit. He contemplates drawing attention so Li Ha can fire once more, but ultimately relinquishes the idea. Even if he succeeds, the child would perish during the 1-minute reloading period. The bear rises, even more infuriated, and bellows, immobilizing Li Ha once more. He attempts to refresh, essentially unfeasible in this manner. A handful of survivors dash forward and divert the attention of the leader momentarily. However, they swiftly succumb to the fire. In a state of urgency, Li Ha cries out to the leader for assistance. No response. He has already departed. The bear completes eliminating everyone. Li Ha inhales deeply and ultimately completes the reloading process. He targets the blazing beast. He discharges. Yet another portrait. The gunfire reverberates and draws the captain's notice from a distance. The team is astonished. 2 consecutive shots. They propose returning to assist and divide the plunder, yet the captain declines. Without his defenses, he would be the first to perish. The final participant falls. Only Li Ha remains. Nonetheless, the captain chooses to assemble additional support and return at a later time. Perhaps even pilfer Li Ha's treasures. Transition to the hamlet. He informs everyone about the events that transpired and enlists a group of participants. 30 minutes later, they arrive back at the location. The woodland is devastated, yet the bear has vanished. He suggests that the supervisor must have fled due to being low on health points and advises them to proceed with caution. 2 hours of searching yielded no results. After 3 hours, individuals begin to voice their grievances, assuming he fabricated the situation. The leader asserts the devastation confirms the bear's presence. It is merely concealed somewhere in pain. The participants consent to search a bit longer but caution him that if they uncover nothing, his standing will be tarnished. He begins to perspire and contemplates whether the musketeer truly eliminated the leader by himself. Rewind to 4 hours prior. Li Ha continues to struggle. The bear endured the gunshot to the head and is now even angrier, igniting everything in its vicinity. The immobilization subsides and Li Ha retreats to readjust. He notices the captain's squad fleeing and becomes irritated, yet compels himself to regain concentration. As he maneuvers, he replenishes his ammunition with each step, something he rehearsed. He positions the aim. 3 precision shots to the head should suffice. However, the bear is already near. A single swipe propels him into the air. The game conveys merely 20% of genuine discomfort, yet it still stings intensely. Diminished health points, hazy eyesight. He attempts to attune his ears for the creature, yet the bear advances without a sound. He concentrates. The forthcoming strike determines all. He recalls the marksman's creed and senses the adversary's existence. He evades and strikes it in the jaw. The bear sways backward, yet it remains upright after 3 strikes. Of choices, Li Ha employs a bayonet assault, a technique he previously deemed ineffective. He bursts in and thrusts the firearm into the bear's torso, ripping it further as he yanks it out. He takes another blow and collapses. Transition to him awakening, unaware of the events that transpired. Notifications appear. He acquired multiple levels. He ascended 9 grade tiers and his firearm proficiency reached level 5. He vanquished the bear. He rejoices and begins to gather treasure. The system informs him that the supervisor was 50 tiers above him. He is inducted into the Hall of Fame and receives enhancements to his statistics and damage. Now he has reached level 21, possessing a multitude of points to allocate. He invests nearly all of his effort into agility, with a slight allocation towards health points. He collects arms from deceased opponents to market at a later time. Then he seizes the bear's remains. An entire exceptional initial ensemble comprising a mantle, headpiece, and footwear, offering protection against terror and flames. No armament, yet still an impressive prize. Given, the new collection surpasses everything he possessed. Li Ha outfits it and receives the resistances and attribute enhancements. It aligns flawlessly, suitably equipped now. He continues to progress. Transition to Captain Kim facing intense mockery. The footage of him fleeing became become an internet sensation. In reality, he is as massive as his digital persona, and he even pounds his keyboard in frustration. Unaware that Lee Ha was responsible for the bear's demise, he vows to track down the perpetrator. He harbors doubts about the main character but believes there's no possibility he could have defeated the antagonist single-handedly. Nonetheless, he opts to investigate further. Re-entering the fray, Lee Ha remains composed. With his fire immunity, he might even withstand Huayan's sorcery. He contemplates his relative and how he may need to confront the sisters subsequently. He unfolds the map. By Amy and Jinggong are distant, and the sisters journeyed to the Gamsabang realm. His abdomen rumbles. He is famished. He embarks on bear hunting expeditions. Since that time, he has reached level 23. He discovers one, assesses the breeze and range, and fires merely a scrape. Strangely, the bear remains unresponsive. The initial arrangement prevents other bears from assaulting him. On the second attempt, he lets it fall and gathers the spoils. At this rate, he'll reach level 30 prior to the city. Another bear observes, a pale cub, incredibly adorable, and it clings to his garments. Lee Ha comes to the realization that he may have taken his mother's life and is overcome with remorse. He is unable to fire it. Rather, he provides it with sustenance. The young bear is joyful. Truly, it appears as though it might evolve into a prospective companion animal. He attempts to depart, yet the sorrowful expression causes him to pause. He exhales deeply, selects. The tiny cub rises, pondering what actions to take. He contacts his relative Kijin and Ong, informing them that he will arrive late in the capital. His relative advises him to exercise caution around bears while completely neglecting his studies in favor of participating in raids. Lee Ha inquires whether it is possible to have animals in the game. Kijunin assumes he is referring to a horse. He inquires about subduing untamed creatures. A relative asserts that it's nearly unfeasible without a taming class. Creatures perceive humans as adversaries. Nonetheless, the young one continues to cling to him. He inquires whether he can nurture a cub as he would an infant. Kijunin replies that cubs are uncommon, and they provide the same experience points as their adult counterparts. Thus, individuals consistently eliminate them initially. Lee Ha feels disheartened, bids farewell, and assures his cousin that they will reunite in the metropolis. He glances at the cub resting on the earth and exhales deeply. If he abandons it there, another player will exploit it. Thus, he resolves to bring it along. Following day, during bear hunting, he attains level 24. He observes that the cub likewise accumulates experience points and matures. He continues gathering droplets for sale until a gilded serpent appears and strikes his limb and glides away. Toxin inflicts 50 harm every 10 seconds for a duration of 3 minutes. He endures, yet possesses scarcely any health points remaining. The cub discovers and eliminates the serpent. Lee Ha embraces the bear. It then promptly begins to rip into the serpent as if it possesses no compassion whatsoever. Subsequently, it expands at an excessively rapid pace. Soon, it transforms into a peak. Subsequently, by day, the bear has grown considerably, and Lee Ha is mounted upon it. Various opponents strike at him repeatedly, mistaking him for a creature, prompting the protagonist to intervene. He becomes aware that he will encounter difficulties in the metropolis. Upon arriving in a town, sentinels obstruct the entrance due to their fear of the bear. Lee Ha attempts to clarify that it is innocuous. Subsequently, the bear sinks its teeth into a nearby head, prompting everyone to flee. Finding no means of entry, he chooses to depart. He overhears inhabitants speculating on why an individual would mount a bear rather than a steed, and that provides him with an insight. He inquires whether it can operate swiftly. The bear departs abruptly. At present, the pair hastens toward the metropolis, steering clear of individuals. 48 hours later, they approach the beer inventory. Upon witnessing the fortress, he reflects on his lunch container, the institution, and the eventual reunion with his relative. Dismount the bear and proceed on foot to avoid attracting notice. However, moving at a leisurely pace proves unhelpful. Merely approaching is sufficient to instill fear in players upon encountering a colossal bear. Lee Ha attempts to clarify that he has nurtured the bear since it was a young cub, yet no one pays attention and instructs him to retreat against the walls. Non-player character sentinels appear and begin to prepare for an assault. Frustrated, he cautions them that anyone who approaches the bear will be shot. The sorcerers disregard him and unleash flames and frost. Lee Ha launches an attempt to intercept and observes something peculiar. A sorcerer enters, elevates a sacred barrier, and initiates a nullification field. The projectile and the incantations are condensed into a luminous orb and disappear. The burst of light momentarily dazzles everyone. As individuals regain their sight, a knight instructs Lee Ha to sheath his arms. No one is permitted to create disturbances in the ale inventory. They are sacred warriors. He claims it was a miscommunication and no one will face repercussions. However, if Li Ha discharges another round, there will be no absolution. Li Ha claims they initiated the assault. The knight consents, yet the arrival of the bear incited turmoil. Nevertheless, he's allowing it to pass. The female sorceresses receive a caution. Aggressive sorcery is prohibited in the metropolis, yet they were endeavoring to safeguard the populace. The warrior scatters the assembly. Li Ha departs feeling liberated alongside the bear, until they summon him once again. They request his presence to accompany them for a brief period. He believes it to be a trap. The chevalier presents himself as Sir Cindergaard. He vows on his word of honor that he shall not bring any harm to Li Ha or the bear. Li Ha consents, albeit perplexed. Cindergaard instructs Sir Dagram to escort him through the metropolis. Lacking any genuine options, he complies. While they stroll, Cindergaard becomes aware of a revelation. The sacred barrier intended to thwart any assault fractured under Li Ha's strike. That vow grants Li Ha an accomplishment and additionally a 50-point reputation within the realm. Dagram halts intermittently and inquires about the bear. He mentions that he is aware Li Ha holds an honorary status at the castle of Lightguard. Thus, there's no need for such wariness. Cindergaard reappears and asserts that an individual of his caliber would never create issues. Li Ha inquires about how they became aware of his status as an honorary guard member. Cindergaard explains that they are already cognizant of his commitment to the welfare of the realm. The main character comes to understand that it was his esteemed reputation that garnered the knight's confidence in him. Thus, he recounts the entire narrative, how he discovered and subdued the bear during his journey to the city, and how he triumphed over a multitude of bears, including a bear of suffering. Cindergaard understands that the bear is domesticated, yet he cannot permit it to roam near the ale inventory. Enormous bear would instigate widespread hysteria. A soldier asserts that bears should coexist with fellow bears and recommends returning the cub to its natural habitat. Li Ha is uncertain. You cannot truly distinguish a tamed bear from a feral one, and a player may choose to assault it. Nevertheless, with no alternative, he consents to free the bear without delay. The small fellow appears perplexed. Prior to departing, Dagram inquires about his name. What is Li Ha's role as the musketeer? The two knights unfurl celestial wings and ascend, declaring they will always remember that name, even if it sounds somewhat amusing. They vanish into the heavens, leaving the main character envious of their absurd charisma. Li Ha escorts the bear beyond the city limits. They traverse until dusk. The bear embraces him. Li Ha suggests it would be wiser if they separate. He recollects their moments shared. Brief, yet he became emotionally invested, and begins to stroll away, leaving the bear disheartened. Unexpectedly, the bear nips at his hand, alarming him. What could be the reason? The bear begins to lap at the injury, and subsequently it radiates brilliantly. A remarkable accomplishment surfaces. Soul bond established. He will always remember that bear. Li has achieved the status of the third participant in the game. To accomplish this feat, he receives enhancements and gains entry into the Hall of Fame. The bear weeps. Li Ha vows he will always remember him. He implores the bear not to be pursued, but at that magnitude, it is likely to become the one doing the pursuing. They bid farewell. Li Ha experiences a strange sensation. He didn't even feel this way when he parted from Bayemi. He absent-mindedly nudges a stone. The stone strikes a wolf that cries out and lunges forward. Prior to launching its assault, a novel ability manifests. He has the ability to invoke the spirit of the bear at any time he desires, regardless of its demise. The invocation is at 50% of his tier. However, it has the potential to become more robust. In the interim, the bear integrates with the other bears and swiftly evolves into a figure resembling a leader. Li Ha returns to the metropolis and arrives in the morning. All stock is filled to capacity. He ponders how he is meant to locate his relative. Thus, he refers to it as the capital. His relative clarifies, as it is the place where everyone congregates when they lack other pursuits, resulting in a constant throng. Li Ha inquires about his location. Kijong mentions he is at the southern entrance and has been waiting indefinitely. Li Ha is unfamiliar with its location, but his relative assures him not to fret. The entrance lacks any distinguishing features regardless. It appears that Kijong was beside him the entire duration. Li Ha expresses irritation and inquires as to why he remained silent. Kijong claims he merely intended to observe him flounder like an amateur. After reprimanding him, Li Ha perceives something. His relative is significantly better equipped than he anticipated. Kijong claims it's typical for an elite player to utilize that. He observes the primary individual's bear ensemble and inquires whether he purchased it or pilfered the loot. Li Ha asserts he isn't some slacker. He acquired it through hunting. His cousin doubts that he could have become that powerful in such a short time. Subsequently, another participant arrives and presents himself. A crimson-haired sorcerer, Hayan Heian. He claims to have heard much regarding Li Ha. As per Kijong, Li Ha was an actual marksman and possesses significant potential. Kijong feels somewhat bashful. Li Ha experiences a sense of pride. His cousin is a decent individual. He merely lacks the expression of it. Another person arrives and identifies the scene. He commends him. Defeating the bear leader at that stage is remarkable. The individual with the key presents himself as Sosuke. They inquire if he is Japanese. He is not. He merely derived the name from a rather evident character. Kijong inquires concerning the supervisor. Sosuke clarifies that it gained notoriety due to a video showcasing a tank panicking and retreating. It was Captain Kim. Sosuke observes something when he gazes at Li Ha's collection, yet he remains silent. Subsequently, Kijong presents an additional participant, Tile. He states that he contacted everyone to assist Li Ha in advancing her skills. Upon inquiring about Li Ha's level of 25, the entire assembly comes to a standstill. They murmur to Kijong that he was meant to be a novice. Kijong inquires if it's accurate. Li Ha verifies it. He engaged in some hunting since their previous encounter. Haishin calculates, if he eliminated the sword eagle, he ought to be approximately level 12. It is illogical that he advanced over 10 tiers. He requests Li Ha's contact information, indicating that they will be spending considerable time together. The remainder of the team requests it as well. Haishin concludes the matter, as they have additional responsibilities to attend to, and Kijong refers to him as the guild leader. They bid farewell and create a gateway, leaving the relatives behind. Kijong feels envious as teleportation surpasses walking. He instructs Li Hakes to disclose all the details and assures him that he will treat him to a snack. They are in an inn. Kijong is astounded by his cousin's talent and the achievement of defeating a formidable field boss. He believes it's feasible at his caliber. Elevated musket damage combined with critical hits on vulnerable areas. He discusses the botched bear raid. The team lacked cohesion, leading to a complete breakdown. He recalls the captain dashing away and abandoning the bear, which was fixated on the other participants. However, that allowed Li Hakes the opportunity to focus on his aim without being the focal point. Thus, indeed, considering the musket's impact and the bear being nearly lifeless, Kijong confesses it. His relative truly did eliminate the leader. He is astonished and recalls a marksman in the faction who was unable to strike a target until he activated the auto-aim feature once more. They discuss variety, and Kijong questions, if the musket has a range of merely 40 meters, how did Li Hakes manage to slay the bear from such a distance with a single shot? Li Hakes rectifies him, stating it wasn't a single shot, but rather 3. He concluded it with a bayonet assault when he depleted his ammunition. Kijong is baffled by how the bear remained upright after that. Then Li Hakes drops a revelation. He's been pursuing his quarry the entire time without any target assistance. Why? To master the fundamentals of gameplay. With aim assistance, your precision is limited to 50%. In its absence, it entirely depends on your actual targeting skills. When he claims that all 3 shots were direct hits to the head, Kijong becomes frustrated that he didn't mention it earlier. Nonetheless, still in awe, he inquires whether Li Hakes wishes to become a member of the guild. Li Hakes responds in the negative, indicating not at this moment. Kijong continues to persist. His clan ranks among the most formidable on the server, which is the reason he acquainted Li Hakes with the elite members. The renowned leader frequently appears on television, ranked 8th in Korea and 40th globally. One incantation from him effortlessly eliminates foes. Li Hakes remains unfazed. He has already encountered Yang, who holds the 9th position globally. He inquires about his relative's position. Clumsily, Kijong confesses, among the top 100 in Korea. Master Templar K. He begins boasting. Li Hakes has to restrain himself from taking action against him. A global rank of 500 isn't particularly impressive. Among 100 million participants, indeed it is. He is 2 tiers away from reaching 200. Furthermore, the level limit is considerably greater than it initially appeared. Li Hakes was astonished. Kijong mentions that after their meal, he will take him on a tour of the capital prior to heading to the academy. Upon returning to the guild, Tile bids farewell and departs for a quest. Departing, leaving Sasuke and Heian by themselves. Heian wishes to converse confidentially and inquires if anyone is observing. Sasuke employs his ocular abilities and verifies the absence of anyone. Heian praises him. Few individuals manage to evade his scrutiny. They examine an image of Li Hakes. Despite the varying equipment, it's clearly him. Level 25 verified. They wrap up with concealed statistics. He's not a novice. Heian inquires whether he was able to witness his accomplishments. He was not. Heian charges the Ram sorceresses with employing the musketeer against the guild. He remains unconvinced. Trapped. Sasuke states he is uncertain whether they are aware that Kei and Lee are relatives, or if they are attempting to extract information from them. The auburn-haired woman refers to him as a fool. Those were merely rhetorical inquiries. What irritates him is his inability to anticipate the witch's subsequent action. Sasuke claims he was able to view the child's designation, which one, intrepid, provides an offensive advantage. You can only obtain it by defeating a creature 20 levels above your own. The Heian characters must possess a great deal of confidence in the siblings. They permitted him to deliver the decisive blow. Thus, the Korean player they brought on board can solely be the marksman, the sole musketeer of that caliber in the game. He believes the young women are assisting the main character. Sasuke asserts that they still cannot be certain. Heian maintains his position. A couple of days prior, he was an impoverished novice, and now he has reached level 25 without a solitary legendary quest. The equipment he was utilizing is uncommon. There's no chance he accomplished it by himself without his sister's assistance. Sasuke proposes that perhaps he accomplished it alone. Heian strikes the table forcefully. There's no way a level 12 can defeat Agonia Oso solo. They augmented his attributes with an object. He panics. Lee-Ha lacks the intellect to orchestrate this. It was arranged several days prior. Kicking the table, he instructs them to elevate the reward for apprehending the sisters and to dispatch Kei to monitor his foolish cousin. Prior to his departure, he cautions Sasuke against placing excessive trust in Kei and advises her to continue observing Lee-Ha closely. That's the reason they included him. He indicates with a finger, utilize objects to conceal your whereabouts and maintain a discreet presence. Sasuke merely inclines her head as the auburn-haired individual sketches an enchanted circle. With a strained grin, Heian inquires if he appears amiable. Indeed, you do. He gazes into his eyes. Awful deceiver. Sasuke falls silent. Heian expresses remorse and embraces him prior to their teleportation. After a while in the city, Kei and Lee-Ha are observing a system display. Kei remarks on the exorbitant cost of the map while Lee endeavors to ascertain their location. They find themselves in a narrow passageway. Lee asserts that examining maps is fundamental sniper knowledge. It's essential to understand the landscape. Kei proposes they travel to the academy. Lee inquires about the mission Kei referred to previously, the Sacred Grill quest. Upon reaching level 100, I visited Candle Castle to examine the quest roster, but it was absent. Lee finds this peculiar. Kei returned there at that level. Kei evades it and remarks that no one would purchase that lunchbox in any case. Upon reflection, Lee comes to the conclusion that there isn't a single eatery bearing that name in Alestock. Individuals simply dine from their lunchboxes. The individual's losing attachment won't impact significantly, and he can retrieve it in ale inventory without returning to Candle Castle. He contemplates that if he completes the task ahead of everyone else, perhaps a new branch will be established in the capital, altering the landscape. Kei suggests they should simply consume the lunchbox at this point. It would provide 4 tiers, an endeavor that could span weeks or potentially months. He persists. Attaining a high level is challenging, so simply endure it. Time equates to wealth. Subsequently, he conceives a notion. Lee has astonished. Market the product while garments hang on a washing line. They discuss it thoroughly. It would be a squander to merely consume it. Additionally, it is illogical to stockpile provisions. Contemplating his mother, Lee reflects on it. Disposing of it could finance her operation and provide assistance at home. Kei proposes consulting the guild leader to locate a purchaser. Lee, beaming with delight, opts to accompany him. What could possibly go awry? Kei begins his sales presentation by stating that he has already made up his mind. Lee-Ha mentions that he will consider it. Kei grows irritated. He believed Lee had indicated it was acceptable. I never stated that. What is there to ponder? Marksman equipment. Lee instructs him to maintain the confidentiality of the object. Kei responds that he is in university, not foolish. Subsequently, an individual remarks on how delightful it is to encounter them once more. 2 sacred warriors approach. One welcomes them with both hands. The other merely gestures. Kei experiences anxiety. What actions did Lee take to become pursued? None. They bicker over nighttime responsibilities until Lee instructs his relative to be quiet and greet. He presents the individual sporting the pompadour as Sir Cinderella. The large fellow appears perplexed. The other individual begins to laugh uncontrollably. Amidst chuckles, he presents himself. Sir Diagram. He attempts to clarify his mistakes and chuckles once more. His companion rectifies him. Cinderguard. Lee recognizes the confusion and expresses his regrets. He inquires about their requirements. They remain silent. They merely strolled by to greet. Lee is unconvinced. He asserts that the bear has already been liberated in the southern woodland. Cinderguard beams. He never questioned him and expresses gratitude for his collaboration. He then gazes at Kei, a member of the Starlight Guild. Master Kei. They commend the guild's endeavors in the northwest and grasp his hand. Kei's quaking. He merely desires required to advance. Diagram asserts that they must return to their tasks. Lee is astonished. They genuinely arrived solely to greet. Cinderguard verifies. Just a brief greeting. They depart. K is left gaping. This is his inaugural encounter with the revered sentinels. Convinced, K ponders whether it was due to his notoriety or the insignia of the guild. Then it strikes him. They weren't present for him. They were present for Lee Ha. He loses control. How could they recognize the musketeer when even he, at an elevated status, did not? Lee elucidates. They merely arrived to verify whether he had liberated the bear. K requests the complete narrative, and Lee recounts every detail. Upon hearing it, K acknowledges that it is logical, yet he still finds it strange that they possess more knowledge about his cousin than him. His notoriety was already at a level of 150. Lee is perplexed. His own is merely 80 despite the disparity in levels. K panics. There's no chance anyone possesses such a stellar reputation at that tier. I merely completed missions. You cannot accumulate reputation prior to reaching level 200. Lee asserts that he lacks any distinctive tactics. K is fatigued from attempting to comprehend. They continue to stroll. K expresses her desire to observe his subsequent actions. Lee mentions that he engages in play with utmost seriousness to secure his livelihood. K proposes enhancing martial abilities. However, Lee observes a structure, a timber structure, Musketeers Institute. They remark on its state of disrepair. K recollects the pleasant institution they observed previously was associated with the transporters. Lee expresses dissatisfaction regarding the perceived injustice. K mentions that several classes are part of the same academy, which explains why theirs is superior. He presents 2 gold coins along with some provisions, advising him to refrain from selling the armor just yet. Lee expresses gratitude to him for managing everything, 2 coins valued at approximately $200. K states that she intends to undertake missions and that he may contact her if necessary. Lee grins. Lee opts to engage in training. He unseals the entrance to the academy. Gloomy and deserted, he inquires if anyone is present. He observes objects strewn about. It resembles an eerie cottage. A silhouette materializes behind him. A blade presses against the nape of his neck. Remain still. Not a sound. Comply with my instructions and you will continue to draw breath. Lee understands that this isn't just an ordinary musketeer. He had no inkling of his presence. The man with the beard instructs him to articulate his words while remaining still. Lee elevates his arms, presents himself, and declares he is a musketeer. Who dispatched you? Nobody. The man's gaze brightens upon receiving news of the endorsement letter from Jayat, the commander of the Candle Castle Sentinels. Take 3 cautious steps ahead. Proceed slowly, or you might find yourself enjoying tea with Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Lee is captivated. An ideal distance, beyond reach yet still within his view. The individual was skilled, placing the letter on the floor as instructed. Lee mentions the firearm is devoid of ammunition and inquires if he may handle the shotgun. Refrain from considering it. Retrace 3 paces. He humorously suggests that Lee will face consequences if he disregards advice. The unfamiliar individual kneels, retrieves the missive, and remarks that with such a demeanor, he must certainly be an alien. Additionally, a musketeer as well. The man with the beard references Lee's accomplishments. Lee comes to the conclusion that this must be a non-playable character. With a bearded cap in place and adorned with scars, the man instructs him to trail behind. Before long, they find themselves in a chamber. The firearm belonging to the man with the beard rests upon the surface. Lee inquires why it is only the 2 of them present in the institution. The gentleman exclaims, "Be quiet and take a seat." Lee complies without delay. It evokes memories of a sergeant from his history far too intensely. He resolves to approach it as a military institution. The individual remarks that Jayat is boastful. He peruses the correspondence brimming with commendation and encouraging discourse. Wasn't aware Jayat possessed such extensive writing skills. Lee expresses gratitude towards him. The individual wrinkles it and discards it. Compliments are futile. Resting against the table, he articulates that morals hold no significance for a musketeer. Merely proficiency does. Concur, morality merely conserves time. Do you concur due to those mediocre accomplishments? No. The man thumps his foot, irritated. Excellent. This will be straightforward. He instructs Lee to rise and passes him the firearm to assess his accuracy. As they walk, Lee thinks muskets don't even have sights. Weird way to teach. He wonders why it feels like a test. Anyone can join the academy after reaching level 10. Suddenly, an alert appears. Admission examination. Failure signifies denial. He becomes anxious. He is unaware of the examination or the incentive. Are you really going to give up so soon, timid one? He declines and acquiesces. Within the training arena, there exist objectives and straw mannequins. He becomes thrilled. It's peculiar. You You can develop skills up to level 200, yet you may still face rejection at this point. Nevertheless, it is logical. An ineffective marksman endangers the entire unit. He believes it's an exercise to cultivate adaptability rather than succumbing to stress. Grasping the firearm correctly, Lee contemplates resuming the mission but ultimately relinquishes it. He's not giving up. Resolute, he confronts the arena. The whiskered gentleman chuckles. His anxious expression is amusing and advises him, should he falter, he will never return there again. The breeze gusts. Lee assesses the distance to the objective to be approximately 40 meters, a typical range for him. The assessor presents 3 examinations: pace, precision, or infiltration. Failure results in finality. Assistance may be solicited in advance. Lee believes that velocity and precision are evident, yet he fails to grasp penetration. He opts for precision, which is his forte. The man with a beard smiles broadly. This is going to be enjoyable. Lee elevates his hand. In what manner? Numerous individuals have departed. The man appears bewildered. Merely 2. Lee is astonished by the game's support features. Merely a pair. Additionally, how many attempted? The gentleman straightens his cap. I cannot recall weakness and ineptitude, yet there are over 1,000. Lee becomes increasingly anxious. 10 million participants and merely 2 succeeded. The assessor begins to traverse the expanse, moving beyond the objectives. Lee assumes that the mannequin beside him is the intended target. It is not. He continues to stride further until he approaches a stony barrier. According to Lee's assessment, 55 meters. Still manageable. However, there is no objective. The gentleman indicates, trapped within the wall, a diminutive azure plume. It once adorned his headgear. Lee is drenched in a chilling perspiration. He now understands why scarcely anyone succeeds. In reality, he fired further, but at significantly larger targets, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor. It's astonishing that anyone could achieve that. The man with facial hair is already positioned behind him, seated on a bench. You may proceed. Lee inhales deeply. He cannot retreat. There exists but a single path. He engages the sync transition. An alert materializes, and luminescence encircles Lee's headgear. He instructs it to elevate the range to its highest setting. An additional communication, with precision assured at 50%. He believes it now relies on his perceptions. Fresh alert, precision configured to the utmost level. The system cautions that the alteration could influence the gaming experience, excluding the hazards. Indeed, illumination cascade over his physique, evaluating his perceptions. Everything appears more vivid. He flings into the atmosphere and places the musket on the earth. Loading the tap, the man with the beard inquires. Precisely. The elderly gentleman remarks that if this were an assessment of pace, he would have already been unsuccessful. Lee adopts his shooting position 55 meters away from a minute target. You can scarcely distinguish the plume. He steadies himself. He is capable of it. He envisions it as a mark 250 meters distant. The assessor observes. The child is determined and fearless. Lee steadies his target. The plume becomes increasingly distinct. Lucid mindset. The environment surrounding him vanishes. Solely the objective holds significance. His digit compresses the trigger. The projectile pierces the atmosphere. The gusts swirl around him. Lee suspends his respiration. He struck it. The projectile impales the plume and even fragments the wall behind it. He rejoices internally. The assessors are astonished. Great strike. Lee's astonished that the man can perceive such a distance. He can hardly discern it himself. You won't verify it. There's no opportunity. The elderly gentleman adjusts his cap, grinning even as he refers to him as bothersome. Alerts emerge. He succeeded in the examination. Among the leading 3, numerous rewards in addition to 40 reputation points and a significant boost in agility. He's exhilarated, at last comprehending the reason behind the concealed reward. Stop hesitating and come inside already, the grouch remarks. Lee rushes in with enthusiasm. Subsequently, the individual dispenses a citrus beverage into a metallic goblet. Are you content? Quite. The man without eyebrows claims that his talent elucidates why he is so bothersome. It was merely fortune, Lee states. The bearded man imparts some Yoda-like insight. Fortune does not accompany the inept. Only the virtuous are granted the privilege to tread alongside. He sips as Lee contemplates. The accomplishment stated browless is among the trio of finest musketeers globally. The elderly gentleman elucidates that courage soothes the intellect and a tranquil intellect facilitates accurate actions. A burst of the strike through the plume. He grins. Perhaps there truly is intellect within that mind. He claims that if Lee had arrived sooner, he could have instructed him to become one of the 3 musketeers. Lee finds the name peculiar but chooses to overlook it. You remain an infant in diapers. Subsequently, the elderly gentleman throws him a cerulean parcel. Retain it. What is it? Munitions. Valued at 10 silver coins. Lee is astonished by the prize. Fundamental training is futile. What truly counts is proficiency. Lee expresses gratitude to him. Browless advises him against it as it exacerbates the situation. He adjusts his cap. We're embarking on a spider expedition. Lee receives the new assignment and feels irritated. There's no welcoming celebration, merely independent tasks. Pursuing spiders won't yield significant experience points at his current level. There are also bats within that location. Indeed, there are. What is the reason? He negotiates. He desires to eliminate bats as well. The elderly gentleman believes he is being arrogant, yet Lee maintains. He understands the distinction between self-assurance and hubris, and he will complete it quickly. Braubers reflects on it subsequently. Unlocks the entrance. Alright, you may grab a couple of bats. Lee is ecstatic. He then requests a favor. If he completes the challenge, he wishes to acquire a new ability. The elderly man's stare intensifies. He then commands the extermination of 30 spiders and 30 bats within a span of 12 hours. Succeed not and you forfeit the benefits. Lee nearly topples over. He doesn't even manage to complete a whole day. He attempts to broker a deal. Are you withdrawing already? Lee offers an affirmative gesture. I'm departing. He dashes away. He believes it's akin to investing in equities. Elevated risk, significant reward. The man with the beard mumbles to himself. The children are amusing. Lee sprints continuously. 3 hours to the woods and another 3 to return. And it's not merely about eliminating foes. He must gather 30 droplets from each creature. Pursuing 60 will be quite a challenge. However, the elderly gentleman has faith in him. Therefore, he will succeed. He navigates through a throng in search of a celebration. No time to spare. Directly towards the western entrance, an individual brings up collaborating for the observation tower. He halts. That name is familiar to him. He recalls the Ram siblings, examines the map. It lies beyond the Guardian Peaks, incredibly distant. He begins to sprint once more. That region must belong to the Fire Rams, aided by the Ice faction. He experiences envy. He vows to himself that he will soon overtake both of them. In the evening, he pauses to regain his breath. He completed 3 hours and 45 minutes. He expresses gratitude to his footwear and has faith that he will return at the same speed. He perceives a commotion. Participants are setting up camp, debating about creatures. Arachnids conceal themselves. By daylight, they are swifter. Ursids are less challenging. He contemplates forming a coalition. However, they claim it's preferable to bide time until dawn, as bats rest. 2. They caution him that it is perilous to venture forth by himself. No time. He ventures into the woodland. The rest begin wagering on how long he will endure. 1 coin until sunrise. 2 hours. 1 hour. He perceives everything. Irked yet continues onward. Impertinent. He aims his firearm into the shadows. It's too late to retreat at this point. Beneath the moonlight, he hunkers down amidst the foliage. Armament primed. He pushes his limits. He reloads in 63 seconds with his eyes shut. He aims for improvement. He rummages through his bag and retrieves an elongated lantern. With illumination, it decreases to 50. The lantern ignites with brilliance. An abhorrent arachnid plummets directly before him, shrieking as it. Others quiver and move in the illumination. He descends the barrel thud. The crimson arachnid descends rapidly. Another one in proximity remains vigilant. Stillness. The pair appears to be contemplating their next move. Lee hastily replenishes his ammunition. As the object attempts to operate, dashes away. A moment later, another projectile strikes it from behind. He breathes out. Reloading has indeed become swifter. The arachnid shrieks. With his heightened sensitivity, everything seems even more unpleasant. He nearly feels remorseful about it. He examines the corpse. No products. Yield rate below 50%. Awful. He recocks the firearm once more. He still has over 10 hours remaining. Time to capitalize on it. Return. At the campsite, they believe Lee is already deceased, and the wagers are deemed futile. One individual proposes venturing into the woods to investigate. Someone else is frightened of the creatures. The silver-haired individual merely seeks a brief glance. Verify the demise and seize the funds. He smiles, contemplating the child's lavish attire. If he perished, it likely fell. He even ponders employing the others as human barriers. The duo of comrades are restless marksmen. As a sorcerer, he conjures 3 fire orbs to illuminate the path. Nothing appears. No creatures. Strange, not a single one. Moreover, there are no discarded objects present. They resolve to persist. A marksman directs his aim at an object. In the distance, a verdant lake froths and emits vapor. Is that a marsh? They inquire whether this is some form of cruel jest. There was no marshland present previously, so why was that sight so repulsive? The sorcerer comprehends that it isn't a marsh. Instead, it is a conglomeration of liquids from the carcasses of all the creatures that were slain. He collapses onto all fours and retches, his stomach churning. The archers pull him away. This is not not the moment. They must escape from this place. A cry of torment pierces the woods. The archers stiffen and urge the sorcerer to regain composure as something unusual is occurring. One of the bystanders glances back upon hearing strange sounds and turns pale. A cluster of crimson orbs observes the three individuals. One of them exclaims that it is illogical for everything to regenerate simultaneously. Meanwhile, one of the arachnids springs nearer. The sorcerer halts. If the foes are returning en masse, something is amiss. Within moments, they find themselves encircled by arachnids and enormous nocturnal mammals. And then they come to understand that the primary individual eliminated all of them in a single sweep. In a different location, a hand clasps the grip of a metallic chalice. It's devoid of brows. Seated in solitude at the Musketeer Academy, sipping a drink and contemplating the fleeting passage of time. Abruptly, something seizes the interest of the fellow with the beard. He pivots instinctively. An instant later, he has the muzzle of his firearm directed at an individual's back. Remain still. From a different perspective, one can observe the irritable individual gesturing at the main character once more, oblivious to his actions. Reciting the same tired monologue, he ought to hush. Liha pivots to confront him. Must we endure all of that once more simply because I departed and returned? The elderly man's eyes widen in astonishment upon realizing the identity of the person. How did this come to be? Liha releases a substantial fabric package onto the ground, crammed to the brim. Here lies everything you requested. Arachnid limbs, vampire fangs, all of it. He grins, pretending he didn't nearly burst from tension while completing the mission. Additionally, I brought 2 extras just to be on the safe side. The elderly gentleman opens it, inspects its contents, and simply gapes. You returned? Liha scowls, somewhat insulted by the absence of trust. The chief musketeer begins calculating mentally, reminiscent of that Nazarene meme, attempting to comprehend how an individual managed to eliminate over 500 creatures within that duration. He gazes at the novice's bewildered expression and contemplates, impossible. To achieve that, he would have needed to fire more than 500 times without pausing for a breath. Endeavoring to conceal his psychological collapse, he merely mumbles, remarkable. A system alert appears. Liha examines it, task accomplished. Furthermore, he received an additional reward for exceeding expectations. That only adds to the madness. The elderly man mutters that he is uncertain about the number of rounds expended, but at least it served as beneficial training. He then flings Li's silver piece. An additional alert accompanies it, a novel ability. Eagerly, Liha unseals the notification and begins perusing its contents. He can now replenish his firearms with a 30-second decrease. The effect endures for 5 minutes and can be activated every 6 hours. He shuts the window and promptly inquires, so what's the subsequent assignment? The supervisor coughs softly. Prior to that, we need to discuss a matter, as if it's of little consequence. He queries, how did you succeed in tracking down and retrieving all this? Liha blinks, puzzled as to why that would even be a question. The elderly man begins to perspire profusely. I calculated the figures. This is unfeasible for a novice. Did you pilfer these belongings? Acquire them from another person? Liha grins, almost with a hint of mischief. Are you truly curious to find out? He interlocks his fingers, places his elbows upon the table, and inhales deeply, preparing to elucidate. I merely amalgamated the abilities I possessed and endeavored to create something original from it. Within the woods, in the recollection, a crimson arachnid falls lifeless. A slight misfortune is also diminished. Slumped against a tree, fatigued as additional foes are obliterated. The protagonist concedes this approach is far too sluggish. He lacks any valuable talent. No absurd supersonic firearm gimmicks. Tackling them individually is incredibly time-consuming. To make matters worse, the loot is laughable. For creatures merely to acquire a single item, he assesses what he possesses. Serene intellect, thrusting weapon impact, and heavy ordnance. Ultimately, it's still focused on a single objective at a time. He could attempt to arrange groups of adversaries, certainly, but he isn't even aware of how many foes the projectile can penetrate. What he requires is straightforward, an area of effect assault, and there must be an ingenious method to extricate himself from this predicament. He becomes aware that he is in a glade where 5 routes intersect, ideal for something with area of effect damage. He recalls his frost sorceress companion and experiences a faint pang of envy. Spellcasters likely possess numerous assaults of that nature. A swordsman? At least at his rank, nothing. However, there was one impressive aspect during that time. He recalls the eagle pursuit, the powdery haze. It wasn't a talent, yet it proved effective. It even caused wolves to flee. He believes that when you lack a talent, you create one. With this nearly antagonist grin Misa manner, he resolves to attempt it at least a single time. He begins to prepare something with his hands. Glancing about should be effective, and he takes care to verify ally. No other participants in proximity. Draped in his crimson cloak, he situates himself beside a severed tree stump and leans his armament against it, as if he's on the verge of unleashing an absurdly grand scheme. He breathes out forcefully and pounds his foot against the turf, employing that as leverage to propel himself ahead, aiming for the objective. A colossal crimson arachnid, entirely equipped with appendages. I'll begin with you. A keen limb ascends, poised to sever. Lihak monitors the progression consistently. The arachnid sways, and it glides beneath the blow on its knees just in the nick of time. He springs up in a leap and pivots into a whirl, initiating a bayonet strike. The end of the firearm crashes into the crowd's torso. Arachnid liquid splatters in all directions. The bayonet becomes ensnared, embedded within the exoskeleton. The spider emits a dreadful wail. Internally, he nearly rejoices. Indeed, shout louder, and he dashes along the woodland trails, pulling the howling spider as if it's a peculiar horn. The woodland stirs to life. Abruptly, crimson arachnids are scuttling in from all angles, accompanied by enormous bats, irate due to being disturbed from their slumber. Lihak executes a bold maneuver, blasts the horn, and showers vibrant green fluid all around. That vivid hue is bound to attract everyone's attention, and indeed it does. The creatures pursue him at a sprint, and the commotion rouses even more creatures, who amalgamate with the horde, and the marksman bolts away, fleeing for his survival with a portion of the woodland trailing him. We observe the entire woodland pursuing the child, ravenous and frantic, while he has only one thought: if I stumble, it's over. There are far too many creatures right on my tail. A spider springs and narrowly avoids his head. Lihak evades by a whisker. They are already gaining ground. A wave of anxiety washes over him as he attempts to extend his pace, yet he senses it. At this rate, he's doomed. He clenches his jaw and compels himself to concentrate. Alright, there remains a path forward. He engages rapid footwear. That mission is excessively crucial to neglect, and then he perceives it. He is approaching the location, the identical severed tree. He clasps the tool firmly with both hands. The final destination is just a bit further. In a swift movement, he rotates and confronts the tree, positioning it between himself and the crowd. He focuses, finger on the trigger, and engages his tranquil mindset. His gaze transforms. His precision becomes extraordinarily acute. The shot strikes a minuscule dot atop the trunk. Flashes. Upon closer inspection, one can observe that it was a detonator, and that trunk served as a powder magazine. The embers dart within. An instant thereafter, a tremendous detonation engulfs the meadow. Arachnids and chiropterans are annihilated by the inferno. From above, a chasm tears apart the earth, ablaze. Pillars of dark smoke ascend into the nocturnal heavens. Lihak retreats, cautiously protecting his visage from the haze and the odor of charred flesh. With a smirk on his countenance, he offers a lopsided smile. Anticipated it. The pit transforms into a complete grill of arachnids and nocturnal mammals. He concedes it erupted like an explosive device. The explosion radius was immense. This resembles an M18 claymore more closely. He tousles his hair, feeling a sense of relief that he concealed additional explosives in several crucial locations and narrowly escaped being ensnared in the explosion. He clutches his armament firmly and inhales. Valuable, he exclaims, rejoicing, I accomplished it. Conclusion of the recollection. We find ourselves once again in Brawless Chamber. The man with the beard gazes at him, somewhat in astonishment. So all you managed to create was an explosive device. Lihak merely shrugs. Indeed, he begins elucidating the concept of a claymore mine. It wasn't flawless. It was ad-libbed, yet it functioned in essentially the same manner. Fortunately, he possessed sufficient ammunition and equipment to strike the objectives. Brawless murmurs deliberately, claymore, as if the child has merely discovered fire. He raises the mug to his mouth once more, gazing at the tiny vessel of orange juice gleam. You are truly remarkable. He places the mug on the surface, beaming from ear to ear, and quite intriguing novice. Positioned before the table laden with items, Lihak expresses his gratitude to him. Rather uncomfortably, Brawless lifts a hand. Before you express your gratitude, consider this. Lihak appears puzzled as he inquires what that indicates about his performance. Whether it was genuinely an action befitting a musketeer. The bearded individual brings it to his attention. This mission was intended to enhance your marksmanship. Lihak acknowledges. I understand, and I practiced my shooting extensively at the beginning. Brawless squints. Perhaps you did, but don't attempt to outsmart me. Lihak gulps. Understood. I'll exercise more caution. Brawless rises from the table and straightens his plumed hat. You have yet to respond to my inquiry. Lihak falls silent for a brief moment as he reiterates the question. What is the function of a musketeer? The child retorts in an attempt to appear witty. Alright, but what do you imply by role? Allow me to provide you with an illustration. Brawless folds his arms. Recall that event from 20 years ago, when the metropolis was besieged by creatures. The second conflict. Lihak acknowledges it. He retrieves the mythology he perused on Middle-earth site. A coalition of realms opposing a horde of beasts. Prominent leaders on each front. Ultimately, it is inconsequential whom you confront. The result invariably lies with those who wield superior command. A musketeer is merely one component of the entire ensemble. Lihak appears composed. In a conflict of this nature, the musketeer's function is to act as a marksman. Brawlus lifts an eyebrow, and what makes you believe that? A tedious clarification emerges. Structure of the human military. Lihak encapsulates it. From a human perspective, should a general fall, another steps in without delay. The battle continues unabated. However, creatures of that nature typically lack such organization. Therefore, the most effective approach is clear. Eliminate their leaders. It fosters uncertainty, disarray, and a void of authority. We seize the opportunity and strike with full intensity. Brawlus falls silent, his gaze half-closed in contemplation. He speaks softly, almost under his breath. That is the reason I was able to establish the musketeer institution. Lihak blinks, bewildered. What? Brawlus pivots, seizing his jacket. Don't fret over it. It holds no significance. A quest alert appears in Lihak's platform. Based on what I'm observing, Brawlus states, there's nothing further I can impart to you. However, he continues, I have one additional item for you in addition to the new mission. The objective states to defeat a leader to acquire rapport with Bra and renown in the realm. However, unexpectedly, the goals shift. Lihak becomes motionless. What are you implying? The fresh circumstances emerge. Absolutely absurd. He is unable to progress beyond level 30. He cannot be vanquished. Moreover, he cannot engage in group hunting. He panics. That is utterly illogical. You hand it to me and then alter it immediately afterward. To make matters worse, he's at level 25. Defeating a level 30 boss alone is typically a team endeavor. As Lihak experiences anxiety, Brawlus simply sips his orange juice. Completely composed, Lihak contemplates his breaking point. Does this guy despise me? Brawlus gazes at him as if he can see right into his soul. While Lihak is nearly resigning himself to this mission as a fatal undertaking, the elderly man advises him not to worry so excessively. Lihak ceases. Brawlus continues onward. Tranquil. This is straightforward to resolve with precision marksmanship. You simply need to strike the adversary directly in the forehead. It was intended to soothe him. However, Lihak becomes increasingly panicked. Simple? That's a death wish. Yet a sensation within him urges him to agree. He takes a deep breath and steadies his tone. Very well, I concur. Brawlus bursts into a smile and emits a jovial ho-ho-ho reminiscent of Santa. Assumes a valiant stance. Now proceed. Fulfill your objective. Lihak bursts through the entrance, sprinting away. Much like myself, you and all others. Brawlus is eager to witness how this concludes. Lihak at least feels a sense of comfort knowing that the mission isn't constrained by a deadline. I can't help but ponder the number of hours this youngster has spent in the actual world without having a wash. He halts, gasping for air. I should reach level 29 before I begin. His thoughts drift back to Brawlus. He established the academy, that accomplishment concerning future musketeers. Who exactly is this individual? Lihak activates the system display and chooses to consult the other confident tech-savvy individual he is acquainted with, his relative Kaishong. He dispatches a communication. Nada. Dispatches another. Nil. Strange. Perhaps his preferred tank is out seeking prey. He accesses his list of acquaintances. All members of the guild are situated in Tanyu Gorge, wherever that may be. Keish is likely with Sosuke Tail and Hyan. Lihak believes that pursuing game collectively is truly the primary motivation for becoming a member of a guild. Then he observes something astonishing. The two Ram sisters are present in the same location as well. You must be joking. Chop. An area blanketed with stones, essentially in an arid region. An alert appears. The Ram siblings are fleeing. An arm extends forward. They are delving further into Tanyu Gorge. I require assistance. Envelop them both immediately. The crimson-haired sorcerer announces that the allied faction is en route and instructs Sosuke to dispatch units to intercept their departure. The ninja disappears without a trace. The commander instructs the healers to enhance the designated tanks. We are on it. Tanyu secures the responsibility of monitoring and maintaining awareness of the girls. A breeze, he claims, as he dashes away. Hyan contemplates inwardly. There's no possibility of their escape. Sosuke will take care of all matters. They are destined to be ensnared. Conversely, Kane commands a battalion of armored vehicles and receives instructions to ensure that all are properly stationed. The captain anxiously strides back and forth. We have a multitude of participants exceeding level 60. There's no chance they escape. The crimson-haired individual gazes intently in the direction they escaped. Infatuated. I will ensure those two meet their end. I merely require one additional element. He extends his hand and commences an odd ceremony. A violet enchantment circle materializes around him. A column of illumination erupts from the earth towards the heavens, reminiscent of a spacecraft's artillery. Kimmy Hong shouts, "This will obstruct teleportation." Now they cannot flee. However, on the opposing side, a female hand ascends. Another incantation is uttered. Azure, tresses, absolute courage, sail. Kimmy rushes towards a radiant luminescence. In the subsequent instant, that luminescence transforms into a flurry of keen-edged ice shards hurtling directly toward the unit. A number of the background performers are struck and begin shouting that it feels excruciating, for no protective gear can shield you from a sorcerer. Kimmy Hong lifts his colossal shield and intercepts a gigantic ice shard, collapsing to one knee behind it just in time. Within the frigid haze, a menacing figure emerges, poised to launch further attacks. Kimmy beams with assurance. "It has been some time since we last encountered one another." The ice ram's sibling emerges completely, confronting the tank that is adored by all. The commander of the knights announces that the adversaries are 70 meters away and instructs the armored vehicles to maintain their separation. Hui Jing, in the meantime, conjures an ice lance incantation and governs. Lances descend upon each of them. The chevalier commands the assembly to adopt a protective arrangement and instructs them to withstand the assaults for as long as feasible. Issue: the enchanted onslaught will prevent any knight from advancing. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, everything the ice transforms into flames of sorcery. The commander of the knights is still attempting to comprehend the situation, but Hui Jing arrives, making it clear who initiated it. He becomes irate because they have already incurred numerous setbacks. However, he instructs the formation to revert to its original state and cautions everyone to steer clear of sustaining injuries, all the while claiming it's acceptable because they endured hardship yet successfully trapped them. Nonetheless, the individual remains vigilant as, appearances notwithstanding, the blue-haired contender holds the 9th position globally. He dashes in aware of her capricious nature. However, just as it appears they've succeeded, a frozen barrier blocks the route. Upon witnessing that, the knight snaps and shouts that he will not be deterred by that, so he begins pounding the wall and urges the others to assist as well. He even concedes that the girl is impressive for accomplishing that while in motion. Nonetheless, he succeeds in shattering it due to his strength as well. Yet, the instant it breaks, the azure-haired girl is already present, anticipating his arrival. He fails to comprehend why she isn't sprinting, yet she begins, intoning, and in an instant, a gash emerges on the man's cheek. Individuals fall with numerous gashes, and he becomes aware that his vitality gauge is diminishing. Then he observes that they are being torn apart by the tiny ice fragments from the wall they demolished, and having to acknowledge once more that she is incredible only intensifies his irritation. From the protagonist's perspective, he expresses his concern that Qi Jiang has yet to reveal any indication of existence, while Lipa believes he could be fretting unnecessarily. Nevertheless, he also contemplates the possibility that his companions are currently in conflict, and since he was unable to contact anyone, he feels anxious that something detrimental could occur. At that identical instant in Tiwi Canyon, the two young women eventually halt at a cul-de-sac. Thus, an individual expresses that they are at last able to converse and inquires why the pair continues to flee. The individual recalls that the auburn-haired woman contributed a significant number of donations to Dale Castle. However, Lipa believes his shoe collapsed. Lipa thinks there's no justification for being so concerned about a diminutive fortress. However, the individual responds that if he were in her position, he would exercise greater caution with his language. Being the second largest stakeholder is irrelevant, as you will not encounter anything comparable to the previous one. Her placing such a significant amount of money in that location adversely affects the less affluent individuals. Lipa believes his footwear has crumpled. Ravines also possess the essence of conflict funds. Nevertheless, the individual reiterates that it is inequitable for them to utilize actual currency rather than in-game currency to gain advantages within the game. He believes the pair are ostentatious. However, Lipa believes he fails to comprehend, as she perceives it as a capital outlay. Without beating around the bush, the auburn-haired woman requests a reasonable sum for the castle privileges, yet the girl declines merely to observe the outcome. Thus, the auburn-haired individual brings to their attention that in a simulation this lifelike, individuals are capable of actions far more abhorrent than mere murder, which genuinely disturbs both of them. The girls are no longer interested in fooling around and are ready to assemble. Thus, the auburn-haired leader's subordinates advance before him. He's terrified, cowering behind the barriers, and also humiliated as he believed the azure-haired individual was on the verge of conjuring something. Lipa believes the 10 individuals dispatched to the escape path were vanquished. The auburn-haired individual doesn't believe that's feasible, as Lipa assumes he has been positioned there the entire duration. Regardless, the girl with blue hair hair mentions that merely 44 individuals remain. The auburn-haired girl remarks that it falls short of her expectations regarding the Koreans. However, the auburn-haired man is skeptical. Regardless, Hoyan conjures a pyromancy incantation, referred to as a fire arrow, and launches several of them into the heavens. The auburn-haired woman contemplates the reason behind her actions. He has already obstructed teleportation, thus no one should be able to arrive. Sasuke's team was likewise monitoring the alternate path, leading him to conclude that it would be impossible for anyone to defeat a level 200 dark ninja. The man reiterates that the women ought to simply embrace the proposal. However, he also believes it would be beneficial to allow them to experience what he intends to inflict upon them. Therefore, he instructs his crew to prepare for the throw, but then he experiences a shiver that immobilizes him and causes him descend to his knees. The armored warrior shouts that it's a detrimental condition. The healers are summoned, yet they are unable to provide assistance. Hoyan was not anticipated to be capable of accomplishing. However, there were numerous individuals atop the precipice, and certainly not just a handful. It appeared to be an entire battalion. The individual identifies the banner at the pinnacle as belonging to the Golden Dragon guilds, yet he is puzzled about their presence. Hoyan's faction and the Golden Dragon had clashed in the past, but it seems the three Chinese guilds opted to collaborate. In terms of both manpower and might, the Golden Dragon stands as the most formidable in Asia, boasting around 300 members in their ranks. The auburn-haired individual realizes they are in trouble. Subsequently, the combat practitioner from that organization salutes the Koreans. Peiwu, the globe's fourth-positioned competitor. Immediately, the auburn-haired individual turns ashen with terror. All his colleagues begin to murmur as well. Appearances, as if the incendiary projectiles were a distress beacon, and while Hoyan arrived with capital, Peiwu entered with influence. Yet, given that both parties have something to benefit, one might refer to it as a coalition. The auburn-haired individual must act swiftly to avoid jeopardizing the entire situation. He inquires of Peiwu what he is doing there, appearing rather foolish. However, the combat practitioner asserts that he is present to safeguard the two young women. The auburn-haired individual inquires about the nature of their connection. However, Hoyan asserts that it is inconsequential and presents him with the choice to flee at this moment, thereby avoiding another confrontation regarding the fortress. She asserts that she'll release everything, but if they attempt such a timid intimidation once more, they will be dealt with harshly. Hoyan isn't foolish. He realizes that her withdrawing in that manner will reflect positively to the public. But Peiwu inquires whether the individual genuinely believes it's advantageous to become his adversary, because if he is, they will employ all their resources to dismantle the Baidu Company guild into fragments. The auburn-haired young woman and the combat specialist even consider the notion amusing, remarking that vocalizing it influences Hoyan's companions. Peiwu places the individual in a difficult position to respond. Thus, he suppresses his resentment and is on the verge of accepting the proposal. Suddenly, from seemingly nowhere, an individual creates a dramatic commotion upon their removal. All gaze upward toward its origin. It's a demise notification, yet the crimson glow is unusual. Hoyan suspects it's yet another ploy devised by the auburn-haired girl. However, judging by her expression, he understands that she is completely unaware of the situation. Peiwu instructs the girls to focus. He endeavors to convey to Hoyan that he is present, but as she doesn't fully comprehend, she inquires if he refers to the berserker. The berserker named Igor holds the position of the third most powerful ranker. He had found it peculiar not encountering anyone in the locations where he had been pursuing his hunts, but now it all became clear. Regardless, in his monstrous guise, he employs a technique known as Great Cross. Below, Peiwu becomes anxious as they are unable to halt the metamorphosis. However, since this turn of events benefits Hoyan, he swiftly commands all his allies to launch a coordinated assault, as they intend to eliminate the girls and subsequently flee. Once more, the protagonist becomes distressed as his correspondence went unanswered. He intended to inquire about the brown vest, but thinks it might be wiser to determine if the NPCs can assist. Leia makes her way to an inn, contemplating that the non-player characters present could possess some valuable information. As soon as he enters, they are indeed chattering about the chaos occurring in Tiwi. They discuss the clash among all the top competitors, the loss of 200 lives, and the involvement of numerous guilds. As they continually obstructed Igor's progress in his quest for advancement, he pursued the Golden Dragons, inadvertently ensnaring the Koreans in the crossfire. Fortunately, the protagonist notices that Kijong remains signed in, yet he is genuinely anxious. The issue is that immediately afterward, Sasuke disconnects, and unexpectedly, several others also log off. Consequently, the protagonist resolves to sign off as well and inquire in person. As he exits his virtual reality platform, he contacts his companion and inquires about his well-being. Kijong expresses regret for the delayed response, yet the protagonist is eager to learn about the events that transpired during the battle. Thus, his companion states that the global contenders possess an astonishing strength that is frighteningly high. He additionally suggests that the main character must concentrate on advancing his abilities if he wishes to avoid injury. Subsequently, he expresses his intention to proceed with that and disconnects the call. However, that peculiar conduct only heightens Lehig's curiosity. He navigates to view a clip on a discussion board, and that demise animation appears precisely when the berserker arrives to engage in battle. That scarlet glow emerged just before the participants perished, and Igor assimilated it with his strength. They left everyone astounded, and he surged in, ravenous for blood, before they could even escape. Nevertheless, Pei-Wu succeeded in preserving a minimum of 2 of them, resulting in the 2 contenders confronting one another directly. Agromny inquired about the identity of the child and whether he intended to obstruct his path. However, he soon observed that another altercation was taking place below. He noticed the 2 young women and understood that this was the focal point of the martial artist's attention. Thus, he promptly sought to target their vulnerable spot. Agromny departed, leaving the crimson-haired individual unsure of how to proceed. Pei-Wu shouted for them to leave that place. Subsequently, the azure-haired individual pushed her companion away and invoked an enchantment referred to as Frostwood. Massive crystalline trees ascended toward the berserker, but he became extremely angry and evaded it, accelerating. That sorcery also interfered with the Korean ensemble, prompting them to attempt to disrupt. Yet the berserker arrived ahead, and he frightened everyone as it appeared he was attempting to assault them as well. A detonation occurred on the slope of the mountain, and once the turmoil subsided, Agromny lifted his blade toward all the Asians. Following a light-hearted jest regarding their similar appearances, the large wolf figure sways laterally to fell the tree, yet it merely creates a slight fissure. He understands he cannot shatter it in a single blow, so he opts to eliminate the Koreans initially. Kijong yelled for the armored units to safeguard the guildmaster and maintain their alignment, but the wolf guy got there first and cut through everyone like it was nothing. He felled 2 with 1 blow. Then his blade struck with astonishing swiftness, dispatching 2 more directly to their tombs. Subsequently, he consumed them with the fervor of a vampire, but Pei-Wu burst in with a powerful strike and propelled the individual backward. All were astonished, yet Igor trembled with fury. Nonetheless, the martial artist lifted his arms as if summoning him to engage in combat, and the wolf fellow displayed an exceedingly enthusiastic smile. Subsequently, they commenced exchanging strikes directly. The 3rd and 4th positions in the standings were progressing at such a rapid pace that one couldn't even discern the events unfolding. That was the ideal moment for the Koreans to flee, yet the enchantment of the ice tree persisted. A group of combatants was fending off icy projectiles, and they began to incur even greater casualties. Yet one of them persevered due to his strong connection. Prior to eliminating the girls, he expressed remorse but instructed them to simply perish already. Pei-Wu exclaimed, and the blade cut through, yet the man was astonished when he discovered his sword ensnared in a tangle of icy tendrils. It was an enchanting snare that bound him with these delicate, slender filaments, and now Pei-Wu was furious at the Koreans too because he helped them against the berserker, and then they tried to kill his allies. Tao Haiyang remains composed as he understands that his Highlander class possesses greater reach. However, possessing greater range did not translate into an advantage against the 3rd-ranked competitor globally. Ki-Jung shouted, anxious about his companion. The combatant charged forward and proclaimed his intention to impart to the youngster the true essence of integrity. Yet, in the final moment, a defensive surge initiated. The combatant was unable to complete the strike as Ki-Jung intervened to protect his ally. He successfully intercepted the strike, yet he understood he would not manage to deflect the subsequent one. Thus, he seized Tao Haiyang and commenced sprinting. Pei-Wu was on the verge of obtaining them from the rear, yet the berserker arrived precisely at the appointed moment. Tao Haiyang remained unconscious, prompting the blonde individual to declare his intention to seek assistance from the healers. He was on the verge of taking them there. However, it wasn't long before the combatant was subdued, and after he descended, Ki-Jung gazed at the fury-driven warrior, irritated because he didn't obtain much blood while they were conversing on the mountain. The large wolf figure claims he requires a complete replenishment of blood. Ki-Jung instructs him to be quiet, yet the berserker swats the shield aside with a strike, and subsequently seizes the child by the throat. The child is essentially doomed since he has exhausted all his protective abilities previously. Furthermore, the disparity in strength was substantial. Therefore, as Igor required blood, he simply extracted it from the child. That savage warrior, Agromny Igor, is a colossal being at level 260 who possesses the ability ability to transform into a lycanthrope. Upon his metamorphosis, his energy diminishes, yet he has the ability to siphon life from creatures or fellow participants. In the meantime, the protagonist remains at level 26, while Ki-young nears level 200, leading him to believe he won't simply perish without taking action. Ki-young was the individual who acquainted the protagonist with the game during his period of despair over his inability to walk. He's a steadfast companion, so witnessing his violent demise fuels the hero's desire for vengeance against Igor. Lia believes he is on the verge of rapidly leveling up, as this is the sole method by which he can pursue that lunatic. Returning to the platform, he is optimistic that Igor is prepared for what lies ahead. Returning to the battle within the frozen woodland, individuals are crying out in terror. The auburn-haired individual is seeking Pei Wu and expresses frustration that all of this is occurring due to the savage warrior. Pei Wu was presented with an opportunity in a face-to-face encounter. Thus, withdrawing was the most prudent decision. He was prompted to depart, yet her companions began invoking an icy crystal enchantment. She scarcely acknowledged her, yet then she expressed remorse and simultaneously instructed her companion to perish. Despite the difficulty of the situation, she consents provided her partner assures her that she will eliminate all of them. That soothes the azure-haired girl, easing her anxieties about proceeding with it. The lycanthrope perceives the sound trailing behind him and instantly becomes energized to battle. The issue is the azure-haired girl has essentially completed the audition process. He alone understands that if that enchantment activates, everyone will perish. However, the auburn-haired individual claims it is already past the point. Therefore, the method by which one unleashes the energy and it disseminates through the atmosphere, chilling and eliminating all the participants as if it were effortless. And given that she can manipulate it, it also reaches the auburn-haired individual, who remarks that she will return in 48 hours, subsequently vanishes. Within the musket is priced at 3 gold. Thus, he concludes that he will continue to progress using the armament he currently possesses. Unexpectedly, someone shouts at him with a grin, inquiring whether he recognizes them. The main character states that he does not. However, the individual displays a pair of shields that prompts Lich Ha to recall the fighter who wielded them in the bear hunting fields. No longer feigning, the individual blames Lich Ha due to his equipment of collecting the objects that fell from the participants. The protagonist claims he is completely unaware of what he is discussing, while the man shouts that he has been searching high and low for him and has at last located him. Nevertheless, Lich Ha recalls how the young man requested to be part of the gathering. However, when it was Lich Ha's moment to request assistance, they outright disregarded him. As the individual with the shield hurried away with the survivors, the champion battled the bear, and his equipment bore testament to this. Lich Ha asserts that the individual requires evidence to make an accusation against him. Consequently, the individual concedes that the child bested the bear, yet demands the return of the player's belongings. The protagonist claims he is unaware of their location, and the man erupts, irate, that when a veteran inquires of Anubo Bays, Lich Ha grows exasperated and instructs him to cease being so exceedingly irritating. Due to being confronted, the man shouts that the protagonist is unaware of the strength of his alliance. However, Lich Ha remains unfazed and asserts that if he continues to provoke him, he will summon the celestial warriors. They're not genuinely his acquaintances, but persuading them to visit wouldn't be particularly difficult. The armored individual attempts to halt him, but Lich Ha sprints with such speed that he remains unable to keep pace, and ultimately the individual becomes weary. In the absence of the bonus, you would have to fully optimize your dexterity from level 47 merely to succeed in capturing him. The issue is that the berserker who took his friend's life possesses a rank 10 times superior to his, thus the focus must be on advancing in levels. In order to achieve this, the protagonist sprints towards Mount Shamer. In the vicinity, a group of individuals is attempting to connect in order to establish a gathering and engage in agricultural activities. However, they exclusively enlist players of level 40 and higher. Lich Ha is attempting to determine the location of the kobold leader, and he believes Brown Bess was insane for suggesting he defeat the most formidable boss prior to reaching level 30. He believes he ought to reach level 29 initially, but subsequently. He perceives an individual seeking a damage dealer, mentioning they have an adorable feline healer, and judging by the tone, that individual appears to be addressing the champion. A massive individual appears and remarks that, based on his armament, the main character specializes in range damage per second. He inquires about the child's proficiency level to become part of the group. Thus, Liha fabricates and claims he is 41, which is impeccable. Thus, Liha comprehends that this individual is the tank, yet he directly addresses the matter and inquires about the adorable feline healer. The individual summons Hanakan from the throng, and she approaches, presenting herself in a charming manner. Liha finds it impressive that she belongs to a nun-like category, and she appears courteous. Then the tank humorously remarks, "See, I wasn't deceiving you." Given that the only young women he has encountered until now were either extremely anxious or utterly aloof, this one appears to be pleasant. Regardless, the tank presents himself as Matsuhiji, boasting a level of 42, while she holds a level of 40. Subsequently, the musketeer presents himself. They assemble the group and set off immediately towards the summit without delay. Amidst the foliage, Matsuhiji abruptly instructs everyone to halt. He states that at 10 o'clock there are 2 cobalt laborers ahead, thus they conclude it is wiser to circumvent them. However, Liha desires experience rather than opting for caution. Thus, he inquires whether any of them lack knowledge of how musketeers engage in combat, and he inquires whether it might be more advantageous to engage in collaboration prior to ascending the mountain. The issue is that it requires too much time for him to clarify, so he simply reclines and claims he can fire from approximately 50 meters distant. Regrettably, the firearm's distance is less than that of a bow, but expressing that might be somewhat impolite, prompting Matsuhiji to offer an apology. That is one of the factors contributing to the lack of popularity of musketeers. The protector claims he will support the team, yet the champion remains unfazed by the lack of recognition. He simply squeezes the trigger, astonishing all. He expresses his regrets as the blast was extraordinarily deafening. However, Matsuhiji is indifferent and inquires of the nun whether she has ever witnessed anything comparable. The main character decisively eliminated a kobold laborer with 1 shot. Thus, Matsuhiji inquires whether the child is genuinely at level 41. He essentially exposes him for his falsehood, yet he inquires because he suspects Liha could be a smurf. The feline caregiver appears as though she has just encountered a superhero. Subsequently, they discuss how smurfs are highly skilled gamers who feign incompetence. And despite the main character's refusal to acknowledge it, the pair becomes enthusiastic, anticipating being lifted somewhat. After a period of investigating beyond those shrubs, a highland worm appears. It erupts from the earth, shattering all in its path with these vicious fangs, and advances directly towards the champion. The practitioner employs her celestial shield to ensure the assault does not strike him, and Liha concludes the collaborative effort by firing at the creature directly in the center of its maw. The object ascends, yet Liha fails to comprehend why they persist in concentrating on him, or how Matsuhiji was aware it was destined to materialize. Following the confrontation, he requests a moment to speak with the knight. Matsuhiji is a heavy-duty class participant. However, he is not employing a taunting ability. Typically, taunting may prove ineffective. Yet he is unable to compel the creatures to concentrate on him, or he was attempting to allow Liha to perish. Matsuhiji exclaims that he isn't that sort of person. Thus, the main character inquires as to why he did not utilize his abilities. It appears that the child lacks numerous classroom abilities, and knights are not solely defensive units. Thus, they do not possess the taunt capability. He possesses just a single called Strike, which can occasionally attract attention. However, Matsuhiji possesses one that enables him to absorb harm on behalf of a comrade, referred to as cavalry. The issue lies in the fact that skill solely safeguards women, due to the chivalric code of knights. Thus, the sole valuable ability is to hit, and the protagonist declares he will exert his utmost efforts. However, now he no longer needs to feel guilty about taking some time to recharge. After strolling a little further, the collective arrives at a vast community consisting of no fewer than 100 dwellings. It is often asserted that the larger the assembly, the more susceptible it becomes to disintegration when deprived of its guide. Within the cavern lies an ancient mine that functions as both a repository and a breeding ground. It's an excellent location for tracking, yet a dreadful environment for firing. Adversaries are present all around. Thus, the main character believes it is wise to search for an advantageous viewpoint, and he sprints away as it's time to pursue. Matsuhiji begins by slicing one of them with his blade and promptly proceeds to complete the second. As he removes the second one, 2 of them leap over him, targeting his head. Yet the healer invokes a safeguarding incantation that enhances the knight's shield. Thus, he succeeds in pushing both of them away and shouts for the champion to target the one on the right. However, the lead individual deduces that he won't even have to. As soon as the 2 creatures leaped, and the warrior was poised to unleash his blow on one of them, the hero shot pierced directly through both of them. Lahira effectively accomplishes 2 objectives with a single effort, subsequently instructs them to proceed westward to eliminate additional creatures. The champion clarifies to the medic that the armament is capable of penetrating adversaries, and additionally remarks that their proximity was advantageous. As one of the creatures doesn't perish immediately, the protagonist requests a cord from the knight and elaborates that these small creatures possess the intelligence to establish a community. They restrain the kobold and succeed in establishing communication with it. The beast pleads for its demise, yet the champion commits an even graver act. He begins to tickle the young one until it responds to his inquiries. Functions as it inflicts agony, yet you are unable to faint or perish from it. He inquires about the location of the supervisor, yet the creature merely continues to echo the identical phrase. Consequently, he seizes his firearm and claims he can simply question another creature if this one proves uncooperative. Frankly, the supervisor wouldn't appear unless an extraordinary event was taking place. Thus, Lee is curious about what that entails. That a peculiar situation arises within the clan, yet the creature asserts that humans would be incapable of comprehension and exclaims that it is a noble being. Regardless, the principal character concludes it, somewhat grasping the way things operate now. The children's companions claim that the leader resides within the cavern, yet no one has managed to defeat him. Individuals generally presume they will be incapable of doing so as well. However, the primary individual contemplates the situation, concluding that the leader is a formidable entity that manifests only when certain specific conditions are fulfilled. There must be a predicament within the community and an individual who refuses to depart or something along those lines. And when you incorporate the term sniper that brown vest provided him, Lee has begun to assemble the components. He inquires whether the other two have ever ventured far into the tribe's domain and expresses his desire to enter it at least once. There are numerous individuals in the clan, so for the three of them, it's more prudent to simply forage along the periphery. Thus, an excellent suggestion would be to enlist a few additional individuals, but Lee still desires to continue pursuing their hunt while they await. Subsequent to a period of combat, he reaches tier 27. His companions are astonished. The healer declares her intention to confront the leader now, and when she remarks that the lead character is exceptionally powerful, he remains entirely unaware of how to withdraw from it. Abruptly, the knight observes a few participants approaching the clan. He can discern that a group of them belongs to the same faction, due to an emblem on their cloaks. However, the primary individual identifies the insignia from the armored figure and comes to the conclusion that he's in trouble. The instant the man observes him, he begins to shout. He claims the child is unable to flee, and signals for his friend Hyanum to arrive and educate him on a lesson. The hood, in addition to the footwear and overcoat, constitutes the Agony Bear ensemble. Therefore, should they defeat him, he will relinquish the belongings, and the shield bearer claims he intends to distribute them to his companions. Yet Lee remains incredulous that such a multitude of individuals gathered solely to eliminate him. Hyanum appears to be the pinnacle, and although Kim may be feeble, the others are at level 40 or greater. Kim shouts at the pair to surrender the champion, claiming he's a robber. He warns that if they perish, the child will outright pilfer their belongings right before their eyes. Thus, prior to the situation deteriorating further, he urges them to collaborate. The child's companions do not perceive him as that type of individual. However, Lee remains reluctant to involve them in difficulties. He simply expresses his gratitude for everything and inquires what they wish him to do next. Kim demands all that he possesses, or else Hyanum threatens to eliminate him repeatedly until he returns to level 5. The disorder metric is a demerit you receive when you assault another participant outside of player versus player interactions. As it increases, your standing diminishes. Thus, the primary individual believes it is preferable to instigate them initially. He refers to them as timid marauders, and Hyanum nearly reaches his breaking point with him. Thus, everyone converges to encircle the central figure. His associates doubt that he will genuinely engage in combat, yet the knight anticipates the worst and seizes the girl to flee. While they race off, Lee Ha informs them that he will reconnect with them later. Hyanum becomes enraged that Lee Ha is behaving as if he's the top dog. Thus, one of his sorceress subordinates invokes a sinister incantation known as Nightmare. The participant, Kushner, is designated as an adversary, and the system cautions that turmoil does not escalate when they strike at him initially. At this point, the protagonist believes he can engage in battle without any apprehension. They launch the initial assault, and the sinister sorcerer conjured a creature using necromantic sorcery. It was a colossal bony steed that shrieked and stirred up a whirlwind. It's the identical sensation the protagonist experienced earlier, a phenomenon known as dread. Thus, the sorcerer asserts that a novice of minimal skill won't even be capable of moving. Hyanum believes that if he seizes the man's possessions and presents them to his higher-ups, he will receive a promotion. Subsequently, he will possess a superior squad and restore his standing. Hyanum instructs the others to charge at him, but to refrain from eliminating him just yet, as he wishes to assault him first. Suddenly, one of their companions falls from an impeccably aimed strike. Hyanum solidifies, and that bony steed vanishes. Subsequently, the champion derides them. Due to the Agony Bear ensemble, he is capable of withstanding the terror influence. He employs the exact manual dexterity, which reduces cooldown cooldown duration, and begins to sprint. The marksmen swiftly attempt to release their arrows. However, the main character shoots first. Hyanum shouts for the armored vehicles to safeguard him. He believed the youngster was a novice, yet he just defeated 2 level 50 opponents. Even Hyanum was unable to accomplish that, so he instructs everyone to pursue him so the champion cannot escape. Kim was on the verge of cautioning them that Liha requires time to take her shot. However, once more, another companion falls to the the individual becomes frightened and the supervisor confronts him. Hyanum instructs them to persist in their pursuit. However, given that 3 individuals have already perished as a result of Kim, he asserts that if anything goes awry, they will hold him accountable. Subsequently, he advises Kim to accompany him as well. The dilemma arises when the champion ventures into Kobold Land, yet Hyanum remains indifferent. From atop the peak, the champion's companions consider him eccentric, but in a positive light. They intended to assist, but it appears that he does not require it. Additionally, there was little they could accomplish regardless. However, with what he had concocted, the knight proclaimed that he could eliminate them all. The individual clarified that he possessed a means to employ should she find herself in peril. For the time being, they were uninvolved in the child's predicament, yet they deemed it wise to accompany him. Subsequently, Hannah inquires whether Liha poses a danger as well, and her colleague does not falter in affirming that she does. When another kobold appears, they eliminate it swiftly. One of the subordinates grumbles about how irritating it is that they continuously emerge. He asserts that when they capture the protagonist, he will deeply rue the day. They are continuing to seek the child. Then they begin conversing about a top-tier dagger that was obtained. No one appreciated the supervisor's directives, even with the assurance of rewards. However, the supervisor himself was attentive to all that was being said. Hannum inquires whether they have an issue adhering to his directives, and remarks that the new generation is feeble. He subsequently inquires whether he is correct or mistaken. However, merely listening to the champion infuriates him. He's weary of the continuous acquiescence to the veteran's demands. Thus, he delivers a precise strike. A projectile strikes the elderly gentleman squarely in the leg. He howls in agony, yet he manages to notice the champion perched in a tree. Lihul faltered by failing to conclude the battle with a solitary strike. A notification from the Sunrise Guild appears. Thus, the protagonist discovers their name and considers it worthless. Once more, the shield bearers assemble in front of the elder, while the damage inflictors position themselves at the forefront. However, they are becoming exasperated as Hyanum continues to issue commands from concealment. The protagonist shouts that anyone who makes the initial move will be shot and utilizes that moment to devise a plan for escape. The accurate hand isn't prepared just yet, and there are few kobolds nearby to take refuge behind. Subsequently, through sheer fortune, a bell unexpectedly chimes, and a colossal foot emerges directly beside them. It's the tribal chief creature, Haijut Han, the very entity they had been seeking. Yet the main character is unable to comprehend that they belong to the same species. Every kobold within the clan becomes 10% more powerful merely by being in proximity to the leader. He enters a fury and affects all with a sense of dread. Libby withstands, owing to the Torment Bear ensemble, and merely becomes slightly unsettled. However, Haijunaim is considerably more frightened, particularly when the manager inquires if he is the adversary. The elderly gentleman implores the manager to pay attention, and it appears that the creature is able to speak. Haijunaim asserts that they are merely pursuing an individual, and they will depart if he permits them to do so. However, Haijut Han inquires who eliminated the creatures back there, and he is aware it wasn't the gunman, for their injuries weren't caused by projectiles. And as humans are perpetually deceitful, he declares that he will no longer disregard them, and cleaves one of them in two. The kobolds initiate their assault, prompting the players to eliminate the more vulnerable members. A shield wielder claims he intends to employ provocation, yet is halted the instant he attempts. Haijut Han effortlessly eliminated a level 50 tank in a single strike. Panic ensues among everyone, and Haijut Han urges Kim to take action, as he possesses 2 shields. Thus, Kim activates his elevated defense and lunges forward, brimming with self-assurance. However, in the subsequent moment, the creature departs, leaving the man with merely a remnant. He cries out in agony and collapses to his knees, which provides the supervisor the opportunity to eliminate him. Even the protagonist was taken by surprise, yet he ultimately realizes that the turmoil arises when you slay a horde of kobolds and fail to depart. Liha estimates that the adversaries are approximately level 60, which means Haijut Han is truly extraordinarily powerful. The chief is on the verge of eliminating the human commander. Thus, the commander shouts that there remains an undisclosed marksman. He claims he'll show mercy if he assists, yet the protagonist remains silent as he wishes to avoid detection. Haijut Han Han continues to captivate interest. However, Liha understands that it remains premature to ascertain his whereabouts. If he cannot eliminate it with a single strike, he is finished. Additionally, there are still other kobolds present as well. Therefore, if he fires, he is essentially doomed regardless. Liha determines it's preferable to discreetly depart. The creature warns the individual to never return. The man spins around, infuriated, informs him to go to hell and asserts that if he perishes, it will create complications. However, the threat fails to have an impact. His limb propels through the air as he shrieks in anguish. Han collides with the earth, unable to even drag himself forward. Thus, he claims that if he endures, he will not return. However, the creature remains unconvinced. It cleaves him in two, causing the protagonist to be drenched in a chill perspiration. All the Dawn crew was annihilated, yet they ultimately lured in every creature. Although there were individuals in the settlement, there was no possibility they could assist. The supervisor instructs his subordinates to locate the individual. They begin to disperse, and that's the protagonist's sole chance. Han operates on an entirely different plane compared to the rest. Merely being in proximity to him sends shivers down your spine. Subsequently, the creature detects the nearby human scent and appears to detect the main character situated in the tree. As the moment approaches, the protagonist reflects on seizing the opportunity. He steadies himself amid the heightened tension, regulates his breathing, and focuses his aim on the head. Yet their gazes intersect, and the supervisor shouts to the sentinels that he has located the individual. The moment has passed for the main character to fire. Oddly, the supervisor merely instructs them to safeguard the entrance. The protagonist is completely unaware of the situation at hand. However, he seizes the opportunity to relocate to another place. He is unaware of who is at the doorway. He is thankful to anyone who diverted the creatures. However, he believes that the supervisor's position will become his. The individuals sprinting towards the entrance were the protagonist's companions. They became intrigued and decided to investigate the manager. They witnessed Han had obliterated Sunrise, leaving them astonished. Machu Huguj ponders whether the champion truly succeeded in invoking the antagonist with merely those hints. But then he becomes frantic as Hannah exclaims that she has exhausted her energy. As the threat looms nearer, he employs what he crafted, a barrier of flames, which eliminates a multitude of the superior's subordinates. He then seizes the girl, asserting that they merely need to flee a bit further. In contrast to the diminutive ones, the leader is capable of breaking through the barrier. Machu Huguj exclaims that they are nearly at their destination, seizing the young woman's hand and triggers his ultimate incantation, Revert. Just as they are on the verge of vanishing, the creature is struck and falls to its knees. Thus, the two of them escape without fully comprehending what just transpired. Several moments prior, the champion had arrived at the kobold's lookout. Due to pyromancy, he was able to assess the range. The breeze was minimal, and the distance was merely 150 meters. The issue was that the creature continually distanced itself. Yet, even at 180 meters, it remained within reach. Thus, the main character unleashed all his firepower upon the antagonist. As he fired, the projectile struck the creature directly in the skull. It struck the earth, and all the kobolds hurried over to assist their leader. The protagonist advances 4 tiers from the defeat, and he shouts, exulting like, "Now that's exactly what I mean." As a result of his victory over the chief, the kobolds experience a 50% reduction in power for 1 hour. The majority of them are at level 20, and all the spoils are abandoned. Additionally, the main character earns a commendation for vanquishing a creature from the infernal conflict, as well as another for accomplishing it with a solitary strike. His agility increases, and he secures a place in the Hall of Fame. However, the narrative appears somewhat grave. It appears that starting from that tier, participants struggle to defeat a boss. However, he believes that the leading global competitors could likely eliminate one of these with ease as well. Absent the just demise and PvP expert accolades, it would have been unfeasible. Lehigh utilized 20 points from the PvP accomplishments in agility prior to firing. It's now the moment to pursue. Eventually, the child attains level 32. It was seamless, as the kobolds had been diminished. Regardless, he ceases his pursuit and acknowledges that he possesses 35 points to allocate. He is uncertain about how to distribute them, and it seems as though situations are becoming increasingly intricate. Musketeers do not solely engage from a distance. They also confront adversaries in close proximity at times. Nevertheless, as he ought to concentrate on marksmanship, he allocates 30 points to agility, believing he will manage well if he continues that way until reaching level 63, and he believes that in the near future he will be able to overtake the berserker. It's time to return to Elstock. The child must either submit or dispose of his belongings, and he grumbles that the benefits are rather uninspiring. One of them them is essentially an invitation to the magnificent inauguration of the sacred grill, but truthfully that's quite typical for a feudal territory. Subsequent to Meanwhile, a crimson-haired girl begins to express her dissatisfaction as her sibling has yet to come in search of her. She received the identical correspondence as before, leading her to believe that either they drew a void ticket or the victor was once more the same individual. As he is in the area, the protagonist opts to examine his belongings. He would. Occupied with the pursuit, he scarcely paid attention. Amidst all that surrounds him, he discovers a legendary safeguarding band that generates a protective shield. It impedes adversarial forces and assimilates assaults akin to an additional existence. Yet, he possesses a necklace made of bones gifted by the superior, who is Crescent Spear. What the main character can truly utilize is the amulet, which provides beneficial effects such as a 10% critical hit chance. He desired the ensemble reward, yet he acknowledges his current situation and resolves to progress to the subsequent stage, completing the mission. Upon reaching the entrance, the protagonist believes that his institution possesses the most dilapidated structure of all. He frequently expresses dissatisfaction regarding it and proclaims his return, yet gunfire erupts from within. Limmy seizes his armament immediately. It appears that there is an unauthorized individual engaging in a confrontation and on the verge of creating a disturbance. Another gunshot rings out, and then the man begins howling in agony. He declares his intention to depart, yet vows to seek retribution, for the other individual is no longer a champion of valor. It appears that the individual who discharged those 3 bullets was Elder Brown, and the velocity completely astonished Limmy. Subsequently, the elderly gentleman acknowledges Limmy. However, Limmy can solely ponder how it required him 20 seconds to discharge 3 shots. That was ridiculously swift with just 1 firearm, and then he simply returned the firearm to its place on the wall. Limmy concludes that if the initial round is preloaded, it requires 10 seconds, whereas if it isn't, just 7 seconds. However, not even a self-loading firearm can fire that swiftly. Only bolt-action rifles possess that capability. Therefore, if the protagonist could replicate the mechanism of such a rifle, he would emerge as the most formidable individual in this feudal realm. The wall-mounted display featuring 3 arms evokes memories of the 3 musketeers. Brown expresses regret for the unpleasant spectacle. He mentions that the sacred warriors visited recently, proclaiming that Hydruikosmina had vanished. Thus, Limmy asserts that he looked after him, which compels Brown to commend him, resulting in the successful fulfillment of the concealed potential assignment. He had surpassed all anticipations. Thus, he achieves complete familiarity with the elderly gentleman. Now Brown believes it's a futile endeavor to dispatch the child to gather bare entrails. And despite the fact that Limmy is essentially a skilled flatterer, the elderly gentleman asserts that there are matters of greater significance. Prior to that, the child inquires about the musket's swift discharge. However, Brown asserts that if Limmy perceives it as rapid, he will resume referring to him as Kid. Limmy attempts to elucidate it through enchantment, but the elderly gentleman exclaims, "Magic my foot, so it must be something within the firearm." A brief silence follows his statement, and Limmy believes there must be a hint within the dialogue. Recalling the accomplishment of the 3 musketeers, he inquires whether the dark firearm is connected to the originators. The elderly gentleman pounds the table, inquiring if the child is aware of anything regarding that. Limmy succeeds in striking the keyword and mentions Bess, Brown, and Elizabeth. That is the origin of the institution's title. Due to those 3, it was previously bustling with newcomers, individuals queued to fire at the shooting range, yet those 2 companions were distinct from the rest. Thus, the protagonist inquires about their location. He is informed they vanished amidst the conflict. However, Brown asserts he will place his faith in Liha now. The trio engaged in the confrontation on the marching fields, yet only Brown returned. Thus, he seeks to uncover what transpired with them. Searching for the forgotten fables transforms into the main character's fresh quest. Initially, the endeavor appears quite straightforward. If they vanished, they are likely alive in some location. Even if he takes no action, the endeavor will collapse. Thus, the protagonist consents to make an effort. He inquires whether he might search for the 2 originators, since it is preferable to surrendering. The man then remarks that Elizabeth would have considered Liha quite impressive, and he consents to allow him to attempt. In the conflict of the advancing meadows, the absent pair ventured out to seek the prime locations for photography. As Brown departed with the Fibule Minute Coalition, it's challenging since those are the sole hints available to the protagonist. 2 decades in Middle-earth is an unfamiliar existence, yet the crucial aspect is that 2 individuals successfully accomplish the quest. The central figure seeks to obtain information from the trader, and ultimately finds it necessary to sell a portion of their armor. At the very very least, his negotiation abilities improved. In the armory, our protagonist inquires with the attendant regarding the absent individuals. However, the tale the individual heard was that both of them had perished, except he recalls that it wasn't the initial rendition. The protagonist requests him to clarify thoroughly. The man inclines closer and murmurs it into his ear. Leha leaps in astonished, as it's the most intricate and absurd thing he's encountered to date. Thus, he refrains from purchasing it. However, the NPC claims it's essentially a marvel. The humans triumphed in a manner that appears so grave it nearly seems genuine. The vendor asserts he cannot assure anything. However, all those who responded in a heroic manner were subdued by the director. Leha inquires about the origin of the narrative, and it stems from an observer of the conflict. However, the individual will only disclose the name if Leha makes a purchase, and he has already reserved an 18-karat gold musket. The protagonist glances and realizes the initial choice is inadequate. However, the latter appears to be satisfactory for his skill level. Thus, he selects the needle rifle as his new firearm. However, following that, he employs his negotiating talents to request a more favorable rate. Ultimately, he secures a savings of 70 silver coins in the discussion. Significantly, the vendor asserts that the observer resides in Nitai, close to the parade grounds, which constitutes a strong indication. As he approaches to purchase a ticket, a young woman mentions that it is priced at 80 silvers above the amount he has just accumulated. However, as he lacks any genuine alternatives, he employs teleportation to arrive there. Subsequently, another young lady acknowledges him and extends her welcome. The protagonist is seeking a one-armed ex-serviceman, and the initial encounter he stumbles upon involves children toying with a vagrant, and the mendicant pursues the tiny rascals, shouting for his blade to be returned. Guiding on shadows, he may have the opportunity to undertake a mission if he assists with the children. Thus, he contemplates returning at a later time, although he observes that, for some unknown reason, the man revealed only one of his hands. The champion ventures to the inn initially, yet within, he is the sole individual grinning. Even the front desk attendant appears to be an individual you definitely prefer to avoid antagonizing. There are countless hostile individuals making it impossible for the protagonist to discover anything. He travels through the city inquiring about Lepanto, yet nothing substantial emerges, indicating that he must explore without any concrete details. All he is aware of is that Lepanto was an individual who wielded a rapier, the very same person who propagated the tale that the musketeers had betrayed humanity. As per the arms dealer, the pair ventured to the fiend's encampment. Indeed, the director will not accept it as truth. Given that he is pressed for time, he must visit the remaining stores today. Some individuals are unaware of Lepanto, others are unaware of his residence, or they provide unhelpful responses. Thus, the protagonist begins to unravel, as this individual is meant to be a renowned figure. A non-playable character wielding a rapier is uncommon, so it would be beneficial for someone to be familiar with his characteristics. In any case, the protagonist continues to explore additional locations. However, the same vagrant from before suddenly appears and inquires if he wishes to engage in additional games. Lena indicates perhaps another occasion, yet the man won't let it go. Then the child recognizes that although his faucet is at half capacity, he failed to observe this disengaged NPC approaching. The protagonist contemplates momentarily and inquires about the man's absent left limb, and even in the absence of the man responding, he comprehends he has discovered Lepanto. The homeless man shouts for his assistant to take the sword, or more precisely, to present the rapier, yet he appears to be a complete maniac engaging in erratic behavior. Lal wishes to verify the authenticity of the tale, so he proclaims that he has several inquiries. However, the vagrant dashes away, shouting fervently about conflict. The protagonist struggles to keep pace while the vagabond is significantly quicker, indicating that he is anything but ordinary. Thus, to prevent his escape, Lal exclaims that it pertains to the musketeers. Lepanto ultimately takes notice but advises the protagonist to flee, for if he remains motionless, Lord Brown is poised to fire upon him. Clearly, the protagonist is completely unaware of what that signifies, yet the vagrant continues to dash. Additionally, discussing Elizabeth, he certainly possesses some knowledge, but then he unexpectedly begins to weep, pleading with Brown not to forsake them. It seems Lepanto is suffering from intense PTSD. The protagonist gains some insight into that during his time in the armed forces, as it occurred frequently. Thus, as Lepanto remains entrenched in the conflict within his mind, he opts to pursue an alternative method. At Holly Grill Castle, possessing a cooking proficiency of level 5, the predator entices the quarry with its scent. Lepanto bites the hook like a naive fledgling, prompting the protagonist to initiate a dialogue, yet the vagrant behaves as if he is completely oblivious to him. He appears, discussing how how he has adversaries everywhere that they must confront. He also mentions that his attendant is an excellent chef and that they must prepare for combat. Laha participates, stating that it's perilous and they'll require Brown and Elizabeth. Yet as soon as he hears those names, he declares it's not occurring. They were the individuals who proclaimed they would turn into adversaries. When he revealed the treachery, he was reprimanded because they could not allow the public to uncover the hero's unsavory truths. It appears that Lepanto was the final individual to converse with them, yet once more he dashed away. This time, the protagonist seeks to uncover his destination, and a fresh mission emerges, requesting their assistance in accompanying the seasoned warrior. His sole task is to locate his blade. However, if he is unable to, Lepanto will perish and Laha will face consequences. Pursuing the vagabond, they ultimately arrive at the frontier of the realm of Fibial. The location is essentially a barren expanse teeming with creatures. Lepanto claims it is teeming with accursed flora and shadowy sprites, and the protagonist charges in to confront them without even being aware of their capability. The clever decision would be to take a detour, yet the destitute individual shouts that he will unleash celestial retribution upon them. He then bolts away, shouting for the attendant to fetch the blade. Lepanto searches for it, but is unable to locate it. Thus, the main character captivates the beast's focus, believing he cannot simply allow the elderly vagrant to perish. He employs the exact hand method and attempts to burst the large one initially. However, it merely creates a conventional opening in its abdomen. The protagonist's abilities are insufficient, and, despite the increasing number of creatures advancing towards him, he seizes the elderly man and dashes away. Upon recharging the firearm, he concentrates on the diminutive versions. He brings one down, then pierces another with the bayonet edge. At least the small one perishes in a single strike. And given that the accursed trees were sluggish, he continued to fire gradually until it came to an end, and the mendicant begins extolling his attendant. Lepanto continues to prattle on, yet the protagonist grows irritated as he has just expended a skill that requires a 6-hour recharge. He instructs the homeless man to be quiet and states that it will be simpler to eliminate the Demon King's shard if they infiltrate discreetly. However, once the duo ultimately reaches a mutual understanding, a humanoid reptile identifies the main character. It's Bayemi Nim, and the individual clarifies that he is merely present to engage in a little bit of hunting. Pursuing game in such a perilous location leads the protagonist to believe it should yield a substantial amount of experience points. And now he is curious about how the reptile can manage it. The mendicant is astonished that the landowner has a reptilian companion. The issue is that Bayemi's institution is not in close proximity, and the reptile is solitary. They assert that they have both become significantly more powerful since their previous encounter, and Bayemi identifies Lieha's equipment. Thus, the protagonist is curious about how he acquired that knowledge. Lieha proposes that they create a group. The reptile claims he is occupied. However, due to his inquisitive nature, he consents to accompany. Lepanto exclaims that his forces are expanding. Thus, Lieha clarifies that he is merely a non-playable character grappling with challenges. In the distance, additional foes can be seen, similar to those encountered earlier. The reptile instructs the protagonist to prepare and concentrate solely on the accursed tree. The sprites taunt him for being a reptile, yet he blows, rises, and exudes toxic fumes upon them, annihilating them all immediately. Subsequently, he gestures to the main character, who fires at the accursed tree. Simultaneously, Bayemi employs his venomous saliva, inflicting numerous perforations on the adversary, and they dismantle it. Lieha comes to understand that the venomous saliva strikes with greater force than his own fire, and is genuinely astonished. Following the battle, they take a moment to recuperate while their abilities recharge, but Bayemi is unable to remain stationary. Given that the protagonist reached level 33 there, it's evident that the region is not intended for individuals below level 40. Thus, the protagonist inquires about the lizard's rank, to which it responds that it has reached level 51. Lieha is unable to comprehend it. However, Bayemi asserts that leveling is merely about understanding where and how to pursue. Initially, they must complete the mission, yet Lepanto shouts that his companions are interred there, and that he commanded the vanguard in the conflict. He swiftly departs, believing his armament is close at hand. The protagonist believes the vagrant has regained his recollection. However, the issue lies in the fact that there are numerous undead creatures ahead. Regardless, it appears that he is aware of his actions. Therefore, the journey should be nearing its conclusion. Lepanto declares he can observe the blade concealed in the identical encampment from which the two departed. Bayemi excels by inquiring whether this pertains to a musketeer-class mission, and Lepanto begins to panic as he is uncertain whether it is occurring at this moment or if it has already taken place. The incessant rambling feelings of the mendicant are driving them insane. However, the earth begins to radiate a violet hue and a ghoul emerges from the ground. That's precisely why they preferred him not to shout. Lepanto fires upon the initial revenant, then states he will manage the skeletons while his companion addresses the remainder, and he additionally offers the reptile a piece of advice, emphasizing the importance of severing their limbs. The undead pursues the protagonist, and he begins to panic because he's depleted his ammunition, but he rushes in with a bayonet assault as he cannot afford to fail. Ultimately, the young man defeats the final opponent, and the reptile completes his portion as well. The issue arises when a team arrives claiming they have successfully located the gecko, and once more their emblem is derived from the Dawn-Sun Association. The reptile advises the main character to flee while there remains an opportunity. However, he must bring the NPC along, and he also owes money to those individuals. Regardless, Bayemi asserts that they will not exit this situation without conflict. Thus, they divided responsibilities. The members of the guild are indifferent due to the turmoil metric, and one of them is struck by gunfire right away, which sends everyone into a frenzy as it was the supervisor. Bayemi expels poison across numerous limbs, and then a level 60 individual enters wielding a blade, and the protagonist becomes anxious because he cannot establish distance with the vagrant present. One of them attempts to pursue the gunman. Therefore, the champion employs the bayonet strike, yet the man is more powerful than the creatures. Another individual arrives to assist the vagrant as well, and it appears that the main character did not succeed in the objective. But then Lepanto emerges from the haze inquiring about their identity. Lehigh shouts that they are adversaries, and when a hairless man leaps in to bring him down, the vagrant responds with a straightforward action known as coup draw. Everyone begins to panic, attempting to remove the beggar initially, but Lepanto claims that those assaults are trivial in comparison to the fiendish legion, and he dispatches numerous adversaries directly to their demise employing various combat methods. Even without his sword, he eliminates them all in one swift blow. Thus, even Lehigh cannot fathom that he is merely a quest non-playable character. Nonetheless, the individual bows down, expressing gratitude to our champion. He indicates that, in the absence of his assistance, he would have perished like a despised madman, devoid of recollections, and regarding his rapier, he would have permanently mislaid it, as all he needed to do was invoke it. The task of accompanying the military veteran has been accomplished. Thus, Lehigh's standing in the realm rises, and what Lehigh sought to ascertain, Lepanto now clarifies as alteration of recollection. The cause of him being struck by that enchantment was due to them, and the individual who executed it was the military consultant sorcerer Rotzak, the present archmage of the realm of Fibiel. Nevertheless, the combat documentation is housed in the royal archives, yet only the monarch has the ability to perceive them. The dilemma is that the champion cannot simply venture there and inquire, nor can he return without evidence. Thus, Lepanto expresses regret, yet asserts that the enchantment is fundamentally a method to eliminate individuals without becoming personally involved. He is unable to travel to the capital or even remain within the realm, as discovering this would lead to repercussions for the knights at the hands of Rotzak. Yet he still offers a coin, claiming it serves as adequate evidence to demonstrate he is still living. Subsequently, he proclaims that he intends to pursue those two and express gratitude to the champion once more for the assistance. Bayemi expresses gratitude to him as well, and since Lehigh is returning to the capital, the lizard advises him to recover his strength swiftly. The protagonist is merely bewildered that he is receiving invaluable information without charge. Thus, the reptile expresses that he perceives promise in him, and that he will require him one day as well. Essentially, it's a commitment to a talent such as Inji Jing, who has already attained level 23. In any case, they bid farewell. However, the next occasion Lehigh advises Bayemi he need not conceal the blade he acquired from the dawn. Lehigh accomplishes one mission by vanquishing a malevolent adversary, and another for prevailing against a more formidable opponent. He garnered 22 points. However, the true test was poised to commence at this moment. Lehigh composes himself, considering he will attempt first, but as he opens the door, he narrowly escapes being shot. Brown is skeptical of everything and asserts that the so-called hero needs to substantiate that claim of treachery. The initial action taken by Lehigh is to pass the coin, and the elderly gentleman comes to the realization that Lepanto endures. It is claimed to be a monitoring currency that recognizes the proprietor through mana, averts accidental harm to allies, and assists with assignments. And this one is the possession of a chevalier from the 3rd unit. However, Brown revisits the protagonist's narrative and inquires whether Rotzak was responsible for everything. He begins assembling several items and inquires whether the child is available that evening evening to take a stroll. Thus, the mission Lost Legends transforms into Lehigh assisting the elderly gentleman in gaining access to the royal records. However, if he is unable to execute it successfully and emerge unscathed, he will still experience a 50% reduction in recognition throughout the entire realm. The protagonist advises the elderly man to venture forth solo, as he lacks the authorization to gain entry. However, if they concealed matters from Brown, then even he remains unaware. The sole alternative is to select an individual he confides in to retrieve the documents. Thus, the protagonist consents to make an attempt. Now, Brown is received at the fortress and enters under the pretext that he aims to engage in commerce with the Enchanted Enterprise alongside his aide. Lehigh was cautioned to exclusively access the West Wing following passage through the East Wing, since a single misstep can lead to your demise. They must also vacate the vicinity by 9 o'clock and convene. Consequently, the pair proceeds towards a luminous gem. The elderly gentleman claims they possess but a single opportunity, and it begins to radiate with even greater brilliance. Subsequently, the indication is provided, and Lehigh conceals itself behind a vase. Immediately, the chief scribe Clark appears, delighted to reunite with a former associate once more. Bypassing the pleasantries, Clark inquires about Brown's presence, as he wouldn't have even acknowledged anyone else. The elderly gentleman claims he merely arrived for a visit. Clark is content, but cautions that the assailant must not handle anything. He also mentions that the visit appears unusual because Brown is not a significant individual. He's extremely wary. He believes the elderly gentleman has someone concealed behind a vase, but then he feels embarrassed when he discovers nothing and shifts the topic, stating that it's genuinely quite pleasant to be the chief scribe. Amidst the discussion, Lehigh successfully dashes towards the staircase, just as they had intended. The issue is that the staircase is incessant and begins to twist until the protagonist finds themselves in this enchanting realm. He can sense the ground, yet he believes the elderly gentleman ought to have cautioned him, as he is completely unaware of how he is meant to locate the documents within a mere 2 hours. Among the shelves, just one area is radiant, and it features continental charts and habitation documents. Lehigh deduces that the radiance is a clear indication and begins to sift through the volumes. The initial one he unseals is a continental chart of areas that were surveyed and documented. It enumerates creature categories and tiers, resembling a tactical manual. The entire content was authored by an individual named Fernan, who undoubtedly embodies the sovereign of explorers. But then he discovers a document titled Expedition Strategy for an Uncharted Landmass, which transforms into a quest to return the individual to the realm. Considering the rewards, it appears to be a series of quests that can solely be acquired in the archives, and it commences when you venture into that unfamiliar continent. In the narrative, it mentions that the monarch disregarded Fernand's concept and only showed concern when he vanished. With half an hour remaining, the protagonist ultimately discovers the military documents. Lapunto referenced there existed a procedure known as fragment disintegration, where they intended to eliminate the commander initially. However, as he must concentrate on an alternative task, he utilizes the director's mirror to document it and review it afterward. Suddenly, a gateway begins to materialize in the library, and Lehigh learns they are set to examine the World War II segment due to Archmage Ratzaka's spontaneous request. Ratzak requested them to verify if anything was absent due to an unforeseen individual gaining access to the palace. The junior staff member considers it absurd, yet proceeds to examine the initial volumes on the Great War. And when he does, he howls. He indicates that certain documents were disorganized, and it pertains to the segment of the conflict in the parade grounds. Additionally, they can perceive the noise of a door being opened. Through a stroke of luck, the main character reaches the staircase and returns from the regal repository unscathed, yet he can already perceive a multitude of individuals searching for the tiny pilfer. The sentinels are instructed to pursue any individuals they find dubious. Thus, the main character deduces that the most efficient path is the briefest one. The complication arises, however, close to the barrier. He encounters a knight. Sir Cindergaard becomes exceedingly irritated. However, they then identify one another. Consequently, they acknowledge one another, and an individual exclaims felicitations to the sacred warrior. A sorcerer asserts that the main character must be an interloper, and he genuinely is. Thus, he must feign ignorance. The knight, in the meantime, asserts that individuals cannot simply be detained without evidence. Furthermore, he recollects that he was the one who vanquished the Cobalt leader. Clark continues to assert that he is the most dubious individual, yet Sir Cindergaard asserts that it is unjust to blame his companion in such a manner. Our protagonist is on the verge of experiencing love, and the scribe acknowledges he requires evidence. assistance. Thus, he inquires whether he is unfamiliar with Brown. The protagonist responds that any musketeer is acquainted with him. However, given that there are no alternative options available, they depart. Ultimately, Lee Hayes expresses his gratitude for the assistance, and Sir Cindergaard also expresses his gratitude for his assistance. In any case, regarding their presence, the elderly gentleman arrives, stating that he has come to see someone alongside his pupil. Brown also expresses gratitude to the royal sentinels, and the main character requests to be pardoned, then all bid farewell. In the interim, the elderly gentleman was unable to encounter Rotsack. However, Lee Hayes can at least claim that his role was completed. Upon returning home, the main character lacked the opportunity to examine the Royal Archives documentation. Thus, he prepared to discuss it with his superior. At 9 o'clock, a sentry observed the pair approaching the Demon King's troops, and when he shouted, he was fired upon. The following day, at 8 a.m., a faction that pursued them found their extremities tangled. At 10 o'clock, they launched an assault on a battalion, and once more, no one returned unscathed. As per the documentation, the pair collaborated with the fiends, and it is only at this moment that the Lepanto segment commences. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the pair arrived at the 67th Regiment, gathered provisions, and fled alongside a shadowy elf. However, prior to their departure, they cautioned everyone to be vigilant of Rotsack. The protagonist suspected the Archmage was suspicious for concealing information. Yet, currently, it appears that there is additional information too. Another observer stated that Ms. Elizabeth was expecting. Thus, the elderly gentleman struck the table forcefully. He considers it absurd. No one uttered a word, and he's so furious he's practically gnawing on his own lip. They were referred to as the trio of musketeers, but evidently they weren't that intimate. Nonetheless, the director expresses his gratitude as they are, at the very least, safe. Brown finds it amusing that they continue to refer to him as director despite everything that has transpired, and the protagonist asserts there must be an explanation. Regardless, he expresses his gratitude to him. The objective has been accomplished, and the elderly gentleman confesses that Lee Hayes is the sole individual he can rely on at this point. A fresh quest emerges titled Suffering of the Isolated Musketeer. Lee Hayes had never witnessed the director in such a manner and believed this was not the moment to be concerned about anything else. The issue is that he received no funds. However, suddenly, a voice shouts, and it appears there is a bidding event taking place. It appears that individuals congregated to exchange their belongings, and both vendors and purchasers incur a 5% charge. At that moment, the protagonist recalls that he can still market the Kobold Leader's spear. He believes it's a futile endeavor to linger merely for the sake of exchanging due to the charge. However, he becomes enraged upon discovering the armament is valued at 60 gold pieces, and that is merely an uncommon artifact. Therefore, he shouts with enthusiasm. Returning to the tangible realm, a certain individual is urging Mrs. Kim to expedite the collection of an order. During peak traffic times, her mobile device chimes, and she feels dejected because she is being reprimanded. Lee messaged her with concern and requested her bank account details as he had earned some funds. His mother forwards it without truly comprehending it. However, upon launching the banking application, she notices 10 million won credited to her account. Lee Hayes acquired 110 gold from the transaction, which is an impressive outcome for an individual who has only recently begun playing, and as it all stems from the match, he's appreciative. He recalls all the significant experiences he's encountered thus far. Regardless, he has 3 days remaining until he can reunite with the Elder, and since it's not yet midday, he thinks it's pleasant to linger in the medieval realm a little longer. That evening, Ki Jong envisioned the time he battled Berserk and was thoroughly devastated. It resembled a dreadful dream. Thus, he awoke shrieking in terror. Merely gazing at the virtual reality apparatus induces. The child begins to tremble, and it infuriates him. Abruptly, the protagonist dials and inquires if he is merely relaxing. Lee Hayes claims he is available as well, and extends an invitation to his companion to join him for steak at his residence. Consequently, they arrange to meet at 8 o'clock, and merely listening to its essence, Ki Jong understands that the protagonist must have accumulated a substantial fortune. Naturally, he isn't astonished, as the protagonist has been excelling remarkably up to this point. Contemplating that even inspires him to engage in the game once more. Lee Hayes is truly averse to squandering time. He possesses a lunchbox valued at 100 million, and seeks to determine whether it is genuinely valued at that amount. However, the sole individual capable of validating it is Madame Rue's sibling, known as Juice. The champion halts before her residence, raps on the entrance, and is welcomed. The young woman is towering and evidently irritated that she must respond to Lee. Hayes presents himself, terrified beyond belief. However, when it comes to explaining his presence, he He understands he failed to organize anything. At the final moment, he produces some cured rabbit meat and mentions that her sibling requested her to sample it. He successfully gains entry for the time being, yet the young lady becomes inquisitive. Regardless, the protagonist believes the non-playable characters in this game are quite laid back, and that to elicit a genuine response, he must utilize a specific term, so he needs to determine what Madam's term is. Lee Hayes states that Rue additionally instructed him to bring up the lunchbox, and that piques the sister's curiosity. Appears, as he anticipated accurately, the young woman mentions she received a message indicating something similar, but subsequently never received any further information. Incidentally, Lee Hayes inquires whether establishing a store in the capital is challenging, and it seems Rue did not clarify it adequately. He is also curious about the significance of the lunchbox, prompting her to elaborate that her sister's meal is prepared from the creature sourced from Candle Castle. Wealthy elites consistently seek to experience it, leading to its ultimate possession by those who wield the greatest influence. The initial individual that comes to the protagonist's mind is the monarch. However, the young woman clarifies that she merely follows her sister's instructions. Shifting the topic, Jess merely states that this is the location where the majority of the formidable individuals in the realm congregate. Gathering everyone in a single eatery enhances the establishment's perceived worth. Thus, the protagonist abruptly conceives a notion and concocts a pretext to hasten his departure. Jess is completely agreeable with it, as he considered the individual intriguing, just as his sister mentioned. Subsequent to disengaging from virtual reality, Lee finds it absurd that these NPCs, intended to be typical characters from the initial village, possess such intricate backstories. But then, unexpectedly, his mother arrives with his companion and instantly embraces the protagonist with great warmth. She begins to weep and inquires whether all that wealth originated from something dubious. Yet, his companions elucidate all matters collaboratively. Following the meal, Lita mentions the lunchbox mission, but rather than selling the item as they had previously agreed, he declares his intention to complete the quest instead, and the child cannot fathom it. Kijong weeps excessively, prompting Lita to clarify that Rue genuinely intended to establish an intelligence consortium masquerading as an eatery. Thus, the protagonist seeks counsel from Kijong, as he is an experienced player. The fair-haired fellow suggests that the game could proceed in that manner, and he has experienced a similar situation previously, but it was outrageously costly. Nonetheless, you receive remarkable information, and given that the guide is a non-playable character, it essentially becomes a pay-to-win scenario. In the metropolis, there are none due to the royal family's confidentiality, and that is the reason the lunchbox was destined to find its way into the monarch's possession. The prize was a summons to the establishment's inaugural event. Thus, the fair-haired individual cautions that it appears to be a snare, as no one would genuinely execute such a plan. An object at that tier could be utilized or exchanged, and the protagonist concedes it's peculiar. However, there is a possibility that the benefit extends beyond merely an invitation and may initiate a profoundly positive ripple effect. As a result, subsequently, he returns to his sister's residence. She identifies him as the courier from several days prior. Immediately, the main character declares that, in fact, he is the one who was meant to deliver the lunchbox. The irony is that she was already aware, and now she perceives him as even more intriguing. Simply provides him with a beverage. However, what the main character seeks is knowledge. Naturally, he anticipated this, as he presented the lunchbox to discover what the incentive was. Leia attempts to assert that it isn't precisely that way, but ultimately lacks concern. The sibling remarked that the majority of individuals would not provide the lunch container. However, if an individual were to do so, they would either be a fool or an individual who was already aware of the strategy and sought to gain an upper hand. No ordinary individual would reach that point. Thus, the endeavor is intended for individuals seeking gains that extend beyond mere financial wealth. The issue lies in the fact that regardless of who provided the lunchbox, the sibling also urged their demise. The instant he is assaulted, the hero narrowly evades a metal javelin. He shouts, inquiring about the reason, while the girl praises Leia's resilience. However, prior to the main character being able to fire, a group of assassins swiftly infiltrates the residence in an attempt to eliminate Leia. At the very least, he replenished the musket prior, allowing him to hit one of them. Another javelin is launched, but Leia delivers a strike directly to the assassin's abdomen. He then bellows for everyone to halt, or he will discharge his firearm at the woman and seize the lunch container. Yet despite the danger, the girl simply chuckles, remarking that Leia is disrespectful towards women. Our protagonist asserts that the sacred knights will arrive due to the commotion, yet subtly suggests they have been compromised. He merely states that anyone intending to create unrest in the capital must strategize ahead of time, and that his sibling would have awarded the child a 10, but she merely grants him an 8. 8. In fact, it merely clarifies that it was entirely an examination. Consequently, she reduces the rating to a 5, declaring that it's finished. For a brief instance, the protagonist contemplates merely extending his hand for a shake and leaving it at that, but ultimately opts to seize the reins. Thus, he maintains the firearm aimed at her due to a sense of treachery, and, due to the examination, he insists on recompense from the impending guild chief. Subsequently, the young woman begins to chuckle incessantly at his audacity for an individual aspiring to be a leader. That was the reply that finalized the mission, thus just consents to provide our protagonist with valuable insights. A couple of days later in Lars Canyon, the main character discovers a plethora of therapeutic plants that were merely directed to him. Leia acquires the moniker Goblin Nose Collector for exterminating 1,000 of them, as he occupies the ideal position to take a shot from. Thus, now it's moment to visit No Brown. Within the lodging establishment, the champion proclaims his presence. The elderly gentleman observes that the child appears somewhat distinct. No Brown inquires whether the protagonist has undergone training, which astonishes Leia that he observed, yet it is logical. He ascended 12 tiers, thus he elucidates all aspects. The elderly gentleman claims that will expedite his advancement, as it is essential to enhance him so that he can join the forthcoming generation of the Three Musketeers. This implies that the tasks he had undertaken thus far were not the type typically assigned to an ordinary musketeer. All of it was fundamentally preparing him to evolve into the subsequent generation. The issue lies with the entire situation concerning the vanished individuals and the elderly man. However, Leia believes he will comprehend that eventually. As the objective is to eliminate a golem, the protagonist confesses he has never dispatched one previously, and then learns that it will be more severe than the kobold. Leia becomes so alarmed it seems he is on the verge of declining. Ultimately, he embraces the assignment. Atop a peak, a group of individuals assemble factions to confront the golem. They seek fire or ice elemental sorcerers, and that is what the protagonist discovered on the internet. Typically, there are animated constructs and flesh-eating vegetation present, with ranged attackers steering clear of the golems, while melee fighters despise the plants. There is a consistent presence of contrasting types of creatures, ensuring that no one has an advantage. However, if you belong to an alternate category, you would be unable to navigate this path. Allegedly, the quest only appears for the initial trio of individuals who successfully completed the old man's challenge. Thus, the protagonist expresses gratitude to his mother, panics out due to a faction battling a golem, and promptly begins sprinting. Golems exclusively employ striking and battering techniques. It's foreseeable, yet a small stone the protagonist nudges on the earth combines with others and transforms into an enormous stone colossus. Thus, he promptly readies his ammunition, believing that under these circumstances he will deliver a particularly powerful strike. The breeze is gusting from the southeast, so he takes it into consideration and fires directly at the skull. The issue is that the creature doesn't succumb with a single strike. Leia believes he misjudged it. Thus, he positions himself for another attempt and strikes once more, yet the creature appears ready to flatten the child entirely. At that instant, the child settles down, and rather than dashing, inserts the final charge into the firearm, and discharges a round that ultimately shatters the golem into fragments. The protagonist departs, contemplating that it required 3 attempts, yet the creature was rejuvenating beneath and, unexpectedly nearly, seized the child with an assault. Thus, without a moment to reflect, he employs the exact hand method to continue shooting until he discovers the golem's core. Noticing that, the child becomes assured, as that must be its vulnerability. However, the creature conceals it once more with stones, completely humiliating him. Loha sprints and suffers a 50% reduction in health points. He's fortunate that there's no endurance restriction. Thus, he reviews the assignment once more. It states he must observe something he was unable to discern from a distance. Similar to the heart, yet you can't conquer it merely by targeting that. Subsequent to embarking on a quest for additional information, the child perceives a multitude of sounds. That the previous group is still battling golems. However, in contrast to Loha, they access the center and succeed in obliterating the core with a direct and forceful pounding. Inquisitive, Loha inquires whether that small sphere holds any significance. Subsequently, a fellow clarifies that you merely need to strike it once to achieve victory. Certain individuals refer to it as a testis, which truthfully seems logical as it eliminates the matter permanently. Regardless, all you need to do is capture when it's revealed. However, the individual advises Loha to depart if he wishes to avoid demise. Additionally, the protagonist inquires about the bronze automaton and learns that upon the arrival of the supervisor, individuals individuals hastily approach it without a moment's contemplation. However, the dialogue halts as the stone guardian reemerges. Thus, they bid farewell and the champion departs, with the individual believing the marksman is certainly going to perish. The protagonist discovers he must strike the ball prior to it regrowing its outer layer, and while being oblivious, he nearly tumbles off the precipice. Marksmen like him find it challenging to shatter stones. As he contemplates, an individual suddenly plummets from above, landing directly beside him, and that is due to the bronze golem that just emerged through the individual. The creature's designation is Tyren Rouge. All individuals in proximity are affected by negative status effects. Beneath, the news circulates, and individuals on the periphery begin to clash over it. It requires 5 minutes for a group of 10 individuals to assemble. Thus, if Li Hu intends to handle it alone, he must conquer the beast before that occurs. Regardless, a man shouts at a sorcerer to refrain from employing lightning spells, yet the child remains unaware, and as the lightning strikes the golem, it howls. However, those who suffer are everyone else, as it mirrors the assault and disrupts the entire collective. Several days afterward, a man in the urban area is seeking individuals to assemble a group. He encounters the protagonist, but feels let down as it turns out to be yet another novice. At the very least, the child believes that Li Hu is about to be thrashed by the predatory vegetation. Therefore, he trails behind him, then fails to comprehend how they find themselves in the golem zone. Prior to his ability to perceive anything, a sudden burst of light occurs, followed by the echo of a firearm discharge. Subsequently, the main character asserts that his desired actions were successful. 9 days afterward, at the Tenero summits, the champion anticipates the golem's resurgence, encircled by competitors who have been consumed by the flora. With all his abilities, he evades the snares, and after a span of 10 days, he ultimately encounters the antagonist. Li Hu is struck by an array of adverse status conditions. Some individuals panic, yet the protagonist employs a elixir that purges them, and initiates the stable hand method. The issue is that the shot inflicts no harm whatsoever, but at the very least, he succeeds in placing something upon it. Li Hu launches an explosive device that detonates immediately, and as the cores are uncovered, the child essentially trounces everyone. Recently, the champions have discovered the technique of creating explosives merely by encasing gunpowder, investing a small amount of money, beastly fees, and Li Hu becomes aware that there is a stage during which explosives are ineffective. In addition, the other golems attempt to leap at him as well, yet the main character maintains his position, asserting that he will ultimately triumph. Following the gunfight, Li Hu experiences profound embarrassment. He understands that he cannot perish or abandon the objective, thus he opts to attempt one final endeavor. Li Hu is aware that the creature has already endured a thrashing, and he simply requires to deliver one additional blow, but an assault strikes to obliterate him. Our protagonist narrowly escapes being grazed, thus his only option is to retreat as much as he can. He endeavors to avoid the area of effect assaults, yet it remains ineffective. He is forcefully thrust against a barrier. His health points decrease significantly as the creature approaches, yet its essence is laid bare. Therefore, the main character employs the energy shield. That circular obstacle will prevent anyone from approaching within 3 meters. Thus, Li Hu seizes the opportunity to take one final shot at the diminutive sphere, and that day marked the inaugural occasion a firearm was discharged in a medieval realm. The most astonished is the vulture that arrived to devour the hero's remains. However, merely witnessing it brings joy, as it has the potential to generate some profit. Returning to the observation tower, Li Hu descends into the midst of a group of participants, shows no concern and shouts in triumph, reveling in the task he accomplished. He successfully eliminated the golem single-handedly because the cask endured a shotgun explosion. Regardless, Li Hu must sign out at the workshop to have the musket mended. Yet, initially, he reviews a collection of accomplishments he has attained, like a master artisan, as his makeshift musket contraption remarkably functioned. He also received one titled Master of Solo Players, although some individuals obtained a superior version, likely by creating something akin to what he fashioned with the explosive. Regardless, when Lidot examines his statistics, he discovers 82 points available for allocation. No Brown's adventures are extraordinary, and the protagonist believes he succeeded solely due to his agility. Nevertheless, he distributes the scores with astuteness as he believes it will assist in creation. And regarding that ability, he can identify the objects he produces, essentially conjuring them and enhancing their capabilities. Lidot endeavors to designate the explosive with the intention of generating a substantial profit because he desires something ostentatious. The issue is that the system mocks him and automatically designates it as fuse wire. After After shedding some tears, Lidot disconnects and retires for the night. However, as he slumbers, the substantial windfall he desired is already en route due to the replay of his superior's combat footage. Subsequent to the session, the champion slumbers for 12 hours. He approaches the refrigerator famished, but observes that there are primarily only therapeutic plants his mother acquired. Lidot must generate additional revenue to alter that situation. Thus, he settles in, excited to conduct some investigation prior to engaging in gameplay. He begins by reviewing the standings. However, a clip of him battling the bronze golem surfaces. An individual uploaded it without authorization, therefore. Lidot seeks to have it removed. However, if he expresses dissatisfaction, the individual who uploaded the content will ascertain his identity. And what's even more astonishing is that individuals are providing cash to uncover the truth. Kajung contacts him, therefore. Evidently, individuals familiar with him have already identified him. Nonetheless, the main character places a barrier up for auction. It is the shield he acquired from the creature. Thus, the child begins to observe it as Lidot boasts a little. However, it indicates that while it excels in player versus player scenarios, it falls short compared to his own. It's astonishing since the shield is valued at 180 gold coins. Nevertheless, the child expresses gratitude and departs to engage in play. Therefore, the main character contemplates his companion and his mother, both of whom have been immensely supportive, and he departs as well, driven to reimburse them. The bidding price rises to 188. However, the champion expended a fortune on supplies and endeavored to repair the firearm. He ultimately found himself with nothing as it proved unsuccessful, and to exacerbate the situation, he observes that his cloak has been shredded on an arbitrary branch. To make matters worse, he was tumbling on the earth in an attempt to slay the golem. Thus, he will appear disheveled until he acquires funds once more. Ultimately, despite his intentions to pamper his companion, he needed to telephone and request a favor. That's how he acquired a fresh set at an appealing reduction of 3 gold coins, courtesy of his negotiating prowess. Thus, now he will observe No Brown to complete the mission. Upon his return, subsequent to their salutations, the elderly man observes that the youth appears distinct. As he anticipated, he remarked that the protagonist possesses skill. Thus, he acquires this ability known as Hawkeye that truly compels you to give it a go. The operation occurred due to Lika's inability to perceive clearly at a distance. Their primary role is sharpshooting, and that is impossible to achieve without adequate vision. Thus, this occasion, the pursuit transforms into a sharpshooter mission. Gather 5 Roadrunner plumes. However, whenever Lika recalls those events, he experiences a shiver along his spine. Lika inquires merely to confirm if it's akin to that majestic golden eagle at the Fortress of Radiance. However, the elderly gentleman claims it is considerably more severe, which unnerves the protagonist. At the very least, he won't perish if he does not succeed. However, another task arises as well. Elizabeth's inheritance, which you finalize later by striking a target from distances of 4-4-4 meters. She consistently remarked that if anyone could make a shot from that range, they would earn the title of her successor. Lika, all excited, inquires if he must complete it at this moment. The elderly gentleman declines, yet if he were to become her heir, he will earn the armament on the wall. That was the Mrs. Musket, and the remaining 2 were already owned by another individual. The abilities of the trio of musketeers had also been transmitted, thus Lise was determined to concentrate on precision. Therefore, the child contemplates deeply on whether to embrace the assignment, but states he intends to pursue the Roadrunners initially. In the arid expanse where those creatures reside, the main character observes the initial target he intends to eliminate from afar. He engages Hawkeye, and his precision soars as if he's utilizing a marksman's sight. It doesn't magnify, but it provides significant assistance. Therefore, he attempts to fire, yet the creature perceives and sprints away at lightning speed, departing the protagonist perplexed and incapable of even following it. Whenever one of these appears, participants cease their pursuit. Thus, following 3 consecutive days of exertion, the champion is utterly devastated. He has yet to acquire a single plume. Once more, the avian creatures won't permit him to approach. Lihak virtually implores, but then unexpectedly he perceives something unusual in the noise of their sprinting. He perceives it now solely because the expanse of the desert is so vast. However, the Roadrunner possesses a design, thus, when he aims with that consideration, a neighbor approaches to investigate the source of the commotion. Lihak receives recognition for successfully executing a 200-meter shot, and it's remarkable that his hypothesis proved successful. Following that revelation, he continues his pursuit, and now everything is proceeding seamlessly. The protagonist ultimately comprehends the true essence of sniping. As you simply need to direct them precisely to your desired location. The thrill for a hunter lies in pursuit, whereas a sniper's enjoyment is found in patience. For this reason, Lihak has a period of 20 days to complete the mission, which, fortunately, he has realized it just in time. Suddenly, a man begins shouting at the main character, labeling him with every possible epithet, and insists that he return his ring. Indeed, Hyeonim has appeared once more to be a nuisance, accompanied by a few Sunrise faction thugs. The champion believed they would never reveal themselves again following that recent humiliation. Yet, he isn't frightened because among the 10 individuals present, he is likely the most formidable. Hyeonim insists on receiving all his equipment along with the golem shield as restitution. Meanwhile, one of their sorcerers tears apart a scroll that nullifies all returned scrolls. With no escape in sight, Lihak reaches out to Ki-young for assistance. His companion concurs, but mentions that it will require some time. Discover it, the main character must delay for as long as feasible, so he feigns his intention to resolve the situation by returning the ring. Hyeonim remains skeptical, yet amid the diversion, Lihak seizes the opportunity to strike, and it merely falters because the shield bearer obstructs it on behalf of the leader. The chief even expresses gratitude to him, as he genuinely believed he was on the verge of death. He becomes extremely enraged, declaring that he will eliminate the protagonist at the spawn point each time moving forward. Thus, Lihak must engage in combat without any opportunity to replenish his ammunition. At the very least, he possesses that improvised explosive device. He hurls it over the killers and expands it. As everyone is hurriedly searching for a wizard, the champion successfully replenishes his ammunition. Suddenly, from an unexpected direction, a samurai unleashes a sweeping air strike, and Lihak narrowly deflects it with the ring's protective shield. He was caught off guard by the presence of someone like that in Sunrise. The individual's name is Zako, and he resembles Hyeonim's superior. Hyeonim is completely ingratiating herself to him. However, an additional explosion from the protagonist occurs and strikes both of them down like refuse. Regrettably, Lihak's strategy to eliminate Zako in that manner fails, and the energy shield endures for merely approximately 5 minutes. Lihak is uncertain whether he's aware, but prior to that, Ki-jong makes his entrance. The knight from before approaches, inquiring about the situation. He acknowledges the dawn and comprehends that they are participating in PK. He also observes that the main character is a musketeer and inquires whether he is aware of the slumbering child. However, Lihak instructs him to flee. Hyeonim commands them to fire at him. Thus, the protagonist leaps in front of the unknown individual to rescue him. Unfortunate circumstances. A projectile strikes Lihak in the shoulder, and when they collapse, he ultimately sustains significant injuries. Once more, Lihak instructs the knight to clear off, and as soon as the child emerged from the boundary, Zako swiftly launches an assault with his detonative shattered strike. However, the knight instructs Lihak to retreat, and rather than perishing, he disables the adversary's energy supply. It appears that the knight is, in fact, a female warrior, and she expresses her disdain for individuals who roam about criticizing others. Subsequently, the young woman observes. The main character possesses an elixir and becomes intrigued. The armored figure advances to the forefront, yet she pushes Lihak away and delivers a distant strike against the foe. Kim collapses, shrieking as his health points are entirely depleted, leading to his demise. Meanwhile, Zako is taken aback, having not even noticed his subordinate being eliminated. As Lihak sustained an injury while attempting to assist, the young woman presents him with a restorative elixir, and the protagonist returns to their usual state. Although she has no desire to engage in conflict, she recalls how inappropriate those individuals are. Zako merely grumbles and believes he ought to withdraw, yet his ego prevents him from doing so. He instructs the remaining henchmen to eliminate the pair. Acknowledging that evasion is impossible, the girl rushes forward, and the hero requires no assistance whatsoever. They weren't feeble, but she is exceedingly powerful. Therefore, Lihak is eager to discover her identity. When everything concludes, Lihak attempts to return the elixir. However, the knight allows him to retain it because he made an effort to safeguard her. There's even a fleeting instance shared between them. However, they redirect the topic. Previously, the young woman departs, the protagonist shouts, expresses gratitude towards her, and inquires about her name. That's when Ki-jong ultimately arrives, dashing in to rescue his companion. Lihak attempts to communicate to him that it has already concluded, yet the individual does not peruse it. He bursts in, attacking the girl as if she were an adversary. Then, he initiates the sacred spirit turtle progression, but the young woman intercepts it at the final moment. Subsequently, she inquires if they can have a conversation. Ki-jong promptly questions why this young woman is accompanying his companion. As she holds the 6th position in in the global standings. And then Lee Hack ultimately comprehends that she parallels the swordswoman, a national champion adorned with a gold medal, who wields a weapon resembling a rapier. Utilizing methods such as Lepanto's, Kijong inquires whether they are acquainted. Thus, the young woman encapsulates the situation. The protagonist rescued her, and she is reciprocating by vanquishing outlaws. Each individual presents themselves, and as she wields an alternative armament, Nura clarifies that it's due to her journeying, seeking for an enchanted blade. Lee Hack inquires whether it resembles a pin, and she essentially shouts, inquiring whether the protagonist has any idea, as her mission is to discover it. However, he is unaware of anything. The champion has merely listened to tales of an adventure. However, simply being aware that it's close to the boundary is already beneficial. Thus, she bids farewell, expresses her gratitude to them, and additionally dispatches Lee Hack a confidential message, instructing him to include her and keep it a secret from others. As they stroll side by side, Kijong playfully teases his friend's blush-inducing expression, prompting him that he has not experienced having a girlfriend. Concerning the metropolis, the fair-haired gentleman claims that the young woman is a sacred warrior. She was the inaugural recipient of the title, thus she is renowned. Concerning the ascending sun, the protagonist elucidates all, which angers his companion. Subsequently, Kijong states that he must conceal himself until he reaches level 100. Yet, Lee Hack declines as he seeks retribution. He claims that yet he is aware that there are numerous members in the guild and is challenging to accomplish anything independently. Returning to the lodge, the elderly gentleman observes the pupil grasp the concept and commends him for completing the task so swiftly. Subsequently, the main character obtains the proficiency emblem. However, Brown acknowledges that he still requires improvement in distinguishing between human subjects. The third task is an understanding assessment. Eliminate Angel, the leader of the brigands. The marauders are located in the southeastern region, and the elderly gentleman presents Lee Hack with a wanted notice. Thus, he is aware of the man's appearance. Nonetheless, the main character asserts that if he eliminates the antagonist, another individual will simply assume his position. The elderly gentleman suggests that the marauders could disperse. However, he remains indifferent since you only discover the outcome afterward, much like tossing a coin. Thus, the hero's uncertainties dissipate. He states that he is departing, intensely contemplating that counsel, and becomes energized to eliminate Angel, who is in a wasteland that's ideal for intercepting a projectile. Several days later, in the arid landscape, Angel requests his associates for a few beers. Everyone indulges until they can no longer continue, surrounded by women, excluding the sentinels who continue to fulfill their duties. Presently, Lee Hack perceives the likelihood of being apprehended as minimal. He employed the marking technique the initial time he encountered the supervisor, and he is limited to employing it on 3 subjects simultaneously. That's how he discerned their location subsequently, strolling for 10 hours. In the meantime, he observed a trend in the pathways they had been following for 17 days. However, there exist enchanted circles within the stronghold. It's unfeasible to revert using a teleportation scroll, yet striking them at the gathering is his sole opportunity. If he postpones until Angel arrives, once he regains his composure, Angel begins conversing prior to vomiting. Thus, with all arrangements established, the champion discharges, and the man falls. However, the sentinels are shouting that the apparition is lifeless, which makes no sense at all. Everyone begins to search for a formidable presence in the vicinity, someone with exceptional tracking abilities, and the genuine leader instructs them to enhance the enchantment. Despite the passage of 17 days, Lee Hack remained oblivious to the fact that Angel was merely a frail young child. Everyone sets out to apprehend the primary individual, and he bolts away, convinced that he's completely doomed. In the absence of alternative options, he launches an explosive directly into the assembly. He successfully evades them. However, Angel remains determined to seek retribution against whoever was responsible. Returning to the metropolis, Lee Hack finds it outrageous that the image was fabricated from the outset. When he proceeded to utilize the emblem, they noticed one another, so now it's merely a question of time before he is discovered. Even within the metropolis, the villains unexpectedly appear and commence igniting everything in flames. Angel instructs the city leader to inform on who has just arrived. However, as the individual is oblivious to anything, Angel commands his henchmen to eliminate everyone. Those marauders have previously withstood numerous assassination efforts. Thus, he was a step in advance. A detonation occurs in a narrow passageway and leads him to believe the champion is present. However, additional detonations begin occurring in other locations as well. The marauders become unhinged. However, Angel deduces that Lee Hack likely miraculously manage to flee. Ultimately, they depart. However, the champion did not anticipate them incinerating an entire metropolis merely to locate him. Thus, he determines that the chief will bear the cost. No one succeeds in locating the child, despite scouring 3 villages. However, the chief is not convinced that he truly evaded capture. Thus, he instructs a gathering to accompany him in order to relocate the stronghold. It's going to require a considerable amount of effort, yet Angel perceives it as futile, as they are already aware of its location. No one remained at the facility. 2 individuals proceeded to relocate the warehouse items and discard anything deemed unnecessary. However, as he speaks, the outlaw chief is unseated from his steed by a precise strike. An individual was present in the woodland. However, it is of little significance at this point since they are the subsequent ones. Upon completing the quest, the main character acquires esteem within the realm, and although it merely holds a D+ classification, at the very least, opting to return to the stronghold proved to be the correct decision. Angel was quite commendable for a non-playable character. However, the main character is primarily concentrated on the assignment details, as he was unable to rescue the inhabitants. He isn't content unless he performs better the next time. In the lodge, the elderly gentleman is already aware of everything, and the protagonist feels ashamed about the charred settlements. Thus, he claims that Angel was not the individual in the picture. He eliminated a substitute, and 3 hamlets were incinerated as a result. Leah feels dreadful. However, the elderly gentleman states that the individual who dispatched the image intended to express remorse. No, Brown perceives nothing amiss with it, as the objective was solely the elimination. It would have been preferable if he had also rescued the villages. However, Leah did acquire the sharpshooting ability and a golden coin. The ability appears to be suited for distant shooting, yet the protagonist remains unwilling to embrace Beth's quest. Regardless, it's time to progress independently, but initially, the champion inquires whether the elder is aware of any slumbering youngster, and seemingly the elderly gentleman is aware of a. Briefly, ultimately, he speaks as though he is on the verge of clarifying, yet subsequently he falls silent. The champion invests all his attribute points into agility and proceeds to review the new ability. Novices. Marksman enhances the gunpowder, safeguards the firearms chamber, and enhances projectile distance by 30% for a duration of 1 minute. As a result, Leah succeeds in striking a shot at 455 meters during a trial. Astonishingly fortunate. However, changing direction, it is nearly time for the Sacred Grill inaugural event. As the protagonist anticipated, no one perceives it as an eatery. Even the experienced individuals wouldn't comprehend its purpose. Therefore, Leah is set to surpass the rivals. However, this eccentric individual who has been pursuing the protagonist appears, as if he possesses a dubious scheme. Atop one of the Cheney peaks, adjacent to the orc settlement, the champion neglects to consider the breeze and fires at a mining beast's armament. Regrettably, he was targeting the orc, thus it transpires quite poorly. Presently, he possesses greater versatility, yet the velocity is sluggish. The noise propagates more swiftly than the firearm discharge, allowing the creatures to respond. Clearly, the undertaking was destined to place the main character in the most unfavorable predicament. Furthermore, to exacerbate the situation, the Solna Sente team discovers the champion once more. However, as soon as he becomes aware of the issue, he tears a response parchment to Verport, and the rest pursue him. In Verport, the protagonist seeks to understand how he was discovered, yet he believes he was designated. He is unable to identify who targeted him, thus he flees to the metropolis, and claims he is indifferent to the expense involved. Hind instructs the sorcerers to seize Leah before he manages to flee. However, the journey commences and, fortunately, concludes prior to the enchantment reaching him. The protagonist considers it absurd. They would employ sorcery in a hamlet. However, he cannot continue to expend funds merely to participate. Regrettably, he must dispatch an additional communication to Kijin clarifying the entire circumstance. Leah is unable to ascertain the quantity of them present or their respective tiers. However, the capital remains secure. At present, the protagonist can either remain in the metropolis or face pursuit due to the insignia. Thus, he refrains from inviting his companion to visit and subsequently, in a fit of frenzy, declares his intention to eradicate the entire Rising Sun Guild. Kijin dispatches a lengthy message to him, declaring that it poses a threat. However, Leah recalls the elderly man's advice about making an attempt first, and his companion understands that there is nothing he can do to prevent him. Nevertheless, he urges Leah to establish a guild, for if he simply eliminates everyone, he will be branded a felon. However, should he proclaim hostilities, he will ultimately find security solely in the metropolis regardless. Thus, Kijin advises him to thoroughly contemplate the repercussions. Nevertheless, Leah Liha expresses her gratitude to him and assures him not to be concerned, as he was once a genuine marksman. In the banquet hall of Rising Sun, an MC declares the accolade for the finest field manager, and every role team triumphs. They ascend to the platform amidst a flurry of sycophantic flattery and cheers. Subsequently, they proceed to present the award for the finest combat operative accolade. However, abruptly, a notification appears indicating that an obscure guild has proclaimed hostilities. It is referred to as Sunset Bandits, and the proprietor is an individual named Liha. One participant expresses that it is quite audacious to adopt a name resembling theirs, but then he recalls that Liha is the individual they have been pursuing. On the inaugural day of the Holly Grill, everyone acknowledges that it's a pricey eatery and departs. The front desk attendant sends away all the clients. However, let's admit Liha. Everyone is astonished. It's so unpredictable that individuals begin to believe he's a non-playable character. The protagonist is traversing while donned in a disguise to avoid encountering his foes. Regardless, he is curious about what he will obtain from this establishment. Thus, when Jess discovers him, Liha applauds her on the magnificent inauguration, but promptly inquires for details. Despite his extreme directness, the girl instructs him to accompany her. Liha anticipated the location to be more obscure, but it is, in fact, quite opulent. As it is a genuine enterprise, there's no issue with displaying a touch of pride. Thus, they remain solitary on the uppermost level, except there are several covert assassins concealed within the chamber, and they possess exceptional skills. Directly addressing the matter, Jess advises the child to refrain from posing any ambiguous questions. Thus, he contemplates it and inquires something particular regarding Rising Sunday. Jess lauds the inquiry and addresses it, essentially outlining an entire strategy for him, akin to providing him with solutions for an examination. In any case, Jess proposes to connect him with the individuals who attended the inauguration event, and given that there are significant individuals present, Liha consents without hesitation. Returning to the rival guild, some overweight executive claims Hyungnim is worthless for being defeated by a musketeer. However, the child highlights that the headquarters remains unaware of it. This implies they have an opportunity to rectify the situation and receive the recognition. Consequently, the overweight individual states he will compose a report later and initiate the search when the general contractors arrive. But suddenly, an underling bursts in and informs the branch chief that the GCs en route have been intercepted. The minion is unaware of who perpetrated the attack. However, after contemplating for a moment, the supervisor deduces it. If it is the musketeer, he exclaims that this is their opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, he instructs Hyungnim to fetch the individual. The guild participants are unable to congregate as they are continually being eliminated. Hyungnim is completely unaware of the hero's whereabouts. Thus, one individual shouts that they ought to dash 50 meters and rushes out by himself, merely to receive a small present in return. The only sound that reaches their ears is the crack of gunshots, and the leader can discern from the noise that it isn't enchantment. Hyungnim speculates that it might be an unseen combatant, as any assault would necessitate revealing oneself. Thus, he finds it difficult to comprehend that a player is engaging in such behavior. From a distance, a bullet nearly strikes the branch supervisor, Don Yoku, upon exiting the lodge. Thus, Hyungnim becomes aware that the main character is somewhere in the vicinity. He advises everyone to flee since reloading requires a moment. Thus, everyone conceals themselves within the lodge. That's when Hyungnim observes smoke rising from the woods, yet there's no possibility that a musket could strike from such a distance. To Liha, they responded swiftly. He remains unaware of their identities. However, he has already eliminated 10 individuals. However, persuading the rodents to conceal themselves was a component of the strategy. The details provided by Madame Juice encompass the whereabouts of each branch as well as prime shooting locations. Thus, despite his solitude, he possesses a sufficient positional edge to feel confident in his ability to triumph. Within the chamber, Hyungnim elucidates the concept to the supervisor, and the supervisor panics. The subordinates begin to consider reaching out to headquarters for assistance. However, Danyoku instructs them to remain composed, as perhaps the protagonist is a wealthy individual seeking retribution. Thus, if they apprehend him, they will generate a substantial profit. Hyungnim, in the meantime, recalls that the champion possessed merely 50 gold. He approaches to inform the supervisor, but Danyoku silences him by assuring him of the advancement. Essentially, he is feigning sincerity while devising a scheme to discard everyone else except for the pair of them. Returning to Liha, he understands how advantageous it is to traverse the mountains without being noticed. In just one day, the Nameless Guild struck the southern division. The Riverbank won, the eastern one along with the Manhwa Mountain Division. Thus, the final one was intended to be the Emerald Rainforest limb. In the interim, the primary individual eliminated 3 leaders and 2 deputy leaders, additionally a minimum of 4 GCs. Among those who ventured out to capture the hero's notice and provoke him, one of them simply gets thoroughly struck on the head. Then those remaining notice the location of the main character, but they also get destroyed as they are far too distant to access him. During a gathering, the guild leader nearly shatters the table due to his intense fury. He summons the portly individual since the protagonist's conflict with them originated due to the Southern Division. Due to that child, their earnings plummeted by 43% this month. Thus, Danyoku began to feel anxious. He anticipated the champion's arrival that day, but as he failed to appear, the manager provided them with just 1 additional week to persuade him to erase his account, and he additionally mentioned that he intended to visit them to obtain some information personally. To the champion, he is endeavoring to locate the Dawn rebels. They ought to be enraged, yet they are no longer pursuing him. At last, Lita discovers one. Thus, he delivers a precise strike on him. He is on the verge of progressing to the subsequent one, yet the objective was a lure to ascertain his location. An entire tactical unit is approaching. A marksman releases a projectile, and indeed, they truly comprehend their actions. The team approaches a few explorers who become intrigued by the unfolding events and increasingly intrigued about their destination. Within the woods, visibility is non-existent. However, Zico claims he will take care of it. He tears apart a parchment, illuminating the surroundings, and Hyung Nim asserts that he can summon additional support. Thus, Zico allows the other individual to assume control. Immediately, the individual dispatches a communication to Danyoku. Subsequently, he calls forth 531 regional representatives, entirely at the woodland threshold. Every headquarters will possess a division to oversee in this undertaking, producing 20 groups of 25 individuals. Thus, the search and eradication mission commences, and Hyung Nim will ultimately have the opportunity to eliminate Lifa. They continue to debate the strategy, yet Lifa learns the number of attendees and begins to prepare more diligently, as it is set to be an intense battle. The woodland is vast indeed. Although it's a low-lying region, it's simple to become disoriented. Zico shouts for everyone to remain vigilant, as the champion is merely a musketeer, prompting all to disperse and conduct a search. The warrior seeks to be the foremost to discover him, yet one of his subordinates collapses lifelessly at that moment. Thus he plunges in alongside everyone else. Thus they shall not be the following. Amidst this dense mist, it's challenging to discern the origin of the gunfire. Zico believes it's a form of enchantment and begins to panic. Thus he rises, shouting, and cuts down a subordinate who requests silence from everyone. Zico is in a state of despair and thoroughly messed up. Since the instant he revealed himself, he received a handcrafted explosive as a present. The champion remains elevated amidst the shadows, because if you're battling from concealment, you cannot be positioned in plain sight. There's a purpose behind his exclusive traversal of the West. The initial stage in conflict is selecting your arena. A vast woodland he is familiar with is the ideal setting for an equitable confrontation, since the adversaries require illumination, but the moment they ignite, they are struck by gunfire. The issue is that advancing through eliminations also emits illumination. Thus, all can perceive which tree the protagonist occupies. The killers discover a cord to ascend the tree and begin their ascent, yet they discover the difficult truth that it was a device to activate explosives. It deteriorates to such an extent that outdoors, Haemnim is eager to understand what on earth is happening. Following the detonation, an exceedingly peculiar stillness envelopes the atmosphere until an individual emerges, and regrettably for them, it's the main character thriving and in good health. Liha inquires whether Haemnim refrained from entering due to the disparity in skill levels, and understanding his actions, the subordinates seek retribution. Thus, Liha challenges them to battle, yet abruptly, an individual instructs everyone to cease. Hyamnir arrives to intervene, accompanied by the knight who celebrated with the hero previously. They had persevered this far due to the numerical superiority. However, no longer, noticing that fellow explorers become courageous and desire retribution as well. Thus, Liha inquires whether they are genuinely going to continue, as if Haemnim fails, he will face the consequences. The leader of the Dawn faction sought to obtain information regarding the champion from a significant individual. A junior employee contacted him, stating it would be costly. Yet he remained indifferent, and upon receiving it, he was taken aback, as it demonstrated that Liha possessed the whereabouts of all their locations. Additionally, the individual mentioned it was another intelligence organization, one he is unaware of who transmitted the information, and they concluded by requesting 1,000 gold to eliminate the champion. Returning to the woodland fallen threshold. Haemnim opted to withdraw in anguish as he realized he was on the verge of being reprimanded, and the champion declared he would not experience remorse for them. Thus, they all exited the game. Subsequently, the individuals who despised those fellows began shouting, elevating the main character, hoisting him upward and flinging him into the sky. A girl even approached him, seeking to connect with him. Yet the protagonist never even had the opportunity to be infatuated, as the location became crowded with individuals, and his companions had to extract him from that situation. Thus, the tanker tore apart a teleportation parchment, and they were dispatched to an arbitrary lodge. To begin with, the protagonist expresses his gratitude to them for their assistance. Subsequently, Machuhiji elucidates to the children who are now recognized as the Cloud Mage. Whenever he surprised Rising Sun, one could observe smoke from a distance. In that regard, Liha inquires whether the two of them are in a romantic relationship, but they respond that they are not, at least not at this moment. Regardless, Hannah is eager to examine the armament, as she noticed it is capable of firing from a considerable distance. In the meantime, the protagonist is contemplating returning to the metropolis at this moment. Yet, during that moment, his companions abruptly break his firearm into two pieces. It didn't shatter in a single strike, but indeed it did fracture. And Liha, in a state of panic, inquires what on earth they are doing. Liha states earnestly that if this is a joke, he finds no pleasure in it. Yet the knight is indifferent. It is claimed that it is not the concern of the children if they originate from Rising Sun too, and they state that their chief is en route. It seems they struck an agreement with Okia in return for the champion. However, he is entirely unaware of who that individual is. The initial occasion he encountered them was serendipitous. Thus, it was merely unfortunate that they ended up being adversaries, and this individual Okia must have been responsible for it. Nevertheless, the protagonist attempts to flee, and Matsuhiji cautions him that he may unsheathe his blade first. Regardless, he grins due to the guild chief arrives. The warrior and the leader evidently recognize one another, and to the champion, it appears as though they are all members of the same alliance. At that moment, the main character contemplates countless strategies for evasion, yet the leader simply encourages the child to collaborate with them. No one comprehends what they would derive from such a partnership. However, the authoritative figures can essentially utilize him, have him labor like a combat hound. Liha promptly instructs him to go away, which irritates the man. Absent because they are also prepared to offer 10,000 gold annually. It's not a falsehood. That would encompass his leg operation in a couple of years. However, it contradicts the hero's ideals. He claims Rising Sun is the lowest point during the ignition of an explosive device, and as the adversaries lowered their vigilance. If it collapses, the entire location detonates. The protagonist is propelled away, and dashes away with the firearm's muzzle. He is enraged with Matsuhiji for inflicting such a degree of devastation, and regrettably, he is unable to elude anyone pursuing him. The strategic director weaves a gradual enchantment to ensnare the protagonist, and because he rejected the employment proposal, the chief intends to eliminate Lacha personally. Dilemma is there's no one in proximity, thus the protagonist employs soul connection, a talent that resurrects the spirit of the bear leader, who promptly propels the leader into the air. Thus, it has evolved into a 2-against-4 battle. Matsuhiji becomes unhinged when a fire bear boss suddenly materializes out of nowhere, but despite its fearsome appearance, it's genuinely quite endearing with the main character. Thus, Lacha caresses Koma. It appears to be quite an elevated situation. Thus, he reserves the embraces for afterward, and concentrates on eliminating the adversaries at present. The betraying duo and the guild participants are afflicted with the dread debuff. Upon touchdown, the leader asserts that solely tamers have the ability to invoke monsters. Thus, Lacha feigns ignorance. The bear's rank is 66, yet it ascends to 112 due to a certain unique influence. The protagonist's rank stands at 92, thus the battle is expected to be rather balanced. When situations take a turn for the worse, Hannah attempts to escape, yet the protagonist instructs Koma to eliminate those two lowlifes initially. They are weeping in fear. However, weeping does not prevent you from being detonated while still breathing. Subsequently, Lacha proceeds to engage in a rather challenging conversation with the leader of the Rising Sun. He was reluctant to disclose the source of the information, yet ultimately he revealed the Shinobugumi Guild. They possess intelligence on individuals such as the main character, and the leader's name is Okasuma. Thus, the protagonist is content, yet he inquires about the plans boss Kayokujitsu has for the guild moving forward. Given that everything spiraled out of control, he would need to terminate it or take some action. Lacha is aware that news of his actions has already spread, and he recalls that due to them, his pristine rifle was destroyed. Kayokujitsu guarantees recompense, yet it falls short. Thus, the children propose departing from the guild. guild. However, the protagonist also insists that they reimburse all the funds they illicitly acquired from participants under a contract. And merely because they believe the agreement is unfavorable, he delivers a couple more decisive thrashings to those rising sun jerks. Ultimately, aggression resolves all matters, and the system proclaims the conclusion of the guild conflict, declaring the Sunset Bandits as the victors. Even after enduring a severe beating, Kajitsu declares his intention for retribution, prompting the champion to propose that the planning director establish his own guild. He states that the forthcoming guild does not necessarily need to be Kajitsu's, thus the individual becomes enthusiastic about the concept and dashes away using a teleportation scroll. Thus, the supervisor pursues him, departing with solely the protagonist and the diminutive plush toy, which merely embraces the coma and rejoices in the victory. Within the state of Texas, located in the United States, a young man at a firearms store informs an elderly gentleman that he is observing some gaming footage. He observes the protagonist losing sanity while wielding a musket, extremely precise even when the shots are leisurely. Regardless, at 9:30 he punches out and declines to put in an additional 30 minutes without compensation. Thus, they bid farewell, and the man also carries a compact firearm with him. Simultaneously, within the estate of the Ice and Fire Sorceress siblings, the azure-haired individual urges the other to observe, as the protagonist has triumphed over the Rising Sun Guild. Hawing continually advises individuals to relocate as she struggles to accept that Liha is the Cloud Sorceress. Moreover, he serves as the leader of the Sunset Bandits, and it is evident in the recordings. Hawing inquires about the number of adversaries he eliminated and panics upon realizing it's 500, as the individual has escalated at an astonishing rate. It's not that she isn't eager for his return to the guild, but he genuinely appears formidable enough now. Thus, Hawing conveys to her sibling that she doesn't oppose it, yet she articulates it in a manner that implies she is completely enamored with him. Regardless, with both of them in accord, the subsequent phase involves attempting to enlist Liha. Upon the character re-enters in the game, he receives numerous encouraging messages, such as individuals requesting to become members of his guild. 873 communications, all aspects concerning the recent occurrence. The initial strategy was merely to utilize the needle rifle until he acquired Beth's firearm, but now he found himself incurring a significant setback. Nevertheless, Liha attains the accolade Objective Adjudicator, along with detesting the wrongdoing rather than the wrongdoer, and triumph in the faction conflict. Simply that awarded him 35 attribute points, and then there was additionally the combat persona with 16 additional. For overcoming 500 adversaries, he attained his initial A rank accolade. Regardless, he allocates 20 points to intellect and distributes the remainder into agility. Subsequently, he begins to ponder the possibility that he might be an intellectual prodigy, and as he intends to attend the institution, he is already anticipating the elderly gentleman to commend him. Liha makes her way to the lodge with a grin, but observes that another individual is present. The individual communicates as if they are a supporter, yet the protagonist is unaware of their identity. They converse about an individual who is likely the central figure. However, the individual asserts that they will not assist a competitor. Subsequently, they continue by stating that it was not difficult to deduce, and that he merely needs to discuss it, since Liha is already listening to everything. As soon as they encounter one another, the protagonist screams and dashes away. He salutes the director, expressing regret for interrupting. However, when the individual gazes upon the hero's armament, he becomes even more convinced that assistance is unnecessary. Thus, he states that he will return at a later time, and the elderly gentleman claims he will be anticipating. To be direct, No Brown claims he has received the most recent updates. The protagonist claims he has yet to succeed in Elizabeth's evaluation, yet inquires about the identity of that individual, and the elderly gentleman claims it was the purported slumbering infant. Following that conversation, Liha chases after the man because she must converse with him, yet he needn't even look since the youngster is perched in a tree. Instantly, the protagonist perceives that the man resembles someone who stepped straight out of a Western film. He also believes Nara was searching for her partner, but he lets it go. Liha expresses her regrets for being intrusive and inquires if the gentleman is a musketeer. However, the gentleman observes that Liha has yet to complete Elizabeth's examination, and that his proficiency is significantly inadequate. Given the current circumstances, it wouldn't even qualify as a contest. Yet it's not as if the protagonist was attempting to struggle in any case. The individual departs following his statement, and the protagonist trails behind him, striving to make himself audible. However, the musketeer strikes the tree and proclaims that this is how his trial was completed. Clearly, the protagonist protagonist fails to comprehend, but as he concentrates on the term examination, it dawns on him. Then the individual declares that he is recognized as Kid the Quick. He is the individual who received none of Brown's inheritance, and the pair of them truly resemble each other. His assessment involved propelling those leaves, yet from merely 2 meters distant, which perplexes the protagonist. At a minimum, he needed to take several shots. Essentially, 13 leaves would tumble from the tree with a single kick, and the elderly man instructed Kid to strike each of them before they reach the earth. It requires 3 seconds for the foliage to descend. Thus, reaching 13 appears utterly outrageous. The child isn't grasping a musketeer, and the protagonist finds that peculiar, since he understands you are unable to keep it in your stockpile. However, the child asserts that Liha is already aware of the solution, due to his previous experience in creating explosives, because it remains illogical. Once more, simply instruct the child to accompany him. However, prior to that, Liha inquires about his motivation for assisting, and Kid acknowledges he requires the driller's power. He elucidates matters in a haphazard manner that is difficult to comprehend. However, Liha succeeds in realizing that the child is fundamentally a cinder. He is performing it out of necessity, yet he feels too ashamed to instruct in a conventional manner. Regardless, the main character asserts that he will soon complete the examination and ascend to the role of the driller. That causes Kid to respond even more oddly, yet they bid farewell with that arrangement established. Upon returning to the lodge, the elderly gentleman clarifies that Kid successfully completed the assessment in 3 days. Therefore, he was compelled to relinquish the firearms. Liha struggles to comprehend how that is achievable. However, prior to his departure, No Brown advises the child to avoid being so narrow-minded, and the main character heeds the counsel. The protagonist remains perplexed. For some inexplicable reason, the elderly gentleman mentioned muskets in the plural form, as if they were toying with him. The child was the most peculiar aspect, as he wasn't even armed, which is astonishing to Liha. However, the main character discovers that he has successfully placed the firearm into his inventory. Shortly thereafter, the blacksmith Zig addresses Liha and inquires whether he intends to tamper with the drum once more, but the champion presents him the object bisected. Zig believes it would be wiser to simply purchase a new one. However, Liha proposes an alternative notion, an idea he believes might succeed if Zig has faith in him. The pair orchestrate an entire performance together, taking into account the way it unfolded. They succeeded in creating a firearm that could be accommodated in a pouch, and it was genuinely worth the investment. Subsequently, the protagonist requests that he create openings in the drum to allow it to spin. However, Zig remains modest regarding. He states that he is unable to accomplish that and suggests seeking a dwarf for the task. Dwarves are a species renowned for their skills as artisans and possess the ability to forge enchanted armaments, and they reside in the vast Adamander mountain range beyond the realm of Fibial. Solitary in a woodland, the main character replenishes the firearm in 10 seconds. Everything appeared to be satisfactory, so he verifies it by firing at a leaf, yet he misses significantly. It is illogical, as he is quite near. He approaches nearer and fires once more. Yet, despite advancing progressively closer, it continues to be ineffective until it ultimately occurs. However, from an absurd distance of merely 25 meters, Liha was unaware that it would turn out to be so detrimental. Thus, as he is a marksman, he resolves to reserve it for when a fool enters, behaving arrogantly. The child must have successfully completed the examination with a minimum of 4 of those repetitions, yet contemplating a confrontation. With merely those tiny firearms, it piques his interest regarding the youngster's combat technique. Suddenly, Nara appears, shouting and calling out the hero's name. She reprimands him for failing to text her upon his arrival in the capital. She observes the fresh equipment as well. Thus, Liha elucidates all that transpired. However, she primarily concentrates on promoting the viral clip, and she also reveals her new armament to display for him. Nara successfully unraveled the enchantment on the mystical blade. Thus, she is now capable of being as formidable as a designated non-player character. In reference to that, the protagonist declares his intention to part ways with the guild. Thus, she beckons him to the Brotherhood of the Sacred Warriors. They are sufficiently close, and she consents to endorse him. The Brotherhood of the Sacred Warriors is among the most formidable factions in the realm of Fibial. Yet despite that, the protagonist declines. He remains unconvinced that he is prepared. Concerning the armament at his side, Liha is prepared to elucidate everything. All thrilled, yet believing it was children, she becomes enraged. All the amicable atmosphere vanishes, prompting the protagonist to declare that he crafted the weapon independently. In truth, they had merely encountered one another fleetingly at the academy, leading to a sense of tranquility. However, the reason she became became angry is that the pair had a disagreement some time ago, and Nara was defeated. And the most disappointing aspect is, it wasn't remotely near. She was decisively defeated in a confrontation against Kid. Lee concocts countless justifications of it's alright. Yet Nara had already attained a ranking, and it was not too far in the past, thus he finds it hard to accept. He is referred to as the sleeping kid due to speculation that he dozes off even during gameplay. Not long ago, upon acquiring a new possession, Kid discovered that the Rising Sun Guild intended to pilfer it. 30 individuals pursued him, yet there isn't a single recording of the incident, as concluded abruptly. In the flash of a moment, all 30 individuals who arrived to threaten him received their due, while Kid remained reclined on the table without bothering to rise. The sole entities that stirred were the arms positioned beneath the table. Upon awakening, he continued to inquire about what had transpired. That's how he earned the moniker, as he strikes targets swiftly even in his slumber. Nara clarifies that not all aspects revolve around tears, as the framework manages the remainder. It exposes performers to threats and hurls them at intruders who possess strength in their individual manner regardless of circumstances. It primarily revolves around characteristics, and you can enhance them without leveling up, akin to obtaining elusive accomplishments. And the protagonist is acutely aware of that, as he's one of those individuals. Based on the girl's statement, one can obtain a reward by eliminating a ranker. This is the reason why Middle-earth displays the rankings of all participants on the leaderboard. It stimulates rivalry, and that's also the reason they never market the extraordinarily powerful armaments they occasionally discover. Because if they are pursued thereafter, they won't be able to return to prominence. Thus, the game adjusts the finances between the two realms. Nara asserts that the main character will soon be recognized as an outcast, and a multitude of individuals will begin referring to him as such, akin to the sacred warriors. Subsequently, she departs, advising the man to look after himself. In another location, the crimson-haired sorcerer warns them against making threats towards him. Hwayeon instructs him to lower his hands as he is disrupting the gathering. That hardly resembles a discussion regarding Dale Castle. The auburn-haired woman asserts that she isn't open to discussion. Thus, the auburn-haired individual inquires whether she will even endure until that time. It appears he is eager to initiate a guild conflict, and he isn't hesitant to admit that he still lacks the funds to employ rankers. However, he assures them a share of the castle earnings. The young lady trembles even further, yet embraces the challenge with her chin raised. Thus, the auburn-haired individual departs, and the girls are essentially eager to confront him. Moreover, in contrast to the ranking approach, Hwayeon declares that she plans to wager on the underdogs. Strolling along the avenue, the main character receives a small token from an admirer and begins to experience the sensation of being a luminary. He additionally earned 100 gold coins by marketing the guild's name. Therefore, he no longer needs to fret about the firearm he will utilize until he retrieves the one from the lodge. During the strategic military conference, the auburn-haired individual exclaims that Hwayeon disregarded their suggestions. Everyone is frustrated with the affluent young women. Regarding their investment in the castle, the total amounts to 21,850 gold to date, and they cannot retract it since it was a contribution. The individuals who cast aside all their belongings into it go insane, and the original members come to understand that the backlash is unstoppable. Even thus, the auburn-haired individual forcefully pounds his fist and proclaims that the answer lies in conflict. He has already summoned the Dragon Knights and the leaders of the Spark Guild. Therefore, they will not relinquish their funds. However, individuals are apprehensive about the Huang Guild due to Hwajin and Peiwu. Nonetheless, they have the option to attempt to reclaim their funds, and if they succeed, they will possess a valuable prize. The strategy is to assemble a group of individuals to serve as the forefront, similar to Shin-Nara, and they also wish to summon the premier Korean players ranked second, referred to as overly simple. Thus, although it's merely a proposal, it suffices to excite everyone. Hai Hyun had been expressing notions they had not concurred upon. Thus, it would be challenging to introduce the two individuals. The auburn-haired individual becomes aware that he made a mistake, contacts Sasuke and instructs him to bring the blonde individual to that location. Essentially, he expresses a desire to recruit the main character into the Boyocho Guild. That would be immensely beneficial. However, Kijong had already extended the offer, and the protagonist declined it, believing he was insufficiently strong. Nonetheless, Sasuke asserts that they require that strength to extend their offensive reach. Thus, the fair-haired individual mentions he will make another attempt. No guarantees. Ultimately, the commander informs Sasuke that they will proceed with the strategy, and that, although it is unfortunate, the sole method for their survival is through the sacrifice of Kijong. Returning to reality, the main character's mother departed for her job job. With the funds he possesses now, he can ultimately enjoy more nutritious meals. The musket dilemma was resolved as well. Thus, Liha contemplates embarking on a quest to seek out some trolls, until he comes across internet speculations regarding a conflict between Chuhyo-hong and Byalcho. It appears that hostilities have already been announced, centering around the control of Dale Castle, essentially regulating access to the dungeons. Even a nominal charge would yield substantial revenue. The main character responds to a communication from the fair-haired individual indicating that he is already aware and is accessing the game. Upon their encounter, Liha observes that his companion has altered his equipment, while the blonde perceives that the champion has acquired a new firearm, and Kijong dives right in. Does the main character wish to become a member of the guild or not? He expresses remorse for inquiring in such circumstances and clarifies all the details. However, confronting those sisters is a risk that Liha is unwilling to take. Kijong mentions that this time the chief desires it as well, so he need not feel guilty. However, prior to Liha being able to respond, an individual emerges swiftly from a thicket, and as they pursue them, the fair-haired individual notices the insignia of the rival guild. Hwahong, a covert agent, was already collecting intelligence, and regrettably, they were unable to apprehend them. Liha considers it absurd, yet still expresses that he requires time to contemplate the possibility of joining. The fair-haired individual perceives the conflict as an opportunity to attain notoriety. However, Liha asserts that what is most significant is the defeats. Should he offer assistance, it would be for the sake of his companion. Ultimately, Kijong indicates that he will inform the leader, prompting the hero to refrain from expressing his thoughts as they bid farewell, which was that he would at least shield him from that infernal berserker. In the troll's domain, the primary individual simply harvests by eliminating them from a distance. A pair of attempts for everyone. The newly designed musket is challenging to handle due to its excessive lightness. However, he becomes distracted when an individual unexpectedly appears. At the very least, it was the auburn-haired girl accompanied by her sibling, and she praised the main character's newly acquired compact armament. The protagonist was already aware they would make an appearance due to that trending video targeting Rising Sun. Thus, Hwahong swiftly extended an invitation to Liha to join her guild. The main character is uncertain about their chances of victory, yet the girl asserts that they don't require an elaborate plan, for the individual that brings down the lion is the organism that emerges. She is aware that the competing guild is struggling to manage their members, as a defector from that group informed her. Returning to the fair-haired individual, he expresses regret for his tardiness, and the supervisor advises him to arrive more promptly during his next visit. At the moment, he instructs the child to take a seat, and the child complies, despite his inability to comprehend why everyone appears so irate. Subsequently, the commander expresses regret while assaulting his companion with incarceration restraints that hindered teleportation for half an hour. Taeyong remained convinced it was a jest. However, the red-haired individual presented an image of himself grinning alongside that member of the rival guild. The blonde shouts that he was tailing the individual. However, Sasuke is unconvinced that an individual who was apprehended grinning was tailing anyone. In fact, that individual was not present in the image. However, demonstrating that would be challenging. Therefore, the fair-haired individual claims he will respond to any inquiries. Then Conceal suggests that perhaps the cause of all this is the main character. Taeyong shouts that the image is fraudulent. However, everyone is convinced that the child was receiving assistance from the sisters. He perceives it as a misinterpretation. However, the redhead reminds him that they are amidst a conflict that could jeopardize the guild, so they decide to watch a video, believing their companion will reconsider upon viewing it. During the Candle Castle occurrence, a Korean individual was present, and it was essentially understood that an ordinary musketeer wouldn't simply act in such a manner. The course was abysmal, and the entire 1v500 situation was implausible. Nonetheless, Tail insists that they ought to permit their companion to clarify his position. He also doubts that the protagonist is an undercover agent. Thus, they consent to demonstrate his innocence as no one contests it. Consequently, the duo departs by employing a teleportation incantation. However, if they were unable to substantiate it, Heian stated they would accept accountability for the harm caused. Returning to the dialogue with the protagonist, Hoi Young perceives something unusual. The auburn-haired individual attempts to flirt and present the proposal once more. However, Liha also observes something when Ki Young and the tail make an appearance. They emerge directly amidst the turmoil. Thus, the siblings shout, and the protagonist claims he can clarify, yet despite his ability to do so, Hoi Young strikes first. Thus, Tail employs his flame blade to defend, astonishing his companion. Liha instructs everyone to cease hostilities and relax. However, as soon as matters come to a standstill, Tail feathers encounters with Ki-young and they vanish instantaneously, prior to the protagonist even having an opportunity to speak. The protagonist laments not expressing that he was acquainted with them. Therefore, when the auburn-haired individual arrives, he inquires about the source of her information. Parasite implied the presence of a betrayer, yet she refrained from disclosing whom. Thus, the protagonist directs his firearm towards her. He wishes to avoid this confusion, however. Ho-young was utterly indifferent to the theatrics, and given that the main character continually asserts he is the most significant individual, she claims she has no idea. The individual was entirely concealed, and even if she was confident, it might have been a covert operative. Moreover, she wasn't attempting to separate the two of them. Thus, she presented them with the choice of both becoming part of Ho-young, where the protagonist would serve as the guild's sharpshooter and her private protector. She provides 3,000 gold pieces annually, or additional incentives, which would enable Liha to finance the operation within 4 years. It was a singular opportunity to agree and resolve matters with Ki-young afterwards. However, that's not the perspective the protagonist holds. Thus, he expresses remorse and declines, despite the fact that the blonde is not his genuine sibling. He is the individual who extracted him from despair and preserved his existence. Thus, he would prefer to confront her rather than deceive the man, and Ho-young finds that quite impressive, and Ho-young agrees as well. It was merely an experiment, but the proposal was genuine, and she mentioned that Liha could still participate later. Thus, the pair departs, and the champions departed pondering their next course of action. And returning to Buell Showcase headquarters, the chief was compelling Ki-young to assume accountability. Within the confines of their residence, the main character attempts to make a phone call, but receives no response from either Ki-young or Table, as they have restricted his access. In the meantime, at the residence of the fair-haired gentleman, he was experiencing a sense of treachery, as he was unable to establish the protagonist's acquittal. The chief, compelled him to endorse an agreement. Should they be defeated in the conflict, Ki-young would face insolvency, as he would be required to settle 2.6 billion in compensation. At Holly Grill, patrons were speculating about who would emerge victorious in the conflict. However, when the server arrived, Liha released the password. Liha and Juies reconvene as he seeks information. Regarding his previous inquiries concerning Bebel Cho, the protagonist also desires something regarding Igor, as he is certain that Igor will appear in the conflict. A couple of days later, at the sister organization, the executive director is summoned. Jack Young clarifies that Ho-young is merely the figurehead in name only, since the auburn-haired individual is the one truly managing operations, and the gathering to exchange information commences. Initially, during the opening confrontation, the adversary surged forward with a numerical superiority and launched a vigorous assault. That day, they were defeated in less than an hour. The sanctuaries were intended to remain concealed, yet Bebel Cho somehow realized precisely how many individuals were descending. They struck 9 hideaways simultaneously. Thus, to clarify that the young woman invited an individual in, she introduced the renowned external alchemist Crowley, the deranged leader. He arrived because he learned that Bebel Cho intended to summon Faust, and he wished to engage in combat. The dilemma for Ho-young is that she must continuously decline him repeatedly. Regardless, the man hurls a concoction onto the floor, and they confront the adversary and annihilate them. That conflict occurs in Tiganus, and even so, on either side, Wang remains at a shortcoming. Therefore, they cannot bear to incur another defeat, and the gathering concludes. From afar, the main character considers it impressive that the sisters engage the services of the alchemist, along with the golden dragon. However, he observes a few individuals on the periphery, donned in Wahong-inspired camouflage capes. The issue is that there is no emblem of the guild, and they might be the individuals surveilling the metropolis. Initially, they discern something from the emblem, but the auburn-haired individual was unfamiliar with New Kijong. Thus, the protagonist employed his markers to pursue those meddlesome trespassers. That evening, ensnared in a refuge, there was a confrontation that turned unfavorable for the Wang Guild. They suffered the loss of 4 individuals. Those setbacks had already been occurring, and a week had passed since the conflict at Tiganus, and Bai Uchu had yet to reveal himself, but they had already been revealed. Whenever they entered with a group of 10, Bai Uchu would strike them from the rear. Thus, the auburn-haired individual endeavored to ascertain when everything began to deteriorate. During the effort, all 3 factions performed admirably, which brought joy to the leader. Despite expending a considerable amount, Wang is in a worse position, and Bai Uchu is poised to reclaim everything along with the fortress. Sasuke states he will devise the tactics. Thus, they bid farewell, and the red-haired girl expresses her gratitude to him. Bai Uchu had been at the forefront of the conflict. Consequently, individuals individuals altered their wagers. That identical association continued to instigate them as well, and they disclosed that they would be at the Ameth precipice. A few days later, the two factions convened at the designated location. Wang has a smaller population. However, Pei Wu does bring along 888 of the finest warriors, and the alchemist remains positioned on the periphery in a crucial role. On the crimson-haired side, a sorcerer is apprehensive about potentially overlooking the timing. Yet, the concern lies in their strategy to adopt a defensive approach, and the directives Sasuke receives are to safeguard the mentor. Thus, Heian shouts that they must eliminate the sorceresses and gain entry to the fortress. Uchu's faction progresses with 600 troops, yet the manner in which they initiate the conflict seems like a deception. Nonetheless, Heian asserts that this isn't a game of chess, and contacts her sibling, who conjures a freezing incantation referred to as Arctic Tornado. The cyclone begins devastating everything. Thus, the sorcerer Anshuan requests the mentor's assistance with the snare. He employs a tempest shield that prevents the siblings' enchantment from penetrating. Yet, despite possessing for totems, Anshuan struggles to maintain control. Thus, all the sorcerers utilize that moment to conjure a spell in unison. Thus, their abilities do not merely collide with the obstacle. Heian creates a wormhole for Wang. Thus, the enchanted sandwich lands directly on the girl's visage, and the breeze sweeps everyone off their feet, leaving only Kai Zhang behind, who merely remains there with a vacant countenance. Given his relentless onslaught of blood golems, he's clearly irritated, and the alchemist nearly begins to weep. Triumph appeared within reach until everyone shifted and observed Pei Wu's reinforcements positioned atop the mountain. Heian ultimately frolics a little and expresses gratitude. As the adversaries are filled with dread, she subsequently instructs their companion to encircle all individuals, and the troops begin descending the hillside. The founding members become anxious as they unexpectedly lose their numerical superiority. You couldn't even discern how many existed. Thus, Heian taunts the adversary's commander. Nevertheless, Heian retorts that she is unworthy of possessing a fortress. She additionally mentions that she did not obstruct the exit, prompting Heian to grasp the implication immediately. Yet, it's too tardy for Pei Wu, who is struck by a powerful teleportation. In an instant, the siblings' most powerful advantage has vanished, abandoning the auburn-haired individual. The passage has now been sealed, and no one is aware of the Chinese man's final destination. Even if it were close, it would still require time to return. Thus, Jia Chang is set to spearhead the Yellow Dragon, as the 88 participants remain present. Uchu possessed merely 400, and not the siblings nor anyone else anticipated. Igor burst in at full speed like a lunatic. Anyone familiar with the berserker is utterly terrified. Yet he rushes forward, brandishing his blade and slicing through all in his path, prompting Heian to gulp nervously and concede defeat. However, a particular champion concealed in a nearby shrub is not accepting it. Within the initial moments, a group of individuals is eliminated by the frenzied warrior, inclusive of the siblings. Uchu commends the mentor, as soon as they connected with Igor, they triumphed. Nonetheless, the standout player of the conflict is Sasuke, as he is the individual who summoned him and devised the strategies. Now, Heian simply requests Igor to complete the task, yet for some inexplicable reason, the berserker nearly eliminates him. Sasuke delivers a brief reprimand to him. Everything feels illogical, yet the entire power balance alters. Whoever arrives with Igor exerts their influence, and Sasuke appears to be at the center of this treachery. Thus, the individual produces a document to convey proprietorship of the fortress. From the beginning, Sasuke never regarded the crimson-haired individual as the leader, and failing to suspect him was his most significant error. Prior to eliminating the former leader, he discloses that he has been siphoning funds from the guild and can attribute the blame to the auburn-haired individual. Subsequently, he urges him to finalize the agreement promptly. It appears that the parasites were, in fact, the Japanese constituents of the Daiju Nana Guild from the very beginning. Thus, Sasuke swiftly places Heian under his dominion. Kajong leaps in and gets closed off immediately at the location. Then Heian Wei-chan identifies the child, attempts to alert them that it's an arrangement, and Sasuke manipulates her as well. However, the blonde piece together the clues that the ninja is responsible for the entire confusion and becomes enraged. Nevertheless, he lacks evidence, and it's accurate that Heian attempted to exploit Kajong. Truthfully, it was Sasuke who proposed it, yet it was inconsequential. All were dazzled by wealth, and the fair-haired individual primarily aims to safeguard the association. Thus, Sasuke instructs Igor to handle the individual with the shield. The Fury chuckles as he reminisces about the terrified small child from the previous conflict. However, Kajong desires this occasion to be distinct. Regardless of the situation, Igor triggers a blood surge, and Tien rushes in to rescue his companion. However, prior to that, the berserker receives a strike directly in the center of his brow. Merely from the form of the projectile, Kajong begins to weep as he understands that Li He arrived to assist. Igor fails to comprehend what is occurring. He believes the siblings were involved in something, so he proceeds to eliminate them. However, on this occasion, he sustains a gunshot wound to the leg. Sasuke failed to alert him and was unaware of the presence of a third adversary. Regardless, the raging warrior must restore vitality through blood. Thus, he begins to cut through individuals. He was not meant to act in that manner. Thus, Tien approaches to face his former ally. Although he consistently remains impartial, the child interjects because he has greater faith in Kajong than in Igor. Consequently, the pair begins to engage in an all-out brawl, and anyone who has yet to recognize the treachery cannot comprehend the rationale behind it. Igor, on the other hand, believes that eliminating the guild leader is the sole way to obtain the signature. And given that the fair-haired individual is poised to advocate for him, he begins to chuckle, excited for the second round. Igor employs frenzy, and the child begins enumerating, and the adversary finds it amusing. Yet Kajong chuckles even more intensely, since he was not accounting for anything. Li He requires 25 seconds to recharge. At the moment of reckoning, the main character fires a shot at Igor's shoulder, and employing the sacred spirit of the blade, Kajong punctures his abdomen. Ultimately, the wild warrior collapses to the earth. However, the blonde's blade becomes ensnared in his sinews, prompting Igor to initiate his ultimate werewolf metamorphosis. Hying cries out for his companion to flee, but Kajong must create a delay. Thus, Kajong immobilizes the creature's jaws. She was in poor condition, yet she was still able to assist the blonde somewhat. Therefore, the auburn-haired individual is skeptical of both of them, yet Kajong has faith in his younger sibling. And precisely when it appears that it will succeed, a bullet strikes the wolf directly in the skull as it prepares to assault his companion, and Li He advances exponentially. Advancing without being part of a guild was uncommon, yet the protagonist reflects on the circumstances that compelled him to take the shot, and he is pleased he bided his time for the appropriate occasion, since he succeeded in bringing Igor down. Nevertheless, he cannot rejoice until he frees himself from the grip of the Russian guild. Thus, Li He simply sprints away and leaps from the precipice. Kajong and Hying panic. Fortunately, Hying possesses sufficient mana remaining to employ an additional dimensional, cast a spell, and gently place the hero down securely. Upon the surface, the Russians become enraged upon seeing him and declare their intent to seek retribution, and Hying is curious about the identity of this child to understand how they can create such a significant impact. At the instant Igor perished, he eluded by signing off or something akin to that. Li He states that he arrived by chance, and seizes the opportunity to express remorse for not mentioning sooner that he was acquainted with the sisters. He had no intention of deceiving his brother. However, Kajong also experiences remorse for having obstructed him without providing an opportunity. Thus, they reconcile, and rather than the Bayutu chief elucidating all the details, the protagonist assumes control, shouting for all to gather nearer. It appears there was a counterfeit guild all along. Dai Junano was established by the Shinobugumi faction solely for the purpose of generating profit. The chief guild leader could be anyone, and on that occasion it was Sasuke who additionally created that fabricated screenshot of the blonde individual. Subsequent to diminishing by Uchu and Hohang during the conflict, he summoned the Tsar Guild as they required funds. Nevertheless, Hohang inquires why Li He is intervening to halt the conflict. Upon hearing that, a dragon-like knight becomes enraged as they were on the verge of victory. However, the auburn-haired individual clarifies that Peiwu will arrive shortly if he wishes to continue. Li He, on the other hand, believes it is preferable to simply bring an end to this entire guild conflict. Yet presently Hohang is the individual who becomes enraged due to her attempts to broker a deal numerous times. The issue is, Hohang was entirely unaware of this, as he dispatched Sasuke to the meetings as his representative, and Sasuke continued to deceive, claiming that there was no agreement. Consequently, the auburn-haired individual consents to assume accountability and depart from the guild. However, prior to that occurring, the protagonist intervenes, stating that he has a rather compelling suggestion. He examined it, and both parties had numerous issues to address. Thus, Hohang could retain the fortress, but elevated by Uchu's companions in place of the Golden Dragon. As the champion brokered terms, the Draconic Knights Association and the Glittering Guild allied with Hohang. Hohang resigned from the guild willingly and transferred the role to Kajong. He was aware that assuming the role of leader would be challenging, yet the fair-haired individual was the sole person whom everyone relied upon Thus, he ripped up that agreement, resolved to cover the conflict expenses personally, and pursue Sasuke. Ultimately, Hohang states that the main character arrived at the ideal moment. In addition to commending him, she inquires about the source of his information, and despite Lita evading the inquiry, she was already aware that it originated from a non-player character. Hohang acknowledges that the protagonist is remarkable, even if his actions were solely motivated by his sister. However, the main character claims he accomplished it for Hohang as well, which renders her utterly mortified and uncertain of where to direct her gaze. Regardless, the faction conflict concluded, and Hohang emerged victorious. Merely 2 participants succeeded in capturing the moment. One of them sought to bestow a title upon the hero, as he believed Cloud Mage sounded dreadful. Consequently, his companion employed in television recalled a theatrical production featuring a persona named Arcane Marksman. Several days thereafter, a beer inventory positioned his pacing anxiously. Since the conflict, individuals have relentlessly pursued him. Thus, he intended to investigate it, but initially he reviewed the accomplishments he attained from the battle. The most impressive story revolved around Igor, who described his journey of advancement. The twist is, Lita faces defeat if he perishes at the hands of Igor, yet he concentrates on the 213 characteristic points at his disposal. Thus, he elevates his agility to 1000, conserving the remainder, and seizes Igor's pendant, which is Valorous Tier. It provides complete compatibility with Dark Elves and immunity to dark sorcery. Subsequently, Lita disposes of the Kobold Leader's amulet and acquires the ability Cursed Rage. At that moment, Sasuke expresses remorse to Okawa, yet she is indifferent. The issue is that the factions are collaborating now. Sasuke desired to assist, but the supervisor had already contacted Minith and Shizuration, as rival guilds were not required to originate from the same nation. In another location, significantly more unsettling, a man comes to the realization that this is not the laboratory either. He genuinely encounters infernal creatures, yet he isn't inclined to remain. Thus, when the hellhounds pursue him, the man responds with a shot that propels both canines and their handler directly into a ravine. And as he was unable to locate what he sought in that place, he resolves to investigate this arcane sniper. In proximity to Dale Castle, individuals are seeking a collaborative associate. Thus, the protagonist concludes that there is no possibility he will not profit in that situation. Rewinding slightly, as Liha declined, the auburn-haired individual proposed him the position of deputy leader, and compensate Wu with a salary commensurate with his expertise, both due to his abilities and because she desired his proximity. Nevertheless, the attractive individual opted to dedicate some time assisting Kiju. Thus, Liha merely proposed that she provide him with a portion of the fortress so that he would remain in close proximity. However, unexpectedly, she consented to distribute 10% of the earnings. When the champion encounters an individual in the urban landscape, he expresses remorse. Merely remaining in place prompts the individual to recognize his true identity. And when he shouts, everyone else becomes aware as well. There existed the arcane sharpshooter, currently renowned. Thus, everyone hurried in, attempting to claim a portion of him. Liha became quite agitated, but fortunately, someone called out for it to cease. That individual was a sentinel who was simultaneously searching for the main character, as he required his assistance. Thus, he transports him to a different location. The main character finds themselves in a conference with Jachio, which resembles more of an inquisition, and the elderly gentleman even acknowledges that it is. However, as the inquiries persist, Liha's tolerance diminishes. They required this because, unknowingly, he had now become a member of the Ram Long Collective. And although for Liha, it wouldn't be unfavorable to eliminate either of the two, stating that vocalized poorly with the elderly gentleman, and it's somewhat detrimental for the protagonist, since he hurried to avoid being scorched. Huayan arrives with justifications. He disregards her, and she additionally inquires if the child solely arrived to explore the sealed subterranean dungeon. He supplied munitions and elixirs, and had no desire for anyone to obstruct him. However, prior to that, Huayan presents the protagonist with several highly valuable items and merely states that she is providing them to him. No clarification. Regardless, they arrive at the fortified sewer labyrinth. The auburn-haired individual remains frightened. The main character intends to explore the area solo at his present skill level. However, Liha enters, and at the very least, Huayan feels reassured as she has faith in him. Several days later, the main character remains confined in the subterranean cell. Huayan Xiong remarks that the child is truly resolute, and as the red-haired girl appears anxious, the elder begins to jest with her, until she relinquishes it. The reality is that Huayan is aware the hero possesses the appropriate attributes because her sibling uncovered the information. Regardless, they conclude the contributions for the municipalities of of Armios and Rehitis, and her sibling discovered 3 dubious individuals in the vicinity, 3 from the Tsar Guild, strolling around Dale Castle, suggesting that Igor could be in the vicinity. The crimson-haired individual inquires about the identity of that guild's chief. Shedishin clarifies that they are fundamentally linked to the Russian military. It is widely known that Russia supports Igor, particularly after Peiwu became involved, resulting in a significant upheaval. Regarding the remaining 2, one is the slumbering child the protagonist recognizes, who could be seeking Liha. The individual referenced by the blue-haired girl is Luger. Indeed, that Luger, the combat mercenary, a professional warrior fixated on wealth. Shedishin has never encountered him face to face. However, he has been informed that he is powerful, and there are speculations that his moniker is Draconic Soldier 2. Since he refrained from battling merely anyone, he battled the singular Draconic Knight Alexander. Within the subterranean chamber, the protagonist retrieves an object from one of the numerous amphibian creatures he has vanquished, but then he observes another one feigning lifelessness and fires it once more. He ascended 26 tiers within merely a few days quite effortlessly. He ceased to slumber as he remains connected around the clock, and at this moment he has attained level 144. To possess the skillfulness he currently exhibits, he would typically require to reach level 180 and would be unable to allocate points to any other areas. Additionally, the ability Forbidden Fury he possesses exchanges 40% of his health for a 20% increase in damage. Consequently, allocating points to health is essentially a misallocation. Conversely, Liawa continues to enhance power and agility until he ceases due to receiving a notification from Kid. Liawa responds, yet once more the youth fails to elucidate anything adequately. Thus, the protagonist must rush over and ascertain what is occurring. On the southern flank of the fortress, Liawa calls out. However, Kid instructs him to be quiet. Subsequently, he transmits his whereabouts, and upon the hero's arrival, he panics. As Kid arrives appearing nearly lifeless, the champion endeavors to offer him an elixir. However, the boy claims he must visit the shrine due to a hex laid upon him. The injury resembles a dark void, which could only have been crafted by the piercer for the main character. The present piercer is Luger, and he is approaching. Thus, the protagonist assembles a group alongside Kid. Yet there is no opportunity, as Luger descends from a portal in the heavens, appearing as though he's not present for conversation. The child urges the hero to fire right away and not to contemplate any discussions. However, the protagonist becomes infuriated due to the lack of prior explanations. Nevertheless, Luger remains vigilant as he understands that to overcome Kid, one must possess strength. From a distance of 250 meters, the champion believes he has the opportunity, but abruptly he becomes frantic and plunges. He sensed that if he squeezed the trigger, he would perish before anything else. Regrettably, the child understands that his companion isn't at that standard. Thus, he rises to fend off Luger for as long as possible. And once more, the duo confronts each other. The assailant commends Kid's bravery, yet then shoots, triggering a colossal detonation. Child endures and attempts to clarify that the title of hero is merely a happenstance, and Luger is completely oblivious to the situation at hand. Yet he targets the piercer's limb in an attempt to assist. The child shouts for him to fire, and in an instant, the champion vanishes. Thus, Luger verifies that he is the mysterious marksman. The issue is that Luger targets a lower point than the main character. Thus, Luger shouts for his companion to remain still. Fortunately, Kid pays attention and steers clear of being struck. Luger observed this at the officer training institution, yet in some way Luger modified a tank for Middle Earth. It didn't detonate immediately because it's a bar with a postponed detonator. Thus, being aware of that, the hero dashes towards the Kid and initiates the ring's safeguarding shield. Both emerge unscathed. However, even the obstacle fractures. In contrast, the bronze golem's assault couldn't even fracture it. Although he is alive, Kid's sight is completely hazy. Thus, the protagonist will need to flee while bearing him. Lila places him on the ground and concentrates on observing the adversary, who's targeting him as well. With both of them present, the protagonist initiates the spiritual connection, transforming his teddy bears into monstrous apparitions. Luger understands it isn't the mystical projectile, thus he merely fires at the object. He realizes the protagonist has done it to obstruct his sight, but assumes he's also concealing himself in the haze. The issue is that the main character shoots regardless and strikes his leg. Whenever he fires that large firearm, he stabilizes himself with his legs, but now he is unable to do so. Lila seizes the opportunity to escape from there alongside Kid. He succeeded in firing a shot despite all that haze, thus Luger discovered it quite fascinating. In the sanctuary of Dale Castle, the protagonist grumbles as he he realizes he will be deprived of rest for an extended period and laments not attempting to eliminate Luger. However, he acknowledges that the foremost consideration was his existence and kids. Ultimately, the man expresses his gratitude with a firm handshake. Outdoors, they ultimately begin to close the gap. Subsequently, Kid clarifies that Luger was seeking hints regarding the identity of the enigmatic marksman. He claims it's an astonishing coincidence, yet there is a degree of validity to it. He is uncertain whether it constitutes an accomplishment or a designation. However, anyone possessing it can fire a mystical projectile. It appears that this accomplishment can be acquired by eliminating another individual. Thus, Luger arrived to attempt to seize it from Liba. Nonetheless, the young one urges the protagonist to continue upholding the inheritance. However, to exercise caution when he transforms into a musketeer, since they are able to observe one another on the map. Next, changing subjects, the protagonist expresses gratitude towards him for receiving a hint from Luger, and after transitioning once more, he requests to examine Kid's firearm. Certainly, but only after expressing numerous apologies to Koma. Thus, the clip concludes at this point. To ensure you don't overlook the upcoming segment, enable the notification bell, and we'll catch you next time on Tav's channel.